ground, red and white we ride. Echoes in the stands, North London pride. Pulse like a snare, hearts beat in sync. Through the fog of war, no time to blink. Cannon on the crest, heavy as our name. Legacy eternal, unshaken by fame. Whistle blows sharp, the rhythm ignites. Drum and bass heartbeat, gunners take flight. Represent Arsenal. Cannon salute, fire, fire, unstoppable. From North London to the world we rise. Pride in the badge, pride in our tribe. Represent Arsenal. Cannon salute, fire, fire, unstoppable. From North London to the world we rise. Pride in the badge, pride in our tribe.
What can I tell you, man? Once a junglist, always a junglist. Welcome to the most epic watch-along, silverware at stake. Is this an emergency watch-along? I'm not sure. No pre-season hasn't exactly gone to plan. But this, in case you're wondering, this is serious trophy shit. This is a serious bit of silverware. This is bit kit. City have never won it. Liverpool have never won it. We've won it the last 2 seasons. All right, we get to pick who plays. All right, it's not necessarily proper. But given just how pissed off our fans have been this pre-season, and it has been disappointing. It's been disappointing. Let's not pretend it hasn't. Given just how pissed off people have been, this gives us a chance to celebrate something glorious. I'm going to get out of the way for a second and we can have another look at the lineup. Thank you for being here with me. We don't really do watch-alongs. I'm shamelessly going after. I want to be clipped. So expect reactions. If this is a 0-0, I shall do a mad reaction anyway, because I watched a lot of YouTube football channels and I see a lot of them getting clipped up on these reactions. And obviously we don't normally do them here at the Adams Arms. So I'm thinking, when we score the 4th goal, I'm going to give it some. I'm going to absolutely go a little bit mental, bit radio, bit chicken oriental, and see, because I know 1 or 2 of the big clip reaction cams are actually subscribed to this channel. So you must be hoping that I'm going to do one of these, but it's not a watch-along channel really, and I don't really know what I'm doing. So hopefully you can bear with me. I'm not expecting a massive turnout. There's so many other good channels doing these as well. But look, first of all, Miss Melina, Queen of Arsenal's here. Brilliant to see you. Let's get your predictions. I want to hear what you think it's going to be. Do you care? Are you bothered? Isn't it just a chance to see Gyökeres playing with basically what we're going to see in a second is the front. Well, actually, let me put it up now. I said I would, so I should. Here we go. Let me get out of the way of this while still being... There's me down there. Look at that. Way! Tiny little me. Oh, Saliba's so big. Right, so David Raya in goal. Gurian Timber at right back. Saliba and Gabriel, the centre-back partnership, the defensive wall. Calafiori in for Miles Lewis-Skelly. Are we worried? Has Miles Lewis-Skelly blown his big chance this season in the World Cup running season? I'm not sure left-back's his final destination any more than you are. But we also have Declan Rolls-Royce and Martin Odegaard. And for those of you who are suggesting that's not how you pronounce it,
I'd help you to pronounce it. It's pronounced Odegaard.
There you go, just for you. Captain, under some pressure, isn't he? Let's be honest. Bukayo Saka, the star boy. Martinelli, who it feels like is playing for his place. Obviously, Eberechi Eze is everybody's favourite to come in. And then we have Victor Gyökeres. And, well, we know how to pronounce Gyökeres because we've had help on that one from actual Norwegians, even though it's a Hungarian name. So that is the lineup. What are the thoughts, please? I'd love to hear you your predictions. I'm going to go with 3-1. That's what I always go for. Just checking. Is this the Guna channel doing a watch along? Big up, boss man and the Queen of Arsenal. It is. We are. I want to be clipped. I want to be part of the gang. I want to be with everyone else. I want so much. But also, I don't want to take it too seriously. And I have noticed that Rosie's. I'd love that. Please do, Rosie. You know, the last time you did put together clips, it was my favourite little reel for this show. Far better than anything I've managed to drum up since. So please do. I'm going to leave that here. I am ready. You know, I have no idea what I'm doing. It is cobbled together with sellotape and cardboard. But you'll be pleased to hear, I have got the match now on Arsenal.com, which I don't like. Always lets me down. I always seem to have to pay for games twice. But today it's been relatively straightforward. So where are we with predictions? No one's put a prediction yet. You're all playing very cagey, aren't you? Also, there are lots of places to watch this game. I noticed as I did it. Mr. Arsenal Podcast, a great place to do a watch along. If you get bored of me not knowing what I'm doing, you can always find yourself a little corner of the Mr. Arsenal Podcast, as well as Deluded Gooner, who I would be watching if I wasn't doing my own one. Lucky Singh, great to see you. Malia's here. Rosie, Fandabby Rosie. We've got a full crew here. I love this. Thank you so much for being here. Lucky Singh says, are you good, Dan? I am, sir. About to win the Emirates Cup, mate. About to win the Emirates Cup. Let's clear up some stuff for you all. I know there's been a bit of confusion. Some of us aren't taking the Emirates Cup as seriously as we should do. It hasn't been played every season, but it was played in the last 3 seasons, and we have won it in each of the last 3 seasons, beating Lyon last season, Monaco the season before, and Sevilla. Who can forget that wonderful game against Sevilla? I think it was 6-0. There you go. I've already forgotten it. But that was Jesus playing that day. We lost to Lyon in 2019, which led to a 3-year gap. We beat Sevilla in 2017, and it used to be sort of. I'm trying to remember. It came in 2007. I honestly don't remember it, but it used to be 4 teams, and we did play in 2011 and came 3rd against the New York Red Bulls, Paris Saint-Germain, and Boca Juniors. And I, for the life of me, can't remember that at all. But that says probably more about my failing memory than it does the skill on show and display. But this is not part of the game, the really tortuously dull game we played against Villarreal on Wednesday, which has got everybody's knickers in a twist again. You know, how can we lose to them pre-season? Why didn't Gyökeres play 90 minutes? Blah, 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 blah. Right? Who cares? Honest to God. I think, and you know what I think, actually, so I don't know why I bother repeating myself. You must get sick of it. But I just think, oh, where have I gone? 1 second, please. One second. There I am. Really proud Adam's arms behind me. In the Adam's arms. It's all going on. I'm using every technological trick I can to distract you from the fact that I don't know enough about football to really do a watch along. But I can do an insane goal celebration. More worried that I'm going to have to do one of those celebrations for Athletic Bilbao scoring, or is that a celebration? What do you call that? A rant? Can I do it? This is not good enough. This manager. There's a lot of them about at the moment, isn't there? There's a lot of them about, and I don't want to be one. But I do find them funny. I'm not going to lie. I do find them funny. Idris Adam is here. The breaking news, Breaking Adam is here. Bloody good to see you, Idris Adam. You lasted a week without mentioning Dan. It's true. You be. Thing is, that felt like a long time for me. It felt like a long time. I'm doing a little video for release tomorrow, before the show tomorrow, which we'll mention as well. So we try, don't we? It's like New Year's resolutions. If you keep them up till May, that's pretty good, isn't it? A week is a long time in football, Rosie, as you well know. We need to see those dancing moves if we score, please. What a great idea. What a great idea. Junglist, kick in, junglist. That's what I'm going to do if we score. What do you mean if we score? Well, yeah, we are. City have never won the Emirates Cup, by the way. AC Milan have never. Oh, I better check actually, because I think we did play AC Milan once. Let me just have a quick look. Yeah, no, AC Milan have never won it. Hamburg have won it. Real Madrid have played it, never won it. Valencia, Galatasaray, both winners. But we've won it 8 times, and the next nearest rival's only won it once. Split that between Hamburg SV, New York Red Bulls, Galatasaray, and Valencia, and Lyon, who were a very good team a little while ago. My weekend's going absolutely fine, Dabby Dozy. I haven't brought him into a conversation ever. Making me feel bad now. That's what you wanted. You're ruining my watch along. Stop it. That could be my. I've got to practice a couple of these reactions. What's a good reaction? What is a good reaction to a meaningless friendly? Like, honestly, if we win this fucking thing 4-0, everyone's be like, so what? It's the Emirates. If we get battered 4-0, everyone's like, hey, all that money you spent and you're rubbish. It's all about next week, people. It's all about the Community Shield tomorrow. Eberechi Eze's last game for Crystal Palace. Is he joining Arsenal? Is he staying I can't see him staying at Palace. Boyten Diok! Only big dogs win the Emirates Cup. Believe. Preach, brother. That's absolutely the case, like I just said. And apart from the New York Red Bulls and Hamburg. But like, absolutely spot on. You've got to rip off your shirt if we score. I'm definitely not doing that. I'm fucking definitely not doing that. You know what? It takes a while to build up any kind of viewership on the channel, and the last thing I want to do is scare everyone away with some mad boobs. Got the starters going today. Go Gunners! Go Gunners! Come on, you Gunners! We have got the starters out today. It's I can't believe how much everyone's lost their rag because of how many minutes people get. These are pre-season. This is about fitness. I'm not trying to say it doesn't matter if we're boring, because look, we're all kind of going into this season feeling like it is a make or break season. I don't care if you do or don't acknowledge that. It just is. If you're going to spend a lot of money, the way I think I've heard people I really respect saying it, and I would agree with this. Arteta's been given a squad now. This is a squad. This is a title-winning squad, or as good as you can get to one, right? Bit of coaching. That's what you're hoping for, isn't it? That the manager coaches them a little bit, that the team plays a little bit better. We didn't see anything different. I was really frustrated because Gyökeres is in because he's a goal-hungry poacher of the penalty area, and then he played just like Kai Havertz does. I don't know. At a certain point, you do have to look at Arteta and say, can we have a couple of players in the pitch who don't tell what to do every step of the game? But that's just my humble opinion from the sidelines. Lucky Singh, we are the Snapdragon champions as well in 2025. We don't play that. That's not a real trophy. Losing your shit is supposed to be a good reaction, calling fellow fans mutants, saying you're not good enough, but going on to win the league, things like that. Yeah, I've got to practice. I don't do, as you know, guys, I don't tend to do the reactions. I might chomp a little bit and get pissy with people, but I don't really... Yes! Yes, mother! Yes! Oh, my God, yes! That could be one of them, I suppose. I don't know. Also, is anyone else getting pissed off in the background? I'm actually getting quite pissed off in the background. I've just realised there's not a lot I know how to do about it. So, sheesh. Yeah, I don't like the whole... Yeah, anyway. I'm thinking out loud. This is all new to me. I'm doing my best, guys. Going out for a rainy walk and then on Arsenal watch along. Brilliant. Big up. Massive elevations, Miss Melina, Queen of Arsenal. When are you coming back on here? Everyone misses you. Should be good today. Zubimendi. John asked me, why do I call him Zubimendi? I like getting the names wrong, really. Just fun. It is apparently Zubimendi. I've been reliably informed by a person who speaks Spanish. And is married to a Basque. So, yeah, got to have some idea, surely. Are we doing a quiz tomorrow? Well, I can't stop you, can I? You're a rogue quizinator. Boxed Fresh is here with eyes. Beautiful eyes. Beautiful purpley red eyes. Yeah, Moss, that one sent me for a loop. Just imagine finding someone's shit at Lost and Found. What was that? What are you talking about? What are you doing? Giroud goal versus West Ham. Got the starters go. What are you talking about? Right. Losing your shit. Woo, hopefully find it in the toilet soon enough. I see. Right, gotcha. Yes. Okay, good. Okay. Today is Victor Day. Don't know what that means. But I like it. Doesn't matter if I like it. Doesn't matter if I don't like it. Life is all about knowing what you can change and having the strength to change it, the serenity to accept what you cannot change. I think that's worth remembering if you're a football fan. Certainly if you're one of these football fans who say, I pay money and therefore I want silverware. It's like you don't pay anywhere near enough money to guarantee silverware. If your season ticket was 400 or 500 million pounds, maybe you could claim to have paid. But look, we're a massive, massive club. But so are Real Madrid, so are Liverpool. You know, there are lots of massive clubs. Someone was saying this on Thursday night. You know, in fact, it was Mob Boss. And he was saying, you know, well, we pay for the money we spend, we should get silverware. It's like, yeah, but other teams spend lots of money as well. But other teams cannot. I mean, I've just realised as I'm saying all this, I am actually expecting us to be Athletic Club today. Athletic Club Bilbao. Do we get to see Nico Williams? Also, why don't I? Why? We go. Right, okay, so yes, Nico Williams, let's see, is playing. So is another Williams, Gomez, Berenguer. The squads, I've already had it out, so you know that Arsenal are playing with David Raya in goal. Do any of you think that Kepa might supplant David Raya? It's an interesting question, isn't it? Jurriën Timber at right back, where he, I think, plays far better. Calafiori at left back, got a problem and a mistake in him. People are already talking about him being injury prone. Do you know what's funny? People talk about Calafiori being injury prone, and they don't talk about Jurriën Timber being injury prone, despite the fact that Jurriën Timber lasted 20 minutes of his first season with us. Obviously, he was brilliant last season, and he looks dog shit. But he's not playing at left back; he's playing at right back. Although Arteta would probably tell you we're going to have a million different formations, etc., etc. Reality bites. He's going to be at right back and Calafiori at left back. Not convinced by Calafiori at left back yet. I don't think any of us are. Let me know if you disagree with anything I'm saying. Disagreement is fun. Gabriel and Saliba. So Gabriel's back. Zubimendi and Declan Rice. I would dearly love to see this kind of formation now where Martinelli, Odegaard and Saka advance forward with a double pivot of Zubimendi and Declan Rice and Gyökeres just ahead of them. Please, God, can Gyökeres stay in and around the penalty area? I think he looks tricky up there. I don't know about the rest of his game. On the bench, Alexi Rojas, Kepa Arrizabalaga, Christian Mosquera, who looked really good on Wednesday, Benny Blanco, Ben Tan, Ben White, Oleg Zinchenko, Jakub Kivior, Miles Lewis-Skelly, Ethan Wanyeri, Mikel Merino, Reece Nelson, Noni Madueke, Albert Sambilakanga, Christian Norgård, and Kai Havertz fit enough to make the bench. I don't know, man. There's a point here where there are some questions that have come up already. I can't answer them. We'll just have to see them play out, right? One Box Fresh is written here. Wonder if Bilbao brothers passed the ball to each other while saying, to me, are they brothers? Like, I don't know that. I love it. I'm disagreeing with you. Not sure about, but why not? I have to concede you're right on this one, Liam. Whenever I disagree with you, it's usually because I'm wrong. So, God, they're still chatting away on no one's doing anything. I'm not watching another watch along. Imagine that. Actually, should we just do that? Instead of doing the watch alongs everyone else does, where I watch the match and you watch the match and we watch along together, watch along a doodah. Why don't I watch along a watch along? So I'll watch Deluded Gooner. You watch me watch Deluded Gooner. And you could probably watch, I don't know, Mr. Arsenal Podcast is another great one to watch. No Damon on the bench. This is the most important friendly so far. He's 15, though. He's 15. He's not going to play much. I mean, Ray Parlour was absolutely convinced he's going to get a start in the season to come. I wouldn't hate that. He does look great. 15 years old, though. It is annoying that he's been our best player or most exciting player, but I thought Ranieri's looked good as well. You mean 4-2-3, which I stated months ago. Moss, don't join the clamour of people who want the attention of being right about things months in advance. It doesn't matter when you're right or wrong. Like, if you want, Moss, you're right about everything. It makes no difference to me. I don't remember who said it, but whatever. Watch alongception. Yeah, I might call that one next. Should we do it? I'll watch Deluded. We'll watch along. We're watching people watching people. Who watches the watchers? Happy to see Skelly rested. As refreshing as he's been, something about that left side ain't right. He doesn't overlap as he inverts all the time. Not an excuse for Martinelli, but a factor nonetheless. Yeah, I don't think it comes across like you're trying to create an excuse, but I think there's a lot in that. I think that, Martinelli has been disappointing for so long now. If we're honest, it's been 2 seasons. How many seasons did I didn't give Vieira that many seasons. Obviously, I'm not talking about Patrick. He didn't need more than 2 games, but I'm talking about Fabio. Lucky Singh, Williams brothers. Okay, now I'm actually disagreeing with you. I ain't watching anyone watching you watch. We have to look good with Dauman not around. It's definitely an important friendly. Should it be, though? Should this be an emergency friendly? Does it matter? Isn't it all about fitness? Listen, I'm really not sure I want to get this bothered about pre-season matches. Next Sunday, around this time, I won't be doing a watch-along. Well, it depends, actually. If I get clipped, and if there's a clamour for me, if people want to see me, should I do a really upper-class person celebrating a goal? Wonderful. Absolutely tip-top. Good show. Good. Well done, the boys. Would that get clipped? What's the most likely thing? I've got to lose my shit, haven't I? I'm not getting clipped being sensible, am I? I'm not going to go, that was a good goal. Well done. Hey! I have got to be maddest of all the mad nuts out there because, if I want to be on these clips, I do want to be clipped. I want to be clipped. Rosie, I'm so grateful for your offer of clipping me, but I want to be clipped and go viral. I want to go viral. Not like that. I know what you're all thinking as soon as I say that. Gogglebox is hilarious. I used to watch it, though. Bad for spoilers. Yeah, terrible for spoilers. Oh, did you? Box Fresh had a family member on Gogglebox. Who was it? Who's your favourite people on Gogglebox? I used to do you know that slightly nerdy guy used to sit on a chair next to his missus, and she seemed to hate him, and they'd been married for about 30 years. Always found them too interesting. There's a story in there, isn't there? There is a story in there. Who boxed Fresh? Yeah, exactly. Oh, no, that would be telling. Well, that's what we want you to do. Tell us. Right, boys and dear. Too bad Dan doesn't engage in top, mid, bod, gooner antics. The extremes of our fan base will definitely put big importance on this match once they see down on his nose. But should I do that, though? Should I give it a whole, you know what? I'm not averse to it. I'll try it. I can be it.
This manager, this board, this fan base, the Cronkies. I want my dummy.
I could do it. It doesn't seem that difficult. I have noticed a big number of. This is such a polarity now, isn't it? You've got the angry about absolutely everything. Angry we didn't sign Gyökeres. Angry that we did sign Gyökeres. Angry that other people didn't want us to sign Gyökeres. Angry that they're not angry that we signed Gyökeres. Angry about the fan base in general. Wanting to nuke the fan base is a pretty extreme emotional set, isn't it? But there are people out there that want to see them nuked. They want me to leave a club I've supported since I was 8 years old, just 10 years ago. So there's angry. But now there's also the incredibly positive. Everything's on. It's brilliant. Arteta's brilliant. And it's good to be second. Well, listen, we're all just normal, aren't we? You're allowed to be pissed off when you play badly. That's a fact. Right, so I was saying, well spotted, a good idea, nice and Hubi, and I've got to stop calling him Hubi. I started doing it as a joke. I know it's not Hubi Mendy, but can I just carry on calling him Hubi Mendy? Further walking back and chatting, free to join, can come on, good golf clap, lad. Yes, so look here. Harry Maguire, Lenny Euro, Mason Mount, Patrick Dorgu, proud of their loans. Some things we do in match. Same things we do. Proud of their lanes. Some things we do in match. Yeah, cool. Bloody hell. Oi, Razor, you shit the bed. It's not even 5 p.m. You want some? You want some? Hey, I will have some. I'll have some. Can I have vinegar on mine? Good. Glad Xerxes ready for Arsenal too. Oh, Ziki. Oh, Christ, I don't know who that is. I don't know anything about the Athletic Club Bilbao. I don't know why anyone would watch me watching something I know nothing about. But, I'm not the first of my kind to do it. There's no one by that name on here. Are you just goading me? Ribbit. What time is the game? The game is afoot. And you own that's in 5 minutes. Who said they wanted to nuke the fan base? Rhymes with Lee Bummer. 5 minutes. Dan, don't listen people how hate managers. I know. To be honest, life's too short for hate. Don't give way to hating or being lied about. Don't deal in lies. Rudyard Kipling settings. But that's never been said before. He's mentioned it at least 4 times. Yes, there are. Listen, I just want to categorically state that there are other watch-alongs available. I'm really glad you're here. I don't know what I'm doing. And if there are no goals and I can't get clipped, it's going to be really boring. There we go. Look at this. I've done a little... Can someone please remind me? Can someone please remind me to change that if someone scores? Because I've... actually, does it even go away if... Wait a second. The main reason I listen to you is because there's no shouty, ranty people. Okay. Well, Rosie, give me a special dispensation just for this show. I just want to be... Can I just be a little bit extreme this show just so we get clipped and I can forget all about it? It's on my bucket list as a YouTube channel. There we go. Dan, if you're live after the game, I'll catch you then. Come on, the arse. I'll see you, peeps. Box Fresh, thanks for being here. I'm hoping Mr. Tom will join and we'll do a film show. Might set up a different stream for that so I can have a tiny bit of a comfort break. But yeah, this is it now. This is a night of lives. Ribbit, and thanks. These people have nothing else to do. True that. Did you know that targeting a nuke isn't as simple as putting some coordinates into a computer? Actually have to do rocket science calculations and lower the fuel load because I did not know that. It does make me feel a little bit better about it to know that you can't just accidentally wallop a nuke at me. Anyone? Half the fan base. I don't know where you'd find half the fan base. We've got Rangers in here as well today and Manchester United, so this wouldn't be a good place to target. Series of emojis, which I cannot decipher. I'm too blind. Never mind angling the damn nuke. Well, yeah, I mean, I wonder if you need to be absolutely as accurate with a nuclear weapon as you would with a more conventional weapon. But yeah, again, it makes me feel better and it will make me and help me feel and sleep better to know that you can't accidentally wallop a nuclear missile at me. I don't think people should have ambitions to launch a nuke if they can't fathom the expertise. Listen, I'm fairly certain that the person who is talking about aiming a nuke would struggle to operate a kettle. Hey, okay, so starting 11 is now on Arsenal.com. Anyone else have their problems with Arsenal.com? Anyone watching this somewhere they shouldn't be? Tut, 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 tut. You can shout for the first goal and chill the other 3. Yep. Isn't it? I will just say, as for shouting, chilling, and everything else, I can't even figure out how to turn off the... right now, I'm struggling with the whole background. I thought it was a good idea to set it, and now I'm thinking I wish I hadn't, and I don't know what to do. Oh, hang on. Visual effects. None. There we go. Thank you. That's better. Whew. That does mean I have to angle this camera a little bit like that. There we go. And where are we at? In there's life. Bilbao goals. Yeah, Malia. Oh, stop it, Rosie. Stop it, you. Dundee to win 8-1 today. Are they playing Rangers? Kettles can be tough, to be fair. Oh, boy, Teddy, you're fooling nobody. Not when you've outlined the problems of nuclear-guided or targeting. Right. So, hey, the wonky badge is back. Exactly. I genuinely, yeah, I'm making a lot of the fact I don't know what I'm doing. I'm grateful you're here. Thank you so much. If you haven't yet, you know the drill. Share it with your friends. Don't forget to watch it back and repeat. All the good stuff. It's not a pink jacket, boy Tendio. It just isn't. But I did think about it. And do you know why I didn't wear the red jacket? It's Trini and Susanna here. Anthony Herbert, that badge is still on the wall. I gave you one job to do. If you can only give me one job to do, is that the one you want me to do? I'm making it saucy. Anthony Herbert goes to the penguin enclosure in the zoo to make his drinks cold. Zubimendi, Martin Zubimendi. Martin Zubimendi. Martin Zubimendi. Martin Zubimendi. We haven't started the chant yet either. Oh, yeah, that was a lovely salmon shade. You don't eat salmon, do you? I bet. Well, actually, no, I bet you do eat salmon. I bet it's the only fish you eat is salmon because it's Scotch. Proud nationalist. Right, they're off. It's still 0-0 here. And a long sweeping ball up the field is meat and drink to Declan Rice on the left-hand side of the midfield. Should he be, though? I think goes well with your eyes. Martin Zubimendi, pass accuracy 100% already. He is he's someone we can keep our eye on for this match, isn't he? He's looking good. I don't know what to do about this. This is not going to stay there, is it? Can we all just? I'll let you know if someone scores. This little banner that I've got down here. This is going to be about as useful as an Astro on a motorbike. All overlapping fullback here, is it? And it's a ball into the box. It's dealt with by Martin Zubimendi. Bit of close. We do play well in our own box, don't we? There you go. Right, so I told you, Salmon is absolutely ranted. I took it for that though. That's love. And no, Salmon is. And by the way, look, that looks pink. It bloody isn't. I don't know what it is. The lighting. It might be summer. Right? Has someone just got a yellow card? Yeah, it was one of showing off the colour. We've only had 18 seconds. You've got to be kidding me. If someone literally got. Oh, yeah, well, fair enough. Yes. Yokkers. We've had a minute and 30 seconds and there's already a yellow card. Don't know who this ref is. He looks familiar. Someone tell me. Someone will tell me, won't they? Oh, what am I going to do if this goes in? We could. It's a free kick. Fair enough. It's inside our half. But if this goes in, I've got to practice. I've got to go mental. My auntie used to love that top. Yeah. That top, don't think so. Anarchist. Anyway, it's red. Let's have to take my word for it. See, the sign behind me looks pink, and we all know it's not. It's a beautiful red, Nottingham Forest red. Saliba. It's interesting. Zubimendi's literally all over the shop, and now he's a sort of right back position just behind you in Timber. I think. Why does Rosie like salmon? Why does Rosie not like salmon? It's so good. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know actually because I like salmon. I don't know why people like every kind of fish there is except the one with the eyes. So out on the wide left here, Martinelli cutting it all the way back. We are playing the ball around Saliba now. Oh, a lovely ball through to Odegaard. He taps it back and it's over the top now to Bukayo, the star boy. Somehow we've lost that ball. And that's not encouraging, really. Smoked salmon with cream cheese. See, Malia, you're giving away the fact that you're quite classy. Smoked salmon with cream cheese. And a bagel. Love a bagel. Which teams are playing, Dan? Lucky, I'm so sorry, I should have told you. It is Arsenal, which you probably could have guessed, at home, hosting Athletic Club Bilbao for the Emirates Cup. And now Saka has it on the area. Can he get inside the area? Can it be the first minute he's in the area? He's trying to fashion one of his shots. I think people kind of know that he's going to do that. But now, Martin Odegaard feints. Ball inside to Saka. Oh, that was a good bit of football. Odegaard's lovely inside reverse ball to Bukayo Saka, who clips the ball in, but I didn't see who kicked it away. It might have been Martinelli, so we might be looking at a goal kick. So yeah, Odegaard on his left foot, lovely inside pass to Saka, and it was Martinelli on the near side. Apparently, I haven't put a bet on. Isn't that ridiculous? I haven't put a bet on. I'm gonna have to do that now. Mainly the smell. I've not tasted it. Smell, mate. Well, you've got to taste it. Can't say don't like bagel, cheese, pickled onions, capers, salmon, avocado. Rosie, you'd have a crisis. Yeah, that sounds like the exact meal that Rosie does not want. All right, so let me talk amongst yourselves while I put a bet on. I think a goal. I think 2 goals in the first half. I would definitely bet on that if I can. Let's have a look what's happening here. Right, if you want to talk about pink, their keeper's wearing pink. BTW. And now Declan Rice, Declan Rolls-Royce, all the way back to David Raya, who hasn't looked as good. He finds Saliba inside the area, out wide to Jurrien Timber, who's occupying a standard sort of right-back position. I know we move around a lot. It's hard to keep up with everyone moving around. Mendy again hasn't put a foot wrong since he signed for us. Is he going to get fed up with our fans? Is he going to want to leave because he's homesick for San Sebastian, the most beautiful place in the world? I haven't been, but I'm reliably informed. Bagel, cream cheese, pepperonis, Athletic Bilbao, fast, fascinating opposition. Yeah, I mean, I kind of think that part of this is a chance to look at Nico Williams, because I really never wanted him, and he's staying there now, and he obviously didn't want to come to Arsenal. Funny how that works out now. Again, so this combination of Zubimendi and Odegaard is interesting. I think Pink Golden Girls won New Year's. Athletic Bilbao fasting team. Oh, ball over the top. Saka, our most meaningfully threatening player, takes it to the byline. Does a Martinelli, cuts it back. Is it still in play? Oh, how does that come off? Surely that's a corner. Oh, hit the goalkeeper, bounce back off Bukayo Saka. Saka. I want people to think I'm AI, so I might start pronouncing that as AI. Bukayo Saka. He's our most threatening player, isn't he? Oh, okay. You could be right, Rosie. Don't say that. She'll go to her head. I can't believe none of these friendlies have been on DSTV. If I hadn't hacked the Matrix to watch these games, maybe I'd be happier. You can just buy them on Arsenal.com. Money goes to Zubimendi's breakfast. Yeah. You could torture me with that shit. I'm partial to caper though, and I live on pickles. Parkwind, we need a new winger, geezer. Well, instead of Martinelli, not instead of Bukayo Saka. Great to see you, by the way. Sam Fox wore it in line, Studio 54, Anthony. Parkwind, guitar intro. Go on then. I can't not now, can I? I've set a precedent. You don't get out on most watch-alongs, do you? You don't get music breaks. Great to see you. Always. I'm looking at Adam Wharton's still this summer. Yeah, Adam Wharton is he can't go as well, can he? Well, put ball over the top, bit of force. Calafiori clears it up. Declan Rice with a lovely bit of control, and to Martinelli, who doesn't keep the ball in. Oh, apparently does keep the ball in. Look at him, he's running with the ball and he's looking up. That was worth seeing. Now Jokers on the edge of the penalty area. No one can stop him getting in. He gets in, does nothing with it. It'll be a goal kick. I think we should have signed Šeško. Lucky thing. Do you think we've got a better player? Which one did you want? I wanted Šeško. Not angry about it. Not doing angry, but you should. I think I've actually put it on the playlist, the music playlist. You can watch the whole thing. There's a whole video to it and everything. You know that. There's an actual whole video, whole song. What time are you on? Oh, right. I thought I was going to say I'm on now. 8 minutes, 40 seconds. 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Why? Something happened. I'm about 40 seconds behind. I am on 55. Yeah, I'm about 30 seconds behind the betting. But we're going to go 2 goals in the first half with a wee cheeky bet of £5 million. Let's hope that comes in. I can finally retire. I was headbanging to that gaze. Yes. Oh dear, we've lost the ball in a dangerous position. Jurrien Timber is about to cover. Saliba gets it under his feet, and that's meat and drink to a keeper with David Raya's ability. I wanted Šeško. It's not my stress how Gyok does. Hopefully he does well, though. Yeah, I obviously want him to do well. I like his attitude. Odegaard. Loses the ball. Do you know what? It is a little bit more the same. I think you don't have to be toxically positive or negative to look at Arsenal and wonder how we're going to create goals. I hope it's not a season of just winning free kicks. And I'm really excited by Zubi Mendy. Martinelli's looking down, he's looking up, he's got a ball at his feet as he gets into the penalty area. He does, slides it wide. Oh, and he's shot wide. Yes, Saka. See, now Saka's lifting his hands like this, going, and it's fair because he's at the far post unmarked. Bloody hell. I'm an hour in front, it's still. Hark wind. Time means nothing to an avenger of the night. Gary from Don't Waste the Trip. Loved seeing your show earlier. Please do get yourselves over to Don't Waste the Trip. It's always, it's such a good time of day to do a show, isn't it? 3 o'clock Saturday, football time, innit? I put a bet on 2 goals in the first half. It's not a dramatic. I don't know if I believe it's going to happen now. I don't know. But this is a break for. Well, we're in banks of 4. We're defending it, but the Athletic Club do have the ball and they pass it back to the centre circle. I have no idea when they're play that, except for the one obvious one. I will try and have a little bit more about me than just to. Who is their number 15? Oh, Arteta? Oh, no, Lecu. Raya rolls the ball out. In fact, I'm not. There's no point. This is not somewhere you come to really get an idea of what's going on in football. Accrington to beat Barcelona. Rosie, damn done. Oh, Saka's on the ball again. Sort of controls it, brings it down beautifully, gets to the byline again. He's definitely byline. Oh, and this is a corner. Oh, it's a corner. Oh, it's a corner. It's a corner. Oh, it's clip that, you fuckers. You never seen that, do you? Never seen that on the clip reactions. Corner! Get in! Yes! Who knows? Maybe I'll start a trend. So we've got, I don't know what it is. Don't waste the trip. Oh, this is when it's on. So Monday evening at midnight, +30. Too late for me. Can't do every night late. This is a corner, guys. Mr. Tom is here. Hello, everyone. Are we still on for the movie chat? Absolutely. I say after the match, take a half-hour break and come back on a different stream. I'll send you a link in the chat. Mind Candy. Got so many films to talk about. Oh, there we go. Reaches for that really shit corner, by the way. Is that our second corner? I think I missed the corner. No, it's our first corner of the game. Nothing has happened. We're about 14 minutes in now. Nothing has happened. I can tell you that categorically. Tom is doing the movie chat. Yeah, Kyle never showed. Kyle's ducked out. He's like, oh, I don't want to talk about movies. But to be fair, he does it for a living. He doesn't want to talk to me about films. But Mr. Tom does, and I'm delighted to say that because I'm looking forward to hearing his take on films. I know he knows his shit. Oh, Saka's in the area on the right-hand side. Well, you know that. And he's doing that thing. This time they're back and forth with who the Mendy doesn't lead to anything. Odegaard. What can Odegaard do? Another lovely reverse pass, but it isn't kept in this time. Do you know what? Odegaard's trying some shit today. He's got some movement ahead of him. This time it was you and Timber. And Timber looks like he might have stretched himself a little bit. He's hurt. We don't really stretching out his calf. So it doesn't look like he's injured. Doesn't look like he's in pain. I'm partial to the occasional movie deal, yes. Yeah, he's literally just stretched. He hasn't hurt himself, has he? Timber, please don't hurt yourself. We need you. He's not running gingerly. No, he looks like he's all right. But it's just trouble with pre-season friendlies. Everyone wants your best team out there. We've got to play Man U next Sunday, haven't we? Don't we, though? Isn't it? Don't they? Haven't they? I won't be doing a watch-along for that, will I? Maybe. But then I've been clipped up to pieces. Everyone will want a bit of our watch-along. This family watch-along that we do. I don't know. Thank you for being here. I can't believe you are. Yeah, it did look like Timber rolled his ankle. But no, he was stretching his calf out, so I'm hoping it's just a muscular strain. The sort we all get when we're professional footballers. Also, can you get voting? I want to know what kind of celebration to do. I'm not doing a mute with them. Forget that. I'm not getting clipped up going, yes, 1-0 to the Arsenal. Training cigarette. Pez. I can start a trend. It's what YouTube's all about, isn't it? Going viral, going viral. I don't think we are. Oh, I should be paying attention. Timber looks all right there. He jumped and took the ball, but is this Nico Williams now on the ball? First time I've seen him meaningfully. Lovely with the ball at his feet, but he's got Saka and Timber ahead of him, and it's what it is right now. And this is another pre-season friendly. Inaki Williams on the other side. Oh, and they've cut inside. This is going to be a shot. Lovely save by David Raya, but to be fair, that was an absolutely bobbing shot. Really should have punished us on that one. Okay, he'll be fine. Athletic. Tom should watch Apothecary Diaries. I couldn't overhype it if I tried. That's not a film though, is it? I thought it was a series. Razor, thoughts on Sheshko versus Gokis? I know you wanted Sheshko, but we see Sheshko come out on top. I don't know. It's difficult because he's gone to. Why has Benjamin Sheshko decided to go to Man United? It has to be money, doesn't it? Surely Newcastle are in the Champions League. How are they not able to sign anyone? They're going to end up with Ollie Watkins if they're lucky at this point. Visser doesn't even want to go there. No one wants to go to Newcastle. Even Granit Xhaka went to Sunderland. What's going on, man? Like, you cannot believe it. We've got more money than anyone. So I don't know. My gut feel is that because he's at Man United, Benjamin Šeško is going to have a Rasmus Højlund time of it. But he is much better than Rasmus Højlund. And theoretically, I'd say 15 goals apiece. They probably score the same number of goals. And everyone will want to see Arteta sacked. Fair enough. Catastrophe? I'm not aware of that. Okay, no one's given me any other suggestions for how to go berserk. Just caught myself doing it. Apologies, Malia. I know I pulled you up on this if we score, but it's starting to look like an if we score. Certainly, the odds on my bet would have been better if I'd waited a little bit. One corner. How many corners do I think will be in the first half? Not 5. Bets are not good at the moment. And a really poor ball over the top. Take a shot of Donald. It's not Toilet Duck. That's Donald Duck. That one's familiar. I like it. I don't think it'd get clipped though, would it? I mean, I'm too good at it, to be fair. Such a weapon. Speaking of which, Weapon's the best horror film of all time. Is it? What has Arteta been sacked? Fingers crossed, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Shut up. Honestly. Arsenal score. No problem. I'll get myself some dinner. Good luck to the Gooners, of course. Well, don't need it, mate. We win this trophy all the time. Paris Saint-Germain have never won this trophy. Atletico never won this. This is a prestigious event. I don't know whose idea these things are to call them cups. It is total twitch, isn't it? I mean, honestly. Okay, maybe not. That hurts. Et2 Malia. Why did Donald Duck wear a towel around his waist when he got out of the shower? It's a very good question. It's a very good question. Where's Amsterdam? Make that a quiz question. I want to see that weapons. I think you mean the film. I didn't know there was such a film. I've never seen it. Oh, tried something a bit different and it didn't come off. And now Bilbao can advance down the left with the ball, which is processional. They go all the way back to their centre back, and he crosses it, squares it to his right-sided centre back. Neither of them who I know. I couldn't pick either of them out in the lineup. It could be plumbers or policemen or professional sumo wrestlers. Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying either. Yuri and Timber now, fit as a fiddle. No harm there. Saka, close quarters control, gives the ball out wide to Mendy. His ball forward, stabs it forward to Saka, who manages to get into the area, cuts it back. Oh my goodness, we've seen a meaningful shot in anger from Victor Gyökeres, and it was a sort of lazy half-volley chip, would you say? How does one qualify for the Emirates Cup? Well, you play your games at the Emirates, and you get to invite some other teams. Pretty simple. Come on, boy, Tindy. He would have been naked. I know, but the point is, whenever you see Donald Duck in the cartoons, he never is wearing anything under his jacket. Go and check that out, but not until this is finished, obviously. Can't go wrong with some disco moves. Answer because he was fed up getting his butt wet. Close chance. It was a close chance. Shit, sorry, Dio. It's okay. I don't judge nudists. Nothing to hide with the towel. Yeah, I mean, it's not like ducks don't usually wear a towel, and no one really ever has a problem with it, do they? Rosie, look how you've sidetracked the chat, for God's sakes. There's a match going on. This is an Emirates Cup. I'm tempted to figure out how everyone else is feeling about this, because this is like all the other matches pre-season. We just look disjointed, and it's not that many new players, but Zubimendi looks good. Calafiori, I don't think has really touched it yet, has he? Let's have a look. Calafiori, yeah, he's one ground duel one. He's lost possession twice. He's touched the ball 9 times. It's not great, is it? Martinelli now gets the ball from Zubimendi. He's all the way back. Is that Timber on the left? No, Timber long. It looks like Timber. Saka. Saka inside. Oh no, can't do Timber. Timber's not over. He's here. Oh, Odegaard over the top with. Oh, what? This has got to be a shot. Take a shot. Martinelli lays it off to Calafiori. He heads it. Oh, he crosses it back. No one ever wants to shoot if they're an Arsenal player, do they? We just don't like shooting. Oh, it's always that ball. Like, I swear we're being told to cut back a lot more, and I'm bored of it. No one's there anyway. Well, any item of clothing on a person counts as clothing when it comes to anthropomorphic animals. Donald Duck. I don't think he's anthropomorphic. I think he's drawn as a duck. When it comes to anthropomorphic animals, of course, but Donald Duck is a duck. Could have worn just a bow tie and he could have been clothed. But I mean, like, this is my point. Ducks are not usually dressed, and no one ever, you don't have to. You can't see anything. Is what I'm saying. These cartoons are made with children in mind, after all. Yeah, again, even if it's a nature program, giving the stream some balance. What the fuck? Can I get on here then? Get on here. Look, if you want to be on here, who am I to stop you? Let's see what you got to say for yourself. Oh, you can do the actual. Yeah. I remember the first time I seen someone take their cat a walk on a lead. Scotland is weird, isn't it? Scotland's next level weird. Oh, they have that. Why are we having a freaking drinks break at half time at the Emirates? It's London. This is not acceptable to me. Well, what I can say to you so far is that we have, statistically speaking, we have had 3 shots. We've forced 2 saves from the keeper. I don't remember either of those. So I always wonder about these statistics. No, the nature programs don't give a shit. They put the rhino and the elephant mating on film. Did they do that? Tell you what, if Ryan, he's doing a podcast. If a rhino and an elephant want to mate, I'm going to stop you. Get on with it. Have at it. It's none of my business. I'll keep a natural distance. Give me a second, Gary. I'm just bringing you on. It's look at this up. Also, can you brace yourselves? Because if you were watching Don't Waste a Trip earlier, you would have noticed that Gary's not rocking his normal curtains. So please, can you be kind? Don't, Rosie, Anthony. I'm talking to you with your fashion Welcome, Gary. I'm so sorry if they give you shit for your curtains. They'll probably tell you they're a funny blue color or something.
Yeah. Well, these are. This is one of my kids' curtains. So. Yeah.
They don't take any excuses and they don't take any prisoners. Rosie's giving it. Holy shit! Donald is animated. I thought he was in documentaries. This is what watching Arsenal has become. Do you know that? It's like we're really all just talking about Donald Duck, aren't we?
Yeah.
Are you worried?
Yeah. Am I worried? I just feel like we just haven't given ourselves enough time to figure out what we got.
Yeah.
So if that's worried, then I guess I am. But I just feel like from here on out, whoever I believe should be our first 11 should get as many minutes together as possible, regardless of what the game what the game is coming up next. Like I'm glad to see.
We'll see a slew of. I still think we're going to see a whole heap of substitutions.
I'm hoping that if
60
Erdegaard comes off, I'm hoping that at halftime I get to see Nweri or Dalman play with what I would consider.
You're not seeing Dalman; he's not in the squad.
Sorry. I mean Nweri come on and play with a midfield of Rice and Zubamendi. Something to that degree, so I can feel. I like to see how he plays with what would be a scenario that we could see play out in the season, right? Because the Rice is probably not going to come out of every game. Zubamendi is probably not going to come out of a game. We've seen Erdegaard come out of a game, and then where he's supposed to get more minutes, and he's supposed to be more slated to go into midfield. So
it's a difficult one with Ranieri because, honestly, I think if Odegaard starts every game, but there's an option to replace him when he's clearly not being direct enough or influencing the game enough. I think he's looked good today.
Okay.
And I think that I want to see it be possible to sub him because I think Arteta has this in his mind that he's the captain, he can't sub him.
Yeah, it's not. It's okay. There's a captain, and then there's what's best for the game, the team, and the game that's going on today. And sometimes that doesn't matter what armband you have on or don't have on. Can I get something out of you today? Have you shown me? Do I feel you're going to give it to me for the rest of the game? Is it coming? Is it one of those things? Is it? If it's coming, then I get it. But a lot of times, I don't feel like we ever feel like it's coming. Right.
Yeah. And there's no, and then he stays on, and the game winds down, and it's like you're getting. See, this is what I mean. Like curtains are amazing. Nice curtains. Actually, my favorite color. Much better colour than Dan's blouse. Fancy curtains were better, Gary. Morning. Lone Star Londoner. Good to see you. Newcastle 0, Atletico Madrid 2. It could always be worse, couldn't it? We could beat Newcastle. I don't know what is wrong with Newcastle at the moment.
I kind of felt like if Isak sounded like something that was going to happen, it just played out terribly for Newcastle.
Yeah.
Like if they knew that he was going to go, then the Ekitike deal should have been closed by Newcastle.
Rosie's thinking, Ekitike, tell me what's wrong. No way you can deny it. Oh, we've tried to take a free kick and it's ended up being a corner. Oh, it's a corner. A corner.
Yeah.
I'm getting clipped today, Gary. When this goal goes in, we're going to do something mental.
All right.
I don't care what it takes. I'm clipping myself if I have to. Lone Star Londoner, strong lineup today. We fear no one. Kind of what you were saying. This is pretty much Calafiori in for Miles Lewis-Skelly. He is more of a recognised left back than Miles. Miles is in World Cup year. I don't know who's going to get the most minutes. I do feel Miles will get the most minutes, but maybe not all of them at left back. Declan Rice is telling them to go further back. Are we in danger a little bit of over engineering these corners now? Can you just put it on one of see the players ahead of you in the box, stick it on one of their nuts? That's what I would do. There we go, ball over the top. And after all of that, when you're orchestrating I'm gonna move, and then you kick the ball out, and that's a little bit.
I think this. It's one of those things when you overthink something. It's just
he literally kicked it out, though. I mean, do you know what I mean?
I think they think, sometimes you think long. I don't know if you know this phrase. You think long, you think wrong. If you ever watch some of those poker shows, one of the guys, he just passed away like
Oh,
a couple
mate,
years ago.
my
Yeah,
favorite thing in
yeah,
poker
yeah,
is when they
yeah,
call the clock on me.
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you've decided about 20 minutes ago, but you're just like, I just want to see who gets agitated.
Yeah.
Who's in the right frame of
So,
mind.
so did you that guy in the World Series of Poker this year in the main event this time, who got punished for being pretty much just dragging on every decision, just so that he could just just not intimidate, but basically annoy people enough that they would make silly mistakes.
No, do you know, I haven't watched a poker game on TV since about 10 years, probably. Oh, this is a chance. Gyökeres is trying to find someone. He lays it up for Calafiori. You used to be good at shooting, didn't you? Calafiori used to have a shot on him. Remember the City goal?
Yes.
Calling the clock on people. To be honest with you, I'm quite a quick. I used to. Thing is, there's fast brain, slow brain, but then there's also in poker, you realise that your instincts are not just random. They're the process of lots of computations you're not rationally aware of. So sometimes you know when it's a bluff, even though if you can't rationally work out why it's a bluff. But to be fair, most of the time towards the end of my career in poker, the people who are doing best were literally just playing it like a statistical analysis go. They just play the probabilities and, bankroll management and all that.
What you're doing, you see, you're doing that every time a bet is made or not made or a card comes down, you're calculating immediately then. So to then say all of a sudden, I don't know how this player is playing, even though that's exactly what you've been doing since you sat down at the table, right?
No, well, there's a couple of things I'd add to that. Well, one, yes, every time a card comes down, you're immediately aware of your statistical probability of winning or improving to the top hand. So I know what my outs are. I know how many outs I have, so I can work out what my probabilities are. But what you're really calculating is you called pre-flop, I raised, you called. So I have to try and work out what your hand range value is based on all of the other hands I've seen you play, and it probably won't be that many on any given occasion.
Yeah, but you also know how things will have played out, because sometimes you will fold early and then realize, well, I could have won this because now.
Oh, no, that's rabbit hunting. You don't do that.
Yeah.
You never. No. I'll tell you what. I was at a super satellite for the World Series, $200 buy-in, so not a big game.
Yeah.
But I hadn't slept in 2 or 3 days, and we were trying to win a ticket in for a friend. And there were 6 of us playing these super satellites all across the Rio, massive space. And I had a little micro sleep. I got dealt 6-7 of diamonds, and I had a micro sleep, not intentionally, but I just fell asleep. I think I was going to play it, but when I woke up, it felt like everyone was looking at me. And so I basically insta-mucked. I just folded. I insta-folded. And as I'm folding, I was thinking, what did I do that for? But I just felt really self-conscious. And I looked around and no one was looking at me. It's clear I literally must have been asleep for a couple of seconds. And I'm sitting there regretting it. Pot goes crazy. It's an 8-way pot, a raise with 7 callers. Flop, I kid you not, the flop came down 4, 5, 8 of diamonds. I would have had a straight flush on the flop, and one guy had a set, another guy had ace high flush draw. Had hit the ace high flush, another had hit a jack high flush. It was just crazy. 6 people went all in. I would have instant qualified. That's a 10 grand ticket straight there.
I was playing in Las Vegas and at Treasure Island, I think it was. And in Treasure Island, they had the pots where if you hit a certain hand, you would get a bonus.
Yeah.
Right? Yes. Can you tell me what happened? Can you give me a build up? Can you tell me?
Gyökeres, get in! I told you he was better than Sheshko.
I'm not doing it. But I'm happy.
Right,
he's
cut my half. It'll be good. It'll be juxtaposition.
Yeah. Tell me how. Can you tell me how that
if you didn't clip that, hang on, Gary. If they didn't clip that, yes! Yes!
Donald Duck.
Yes! Mother, we've done it. Yes! Oh my God!
You know what? The fact that he scored. I mean, this is what we want. We want him to feel feel what it,
You're
see what
being
it feels
quite
like before
rational.
going.
This
'Cause
is not going viral if you're going to stay this chill, right?
But
At
I
least-
can't. I can't see it, so I'm just building on you. Can you?
Ah.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's go. 3, 2,
It's
1.
it's not ethical to pretend.
I think so. That was normal. 1 minute you want me to just play it the way I would play it, and then next minute you're like, no, you're doing it all wrong.
He's done it. He did the
No,
thing.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. You know
No,
what?
I'm not
I don't
doing
want.
that
I'm not
either.
going to do that, Dan. That's not me. You know what? I'm happy you scored one because I'm just like
1-0 to the Arsenal.
There you go, people.
Yes. Listen, I've done
Can
my
you
bit
get
now.
all right? But you know what? I'll go back to it. Can you tell me how it happened?
Oh yes. Basically, there's a corner coming. It's going to happen again. Yes. So essentially, what happened is Gyökeres. 1 second. Where's the Why won't it let me rewind? I can't rewind it. So, I'll try and do that right after the
replay.
Yeah. No, there's a corner. I'm just waiting for this corner because corner's taken. Okay, so bloody hell, God, you're hard work. What do you mean? What happened? He scored a goal, mate. He's bloody gone and scored a goal. And now there's another corner. I should have bet on corners. Oh, it's 2-0. Oh, it's 2-0. It's 2-0. It's all kicking off. See, I can't do this watch along shit. And it's 2-0 to the Arsenal. Shall we do it more muted? Bukayo Saka. It's 2-0 to Bukayo Saka. The young lad from the Arsenal Academy has done it again. And Arsenal are looking clear of the pre-tournament favourites, Athletic Bilbao.
I don't know if this is the right way. Cheerio. Good job, you young lads.
Well done and splendid. Splendid to the boy. Now, this one I can tell you because basically Gyökeres lays it off. Lovely chip through. Martinelli goes round, lays it off to Bukayo Saka, who shoots into an empty net. It's a team goal of high standards and great reward for the Arsenal team. 2-0.
This is
more importantly, just to be clear, my bet came in. So drinks are free all night here.
There you go. But this is what we wanted to see. It doesn't matter who we're playing. It just matters that they understand how each other will play together, and then we get this kind of like, you know what? It looks like they've been playing together for a bit, right?
Yeah,
so they've been practicing for a bit, right?
Very short bit.
But that's what we want, though. We want it to feel like that, right? And it's only going to feel like that when it happens, right? And and hopefully it happens. This is for me the elixir, the little tester, the little appetizer. We'll get to the main course later on, but we want a lot more of this, like seeing how things play out between if every time you're talking about a goal and you said Gyökeres with a touch, Gyökeres with a pass, Gyökeres with a run, Gyökeres with whatever, then we know that's what we've been asking for. We want that guy in the central that makes everybody have to think about what's going to happen, and then at some point they're going to collapse on him, and then the outside guys will be able to punish him either way, and then it just goes round and around and around. They try to take out one, they get punished in the other, right? That's kind of what I'm looking for and hoping for. So, yeah, I wish I could see it with you. So it's a little hard. I don't know if you're ever going to want to do a watch along with somebody who can't see the game.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. This is not the Rolls Royce of watching alongs, is it? I missed the second goal, chatting about trying to find out how to describe. The first goal was played over from the left, and Gyökeres got to it. The second goal, as I described it, was more of a team goal. But now I'm starting to think, with 6 minutes to go in this half, are we going to see any more goals? Because I do like a little. If you bring on
an Nweri, you will see somebody who's going to try to score for sure.
Yeah, you're not going to do that in the first half. And
no, I know. Yeah.
So far, I'll give you a quick rundown of who's been playing well. The more I see of Zubimendi, the more I just think he's excellent. Victor Gyökeres has been involved in both goals, which is really good. Martinelli diving down to the byline, he tries to get a ball across. That is one of the worst attempts to cross the ball. Not cross it, but pass it along the ground. It's gone straight into that. I mean, the guy that just want him occasionally to do something other than cut to the byline and then pass it to one of them. Do you know what I mean? I'm not trying to get on anyone's case. It's a preseason friendly, but where's Eze?
Well, you know what? At some point, either you're coaching it or you're letting it happen, All right. So are they letting him go in there with like no thought or process as to how things might play out, so that he has all the answers? Like, you're supposed to give these players all the answers,
Yeah,
right?
but
So that when
that's fair. But Gary, in this match, like Saka has given him options, and
yeah,
he doesn't see them. Like there was one I haven't seen a lot of this. I know Arteta hates it from the All or Nothing series. Pep Guardiola hates it as well. When Saka's like going, "Come on," that's a pretty bad sign between players, because I hate to see that as well. I think you do that in the dressing room. I don't think you do that on a pitch.
yeah.
But it gets to something where with Martinelli where you're like, I'm not running into the box. Gyökeres cosplaying a Sesko jumped high. There's more chance of you doing viral if you're being negative, Dan. So when Bilbao score, lose your shit. What do you mean when Bilbao scored? That was a score.
Yeah, and I mean, you see, the thing is, I can't think that way. That's why. Yeah, if you think that way, then yeah, are you really the one time you want to get clipped and Gary's sitting there like he's watching the world go by? You know what? Because I am. I'm watching.
It could help, man. It could help. I don't know. Like, do you know what? This whole thing came from the fact that one of the public subscribers, lovely ball by Hubimendi into the area. Gyökeres, strong, difficult. Calafiori now out wide to Martinelli. Just not my guy anymore. Martinelli.
Well, you see, this is the good and bad tape. This should be the good. This is the bad tape in terms of what you can do better, and this is and it's not the good tape in the sense that we can't sell them because of it. Because everybody's like, we sell him.
I mean, I don't mind not selling him. I'm happy to have him in the club, because I think if you're a goal up, or if he stretches, I mean, he's good counter-attack, and then he runs into space well. Yeah. But I mean, the minute he's got a defender ahead of him, you're pretty much giving away the ball. It's just taking you longer to do it than if you just didn't have anyone playing.
I mean, personally, I just want his head down if he's going to go straight to the goal. They're going to have to bring him down. That's what you know what? He doesn't even try to attack the goal ever. So then it's easy to defend, because he's not going to cut in to attack the goal at an earlier point in his attack.
In this game, in the first 20-something, 30 minutes, I saw Saka go into the byline a lot more than usual, which you know what? He's got that in his locker, because he can mix it up between trying to drift out inside, take a shot with his left, or go to the byline. I like the variety and the variation. With Martinelli, I know how to defend Martinelli. I'd run to the byline before him and just stand there, lie down, be like, you know what? Like, he would chip that over my belly. So, all right, let's better read some of these comments. Gyökeres cosplaying a Sesko, blah, blah, blah. There's more chance of you going viral and being negative. I've read these. Emirates Cup winners. You'll never sing that. You'll never sing. That's brilliant. Boy Tendio, star that.
Boy Tendio, I don't know if you saw him in my chat. The boy got a little nasty. He got a little dirty in the show. He got a little Sam on him. Sam rubbed up on him.
I did see that. I did see a different. Oh, Martinelli. Guess what Martinelli just did? Byline. He's won a corner though, so this is the best we can. And he's got a bit of tissue sticking out of his nose, so he's already taken a knot.
Oh, okay. It got a little. Yeah. I just. This is where you want that, whoever that is. If it's Hanze or somebody, talking into his ear somehow, like giving him something to think about when he gets the ball. Like, just, you know what? I'd rather him be selfish and try to score every time he touches the ball, than what he's doing now, which is, I don't know. He's like in two worlds. Should I pass? Should I shoot? Should I dribble? I don't know. One track mind. If they don't catch up with you, which they're not going to, because you got pace on everybody, make sure the goalkeeper feels it. You know, I don't know.
I think you've given me an idea there. See Gabriel Heinze on the by the corner flag near Martinelli, just standing there looking at him, going, "Don't fuck about," because I think we need a little bit of intimidation at this point. Genuinely think you need some gang knuckle dusters on going. See if you go to the byline once more, son. But I love Martinelli. I haven't got a problem with Martinelli at all. I just get really fed up of him giving the ball away down that wing. I think we give on that subject. I think we give Martinelli some time off just to watch a game off the bench. Yeah.
You know, and that's what I wanted from Erdogan at some point. Sometimes when they're like pulling him early in games, I'm like, well, maybe you don't start him the next game, so he either can see the game from a different perspective. Same thing with Saka. When Saka would like look like he's struggling for a bit, maybe he doesn't need to start the next game because maybe he needs to just sit out and kind of see it from a different angle, get a little bit of fire in his belly, right? We saw that from Trossard, right? Trossard didn't start a match, came on, basically scored, and was like, "That's why you start me, Arteta," right? You felt that when he scored the goal.
We just got to halftime.
Ooh, yes.
I think you're right, and also I think Trossard's exactly what you're talking about. He's the kind of player that if you let him watch the first half, he comes on and knows where to go. Martinelli, I don't really get that with, but it's being harsh. He doesn't get enough opportunities to prove that right or wrong. Boy Tendy said, "I did what in Gary's show? You got dirty. You get downright dirty, boy Tendy."
I enjoy people coming out and enjoying themselves. It's football. You talk about football all the time. At some point, you start crying, right? Because you're not really happy about what you're seeing.
Yeah.
But then sometimes you talk about football and then you go off on a tangent and you're like laughing, and that's this also what we do this, right? I mean, I like to feel like I'm smiling all the time because
what, Gary? Like, I don't know what's happened to young people. Because I did not get into football to add another layer of misery to my life. Do you know what I mean? I did not go, right, so Saturday's a day off. What can I do that's going to make it feel like work? Oh, I know. I could watch a football team. One of the comments I've heard somebody who shall remain nameless saying, why would any young person start following Arsenal now? We're not good enough. I was thinking, first of all, because we can't all be Man City fans the season they win it and Liverpool fans the season they win it. And sometimes the reason to support a football team is not because they're winning. Just putting it out there. But I had nothing to do with me. I did tell a story on Thursday night why I follow football. It's got nothing to do with winning. It's got nothing to do with silverware. It's got a sense of belonging. And I think that when you congregate like this, I know we've got fans here who aren't necessarily Arsenal fans, and that's brilliant as well. But we can all have a bit of a laugh and banter, I can say to you, we played like shit, and you don't lose your shit over it. You don't go, how dare you? Saski's put, good to see you. Walk completed. But Gyökeres can't score headers, lol. Great team goal for Saka, watching big screen Rangers versus Dundee and Arsenal on laptop and phone. Yeah. That's what I call multitasking. Yeah. So when I gave up playing poker, by the end of the time in poker, there were people playing 30 games at once, and you just think, it's not as much fun.
Yeah, that's definitely not any fun because there's no way you're not reading how the game's playing out. You're just
they're using heads-up display, so they're using Poker Tracker.
So okay.
They are actually, so they know.
Yeah,
exactly.
But you know what? But then that's like playing the stock market and having
it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. They invest. Yeah. So you go, I've got a 36% chance of hitting a flush over two hands. My read is that flush wins unless the board pairs. So I'm going to, or the pot odds are 2-1, so I'm going to play it to the river, and then they win and they go brilliant. They don't even celebrate; they just click and they're on another page.
I know that's no fun because
it's shit.
When you go to the casinos, right, and you're having a little drink and you're sitting there and the aces pop up, and then you see everybody people the worst hand for them pops up, a king, they think they got it. And you're
all
laughing.
I can tell you is that my life, I traversed. So I got into poker just after Moneymaker, in the year of Greg Raymer. So the two novices that made it all the way. Greg Raymer was a decent player. I've actually played both of them. They both did a charity event for poker stars over in the UK. So I've played both of them, and I can say that Moneymaker is not as bad as people say he is, but Greg Raymer is pretty decent. So it wasn't like just these complete novices. He played a lot. But I was playing in underground clubs because it's not legal in London either unless you go to a casino. And there weren't that many poker tables at casinos because it doesn't make money for the casino. It's just a shit thing to do. They want slots, they don't want poker tables. So I used to love the underground pub. We used to have a place called the Gut Shop, which was kind of low stakes. The big table you could buy in for £250, £500. So you could win £3,000 or £4,000 in a night, but that would be pushing it. And then we'd have what we call in English, in London slang, a pony is £25. So we'd have the pony table where you buy in for £25, and I once got to 700 quid on that, but that's like a real record. So there weren't like massive stakes, but there would just be characters all the way around the table. You'd have people; it would be funny. You'd have banter. You'd have it was obviously your heart rate goes when you've got like all your money on the evening in one pot. Or it's great. Then I went to Vegas and I loved it. But it was becoming the era of online, and so tournaments like when the biggest World Series I went to had like 11,000 runners. You know, we had to do day 1, day 2, day 3, A, B, C. You know, it was 5 days before you got to the second day.
Yep.
And then you had all the other games going on, the Omaha. Like, I used to love a bit of Omaha and like Seven Cross. There's a lot going on, and it just died because then suddenly all the online gamers, all they play is Texas Hold'em. They don't play anything else.
Yep.
My God, look who's here!
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Sam Greenwood, Evening Sags. I thought people said Gyökeres couldn't head the ball.
Yeah,
he can bloody hit the ball.
A couple of times I've played poker, live or with real people. You know, first time in Vegas, you're sitting there and you're like, wait till you get a good hand, and then you'll see whether or not if you've got a poker face or not. So I'm sitting there.
No one's got. Gary, don't even worry about that. No.
I tell you what I guess so I'm sitting there, right? You're playing hands, you're folding because you're getting crap. Kings in my hand. Boom, 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 boom. Because it's Vegas. There's tons of people.
I can recreate. I can recreate the whole kind of okay. So then it's this is you, all right? Let me get my actual cards down. So this is you with your 2 kings, right? Okay, Darren fucking T it, right? I've played so many games against people who aren't pros. You'd be like that.
No,
and it comes to you, and then you're like, and it comes to you, and you're like, oh, is it on me? And I
didn't do that, dude. That's when okay, this is what they meant by poker, right? And they meant by, you know what, you got to treat everything the same because people will know it. And then you're just sitting there and your heart's finally pumping, and you're like, you like that adrenaline. And then then I've also played. And then once I got used to all of that, and I was all right. You're sitting there and you're playing. And one time I was playing a house game, and I got 2 deuces or something, right? And I won, right? Next, the lady who I busted or won a lot of money from, the exact next hand, deuces showed up again, and ace came on the deuce came on the flop. So now I'm sitting with a set again. The chances she thought I had it again with deuces was slim to none, right?
4,000 to 1.
No,
and
I got her money again. It was because that one is an easy one. It happened back-to-back hands. It doesn't happen that often, but you do remember.
Oh man, you have to play. I mean, computers play everything equally. Like every hand, it's the same. I lost to 4 of a kind in 2. I was playing the same guy, and I lost. He potted me with 4 of a kind, and I was like, fair enough. I got full house. I'm going to pay that off every time. He had 2 in the, he had the 4 of a kind, the perfect 4 of a kind, 2 in the hand, 2 on the board. And I was like, mate, you're playing this like you got 4 of a kind, but I'm not putting down the top full house for this, so you're just going to get paid. 2 hands later, he had another 4 of a kind, and the odds on that are 16,000 to 1. So but you're going to pay that off. The reality though is when you're looking at tells and things like that, the best way to be difficult to read in poker. We always used to have a saying is that the best swordsman in France fears not the second best swordsman, but the worst. So my mate Dermot, his last money that we took to Vegas, he didn't have that much money, but he was a good player, and he took this money to Vegas. And on the last night, I was doing all right. I was quite well up on the trip, but it was our penultimate night. It was the night before we went home, or 2 nights before we went home. And he sat there, and this guy we were sat in Binion's, which is my favorite casino. It's a real dive. It's the original poker casino. We sat there, this guy, and we're playing, and he's sporting for his last $100 or whatever it is, and he's down to $67. And this guy with a cowboy hat sits down, and he puts his cowboy hat, and he goes, "Oh, you can't put your hat on the table." He goes, "Oh, sorry." I kid you not. And this guy was a proper cowboy, get them out west, and he's just literally. It was always this thing. Dermot was playing super cautious because he only got 1 really big bet in him, and this is a limit game. But anyway, so I looked down and I got King 7. We used to call that the Nabili because it's after my mate Nabil, who used to play King 7 like it was aces, and it's not, right? But he used to play it like King 7 like it's aces. I'm to the direct left of the cowboy, and my mate Dermot's across the table. He's he's in under the gun, and he raises the big blind, and he's been cautious, so I know he's on something, and he wouldn't let me give him any money, so I'm figuring I'm just going to lose this hand to him, right? I'm just going to lose this hand to him. But basically, he played this hand against this cowboy, and this cowboy he'd go, "What do I do now?" And we'd be like, "You can bet, you can call or you can raise." Okay, well, how much can I raise? It's like a 1-2 game, right? You can raise. But anyway, so he went like that, and I shit you not, every hand at the end of it, he would just take the card and fold them over and like look at the dealer, and the dealer would go, "You have nothing. You have nothing." And he'd go, "Oh, sorry." And he sat down and he kept loading 100 quid. But the time he played Dermot, wiped him out. Didn't know what was going on. And I was juicing the pot because I was like, let's absolutely tank this guy, right? I had a king 7, no use at all. But I was trying to give the money to Dermot. Dermot raises, this guy calls. I was like, no calling. There's no calling in poker. Raise, goes back to Dermot. He's like delighted he can re-raise, call. I was like, no, there's no calling. We raise. We chapped out every round. Guy turns over. I can't even remember what it was, like 6 deuce or something. And Dermot's like sitting there with aces. Obviously, he must have had aces. I'm out. And I'm like, Dermot, you couldn't win one single hand like this trip? It was so funny. But you don't fear a player who knows what they're doing because you can kind of go, there's no way he stays in with a 6 deuce if you've two people going crazy.
That happened to me one time. I'm sitting there, and the board is basically showing it's basically showing an ace high flush, right? And I think I've got a set when I call the all in. I don't. I have the set, so I'm coming from behind. The card that shows up gives me the set that I need or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And everybody thinks I'm crazy now.
Yeah,
so every time,
you are crazy.
So for the rest of the night, anytime I bet, everybody folded. You know what I mean? And as you said, if they think you know what you're doing, then they're more likely going to go.
I mean, I was known as sort of a very, very aggressive player, so I learned how to be aggressive very quickly, and I read all the Sklansky books, and I knew all the theory inside out. But I remember at my peak, sitting in the Borgata in Atlantic City. And a guy sits down, and I was table captain. I had it was a cash game, and I had 2.5, 3 grand in front of me, or whatever it was. And this guy sits down, and they'd broken up his table, and he came and sat down. He had about 2 grand, and I think it was everyone else was on 500. And he was like, "Oh, so you're the table captain?" He said something to me. I said, "Yep." He goes, "I said it's nice to meet you." And he goes, "Listen, you're not going to like me, but every single time you bet, I'm going to raise you." And he's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "This is not complicated, mate. When you bet, I will be raising you." And he was like, "Well, what if I've got a great hand?" I said, "You're going to win a lot of money then." So sure enough, he wants to test me. First time he sits down, first he raised, I went pot. I just went pot. And they don't like that in America. They don't like you saying pot. So I'm like, but everyone's used to me when I say pot. He's like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Well, what you bet, make the pot, and I'll bet that." He goes, "You're just going to raise me." I was like, "Listen, it's not complicated. Every time you bet, I'm going to raise you." So he goes, "Well, I'm going to re-raise you." I'm like, "You might as well." So before he's decided how much to re-raise, I said, "If you re-raise, I'll go all in. How's that?" And he's like, "Okay, I'll fold this one." But it went like that. I shit you not. It's just one of those things is like where you actually the more mental you are, the more everyone wants the hell out of your way. So you're looking down at a pair of kings, and I'm like, let's do it. Your biggest hope is that I've got jacks or queens or lower. But even then, you're still going to lose 20% of the time. You're going to lose all the money you spent 8 hours putting together.
And all the odds don't give you 100%. Unless
there are no 100%.
So unless you know what they have in their hand, it's not 100% ever because that card that you haven't seen yet may answer the bell.
Your best pre-flop odds are 80%. 82% is your best pre-flop odds.
Yeah.
So
that's the beauty of the thing that somebody can come in, read all the books and stuff, still be a novice in that sense, but and they will play a hand the perfect way and they will lose.
In The Cincinnati Kid, one of my favorite quotes is, "It's all about making the wrong move at the right time."
True. True.
But that's poker, guys. We'll do a separate poker show. I can feel that there's a bubbling up in me now. I've got my cards in my hand now. So here we're at. Imagine a decade into your professional football career and some random on the internet starts claiming you can't head a ball. To be fair, of his last 62 goals, there was only one header, and they're all coming out again now. Williams Jr. with his.
You know what? But it's one of those things where, why do I have to use everything in my arsenal when I don't have to use everything in my arsenal?
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to play, and that's you want a player that can play to whatever's offered on the table. If a team's
like, don't get me wrong, if every time if his headers were anything like Kai Havertz, because Kai Havertz is just baffling to me. But like I want to do a spot the ball next time he heads it, freeze frame it, and you're just never going to know where that ball's going to end up. Could be anywhere. It will defy gravity. Social media has broken people's brains with football opinions. 1 or 2 games in preseason is enough for these online brats to decide how the whole season will go. I know. And then you get a lot of people going, mark my words, this thing is going to happen. And you're like, I'm not marking your words. You mark your words. I don't give a shit what you think. You know, I'm still going to watch match like you're not psychic. If you're psychic, how comes you're broke? Like, there are lots of places called bookmakers that will take your bet and your prediction. If you're so certain, put your life savings on it. Arsenal just 201 million, and online kids are going overboard on Max Dowman. Great talent, but he's having a few weeks off and back to school. Exactly. Although I have gotten into this with other places and gone, I don't know if he needs to go to school, really. I'll kick the shit out of you, is my favourite comment of the day. I'm putting a pin in that one. She will as well. He might have arms like legs, but he's got a run on them. My most winningest time playing poker was the first time I played poker, bluffed everyone out with some trashy hands. The first time you play, that's when you get away with that. And then they keep you honest and broke. Hopefully Arsenal won't face Juventus this season so that they not beat the beaten old lady. Nick Fadley, I clicked the like and I liked it. You're not getting a penny out of me. You're not getting a penny out of me. I've been in a slump for a while. Business was terrible in state. Now better, still recovering. I'm glad you're recovering. Always come here and take a load off. Nick, sorry to hear that you're glad to see you here. Everyone's glad to see you, Nick. Right, and we're back. Kicks off. Have there been any changes? I don't know, because I've been talking about poker with Gary. Bloody glad to as well. No changes at half time. Are we surprised?
Yeah, I've been told I do watch alongs and then I talk about the game all the time, and you know, and then when I don't talk about the game all the time, people are like, "Why aren't we talking about the game?" Or
listen, we're not here for any other reason than just to enjoy ourselves. So that's what we're doing. Okay.
You know, you said that too nonchalant, and some people might take that the wrong way.
And I welcome their ire. I thrive on their malcontentism. I could not give a hot fuck.
Yeah, sounds like White and Madueke are on, which is actually good to see us, because that's the nice thing about the team, right? Now we bring in subs and we can see, okay, the game state will change a little bit.
You know, it's really funny because I just looked at the screen and I saw Ben White and I'm thinking, hang on a minute, he wasn't on earlier. So my sofa score hasn't updated yet. So thank goodness we have people watching who know what the F is going on. It doesn't need to be us.
Yeah. No, you know, everybody. There's a lot of people, even on both sides of the Arsenal or non-Arsenal fence, that will say Madueke has something about him, similar to Martinelli. You know, some people are saying he needs to go, and some people are saying there's something about him.
I like
Madueke
so far. If everyone starts with me, they start on a tab, right? They start. I really pleased they're here. They've got the shirt on. I love them. I trust them. They're great. They got to do something I never got to do. They're heroes. They chose us. I'm proud of them. All of that shit. And he starts with a clean slate for me. I haven't seen him do anything wrong, so why would I be pissy? Do you know what I mean? Like, pissy because he's Chelsea. All right. I'm not like that. That all feels like superstitious nonsense to me.
But, you know, all these players have a talent. The trick sometimes is to have that manager that either gives them the chance or knows how to get the most out of them. And that's kind of that's what I want. So, because I don't believe any player doesn't have a skill set that isn't worthwhile to have on a team. So
it's when
if you find it, yeah.
It's when they're going about Rasmus Højlund now, and it's the narrative is, oh, he's the worst striker in the Premier League. He's not. He's not. He's in a bad team, and he's having a bad time in his conferences, and he's young, right? Madueke, like they want to talk about something like his football manager, like he has this skill set. It's all about environment, confidence, who gets the best out of you, all of that shit, and when you listen to people talking about Arteta and Arsenal and going on about how shit it is, you go, it's pretty impressive given how shit he is and how little he knows about football to just in his first job get to the Champions League quarter-final and semi-final and finish second 3 times in a row. You know, like when's Unai Emery going to finish second in the Premier League? That's what I would say. Eddie Howe, when's he going to do it? Like there are lots of people who never do it in their entire life because it's quite difficult.
Yeah.
But everybody wants the fast brain in football is that you see a thing, it gets repeated, it becomes a thing you think without thinking, and then you just go, "Oh, Madueke's Chelsea reject, and he was shit at Chelsea." And you go, "No, he wasn't shit at Chelsea." Lovely ball inside. Odegaard puts it out wide, and this is Gyökeres on the outside left. I don't know what he's doing there, but he's occupied that space. He's into the area, cuts it back, really bad cutback, and it's cleared, but only as far as Rolls-Royce. He's got such a good right foot, Rolls-Royce, but he's played it all the way back to William. What is that Odegaard back there? Odegaard loves to get deep, doesn't he? He's like a Norwegian philosopher. His name I can't remember.
I mean, it's one of those things where I don't want you anywhere near Raya. Please, like it's a force field. Stay away from him, and then the back line, stay away from them. Guess what? You're getting drawn into the other goalkeeper net. That's where I want you to be drawn into. Because when
can I just check what you're saying? Because I suddenly had a thought when you were saying that. I quite like it when we play the ball around the back just to commit them forward. Because we don't score any counter-attack goals.
I get why you do it, why you play back there, but like for me, there's got to be a happy medium where guess what? They have made a mistake in the midfield. We are not gonna reset the ball back to the back line and then figure things out. No, we are going to go forward with what we got. Everybody knows that the ball's going up top. Go get in there. Get in the box. Let's punish them for making a mistake. We don't punish teams enough for making mistakes against us. We
actually, if you look at to bring statistics into it, we have the fewest goal opportunities created in the longest time after winning the ball in possession high up the pitch. So as good as we are at pressing and getting it back, when we get it back, we just don't turn it into shots. Can I just read out because he said the last thing I'm here to do is discuss the game, and then said what percentage of the Arsenal squad eats salmon? I think it's 12%.
It's 12? No, man, you're so.
I think it's 12%.
Is that right?
I think about 83% of statistics are made up on the spot, so that's a pretty standard.
Okay, I was just gonna say I was gonna go with the 83%. So I don't know. We're on the same line. I was gonna go 83% of the team eats salmon. So
I think they eat whatever they're bloody told to. I mean, it depends. Salmon's full of mercury, so you want to kind of avoid it, really.
Oh, you hear that?
Microplastics and mercury. In fact, you shouldn't eat anything. That's the new way, isn't it? Right. So the ball, Saka on the right hand side. Oh, flaming hell! Gyökeres has just kicked the ball and it bounced off Athletic Bilbao player. I genuinely only know one Athletic Bilbao player. Oh, he's tried to back heel. Don't do that. Zubimendi's pass astray. Is that the first pass he's put astray? It's looking good. I wonder, do you think, Gary, I mean, I know you only know the score at the point, but do you think that people will be happy with the 2-0 victory over Athletic Club Bilbao?
For me, I don't necessarily. Right now, I don't necessarily care about the score because I'm looking for I'm looking for how will this look in the future when it's clicking. And from what I'm hearing from you,
Madueke's just got to the sideline. His ball crossover has been sent away for a corner. Yeah. So you know what we're like from corners. Set piece FC. This is happening. Tune in for a mad reaction from Gary.
Yeah, from what I'm hearing from you, it sounds like some of the things that we've been hoping for, we're seeing. Like every time you're talking about a goal, you got Gyökeres there. That's kind of what I want to hear.
No, 100%. Albert Stuvenberg and MIkel Arteta having a conflab. No one's actually watching the match. Watch the match. That's what happens when you give people free tickets, isn't it? Right, Declan Rice, Zubimendi, Zubi. I like him. I really like him. Zubimendi is becoming my favourite player. Ball over the top, into the danger area. It's a header. He's just. Oh God, Jesus! Urian Timber, empty net to aim a header at. It hits him, and it's come down with snow on it.
Oh no!
He's headed it up. It's been headed across by Gabriel. Lovely move. I don't think they worked on it, but literally, You know when you just go like that, and if it hits the front of your head, you can't miss. Well, somehow he missed. So that's that.
But you know, that's just. But those are the. When it clicks, and you're like, we're laughing. That's what we're doing.
Oh man, that should have been a goal. But there's no like you. That's a 95 xG goal. That one. That's like you really. You know what you always say, like it's far easier to score that than miss it. So fair play to him. Much love and respect to Yuri and Timber there for somehow conspiring to keep this game 2-0. You might have had a bet on it. I stopped caring about the oceans being irritated by the Fukushima incident. If it's going to give me cancer, at least I'll taste some good. But it's not the radiation that's the problem. It's the microplastics. Like radiation in an ocean is not a problem because oceans are fairly big. Is caviar overrated? Do you know in my life I've never eaten caviar?
I think I have because I've had some sushi that's had it on there. But did it make a difference for me? Probably not, because it probably wasn't like the $1,000 a little jar of caviar. So yeah, I wouldn't know.
This is Gyökeres doing what you were saying earlier. He's holding the ball. He's got strength. He's out on the wide left. He does like to come in off the left. But what does that mean? I'm struggling to understand. This interchange now between him and Mark. I don't know what's going on.
You know what? That worked well with we know that worked well with Jesus, and whether Arteta's thinking that I have to do that now with Gyökeres, which I feel like you don't have to do that now.
Well, no, it's like the only thing I know from watching the highlights reels of Gyökeres is he likes coming off the left. But obviously Madueke's on now, so maybe he's going more to the left, and Madueke's going to do that drifting inside thing because he's better at it than Martinelli. That was a really shit throw in from Timber. Declan Rice has kicked a hoarding. Don't do that. Those are digital hoardings. They're not cheap, mate. Honestly, you know what? We don't. The worst thing that could happen at a football ground is one of the digital hoardings to be damaged. You know, one of those hoardings probably brings in more money than 10 fans.
You know what? That is probably true. Yes.
I mean, like I know he's minted, but do you really want like 10 grand coming out of your pay packet for a friendly just because you don't kick a hoarding? Like these are not hoardings anymore. Everything is electric. Hubermendi, lovely. Watching him on the ball is great, but he plays and Madueke now picks up the ball, tries to drift inside. It's exactly what we're saying. Instead of hugging the wide, Madueke is coming inside. You'd imagine that means that we're going to see more of Gyökeres on the left.
Here's the thing, also, right? Where you're talking about like
Hubermendi now outside the area. Ben White plays it back. Sorry, go on, Gary.
I was just going to say with the news, the latest news that Rodri is probably not going to be doing much until September. You know, and we know what happened when Zubimendi steps in for Rodri.
Madueke in the area. He's looking for someone. It's a chip ball over. Oh my God! Another header goes wide, but it stayed in.
Whose header?
Saka this time, but I mean it was a much tougher header. Well, obviously, I mean I could have headed the one that Timber missed. I'd say. Gabriel wrestling the ball goes out. The thing with Rodri is even if he does come back in September, you're not really expecting to see much from him.
No. What I'm saying is that we know how Zubimendi has stepped in to make sure people don't, people not necessarily they don't forget, they don't miss Rodri because Zubimendi has stepped in, and if that happens again, we're all the better for it. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So,
for me as an England fan. Watching the Euro finals and seeing Rodri go off at half time and thinking, well, that's going to help us. And Zubimendi came on. And now I've seen him play a few games. I really like him. But I hadn't seen that much of him. But in that game, I remember thinking, oh, shit.
It looked like, this is when you're supposed to take advantage. And I think it's one of those things where one team said, you know what, we got this. And another team said, didn't think, there's blood in the water. Let's punish them for not having the best player in football on the pitch anymore. And it didn't happen. Like for England, that is blood in the water. Rodri's coming off the pitch. Doesn't matter. Right?
Yeah.
He's coming off the pitch.
There's no other teams in the world that could have done such a good at replacing him. If England lose Bellingham, we don't have a second best Bellingham on the bench. We might have on the pitch somewhere. We might be able to adjust, but we don't. Probably should do. Boy Ted Dio says, as for the microplastics, I also don't care about those. Microbe evolved recently that actually eats plastic, so nature has responded to our chemical warfare. Oh, this is Saka. There's no one up there with him. Why not? But he's taking the time, and he's got someone there with him now. Oh, the ball back. It was off. And Ben White and Saka linking up on the right. We haven't seen
Do you
that in a
think
while.
is that an opportunity you think where Saka probably could have just taken it himself?
No.
Okay.
He held it. It did slow down. There was a player ahead of him. He was being marshalled. I think if it wasn't preseason, he could have put the afterburners on and got past him. But yeah, 2 in front of him. He was when he got the ball. But he played the ball beautifully inside to Ben White, who again just concentration. The ball had crossed over the line before he cut it back, but the cutback wouldn't have gone anywhere either.
There's things that we see from Saka. He's at a totally different level a lot of times than who he's playing with.
Yeah,
because he it doesn't matter if there's 1, 2, 3, 4 players coming at him. Something's going to happen. So as a teammate, just get where you need to go yesterday, right? Just get there, please. Get there immediately. He's got the ball. Get there, please. He will get you the ball. He will make a play. He'll open things up. Just get there. And we seem to be marveling at him or something because we're never there. Even if he holds the ball up, he's still waiting. Like, come on, fellas, come on, catch up. No,
it is.
get there.
But there are a lot of things like you do think watching us where. You were sort of, I think, kind of making the point earlier that if Martinelli is going to go to, just make sure you're. I would be gambling near post if I was Gyökeres at that point. I would just go because the chances of him getting the ball to the far post aren't as good. So let's just go near post and try and get something in. But we do tend to surprise each other, and that is a shock. So Dan is going to love Zubimendi. I love all the Zubimendi slanderers have clipped up their preseason. But no one ever does that. No one's ever accountable for the shit they say, are they? It's like,
what I find funny is interesting is that if I'm a fan who's sort of negative, then I can be negative. But then if Arsenal does well and does everything opposite of what I said, then that's what I wanted. So then I win as well. How do you win both ways? You can't win both ways, right? It's got to be one or the other. You either say, I'm sorry, I got that all wrong. It's all right. Nobody's perfect. That's all right.
No. But it's funny because I really feel like one of the most wrong ideas I've had was Kai Havertz. And now I've kind of done a full 180 and everyone else has stayed on that he's shit and he's a waste of money. And I don't see it. I think he's done really well. He's done comparably well to people like Wissa, who get and Mbeumo, who get nothing but love and praise. But
I think for me, the reason why at least I feel that the reason why I'm probably not impressed with it is because I feel like you took a risk on a player for that much money. But if I asked you to put an extra 20 mil on a 20 goal scorer, you won't do it, right? And I go back to I'll keep going back to the. To the Ollie Watkins, we don't want to spend extra money on him, and it's like, but he's a 20-goal scorer. What kind of risk are you putting on him on his plate? You're not. That's what he's doing now. If we're going to talk about Wizard and we're talking about Mbeumo, we're going to talk about all these other players, but then Ollie Watkins is too much of a risk. I'm like, come on.
No, it's an age. Ollie Watkins is too old. There's no return value on him.
Yeah,
I don't know, but I also just don't think that the stat DNA. Oh, Zubimendi with a little bit of there are flashes at the moment of. So he's won the ball back for a start. Gabriel out wide, Noni Madueke, one player ahead of him crosses the ball and straight away. Oh, that is an absolute cracking pass and a header against the post from Gyökeres. Another near goal header.
He doesn't know how to use his head, man.
Oh, mate, he's used his head beautifully.
Yeah.
And now Saka on the outside white gets to the byline. I'm sick of hearing byline, by the way. Plus, can someone get a corner? Because I put money on corners as well, and nobody wants to play. We've had 5 corners this game. I need 10. I've got 30 minutes to get 5 corners. It can happen. I've seen it happen. It can happen. I don't think anyone wants to get corners if Declan Rice is taking them. Boy Ted Diaz says, don't eat it, Rosie. The small ones are like eating those silver balls you get decorate cakes with. And I bet you do as well, Rosie. I bet you use those silver things to decorate cakes. I hate those. Always leave my teeth feeling like I'm trying to eat glass. And then, although the small caviar eggs are quite great on a dragon roll, but never great on their own. I think that's.
I think I've had the dragon roll or a roll that has that on there. I assume those caviar eggs are the orange ones, right? Because the black ones.
No, I think they are usually roe. I think they're usually salmon roe. Caviar
Okay.
comes from beluga, and you do get different colours though.
Okay, sorry.
So the little orange ones are usually salmon.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Timber's coming off, Mascara's coming on, Miles Lewis Skelly's coming on. Damned if I know who for. Oh, it's Gabrielle. Okay, so Lewis Skelly and Mascara's coming on for Gabrielle, and Miles Lewis Skelly's coming on for Timber, which means that. Well, I don't really know what it means.
Yeah, usually they're playing together, so usually.
No, where's Miles Lewis Skelly's not has just come on for the right back, or did Timber move over? I don't know. Let me. Sofa score is not going to catch up, is it here? So Calafiori went off already, and Ben White came on for him. Okay, so yeah, Ben White came on, and so for the last bit, somebody else has been playing left back, and I haven't been paying enough attention. So clip that bit. You know, if you're clipping my goal celebrations, which I think were worthy of clipping, you can also clip the bit where the idiot middle-aged man goes, "I don't know what's going on." And to your earlier point, which I thought was very well made and very well observed, that no one ever seems to want to admit they're wrong anymore. I am happy to buck that trend. I don't know anything about football. I mean, I've watched 40 years of football, but that's it. Like, I watch all these tacticos and I go low block. This was the latest book. Look, right? This is helping me a lot. This is really helping me a lot. Because I haven't got a Scooby-Doo, mate. I honestly don't know what's going on half the time. I don't even know who's playing half the time. It took me ages to work out. If it had been from Leo, I wouldn't even have known we'd subbed players at half time. Like this, Lone Star Londoner just saw the Gyökeres goal. Feed the beast. Although he almost scored again and hit the post with a header from a Madueke cross. So I think Madueke might surprise a few people.
But you know what? I think the Chelsea players will always surprise us because everybody.
Madueke with a beautiful through ball outside to the left-hand channel for Victor Gyökeres, who's tried to do something a bit clever and go round the player, and it didn't come off. But that was a lovely ball by Madueke.
Yeah, I always thought Kai Havertz would do better for us than he did for Chelsea, but I just didn't think we needed answers, and he was still going to offer us questions when he came to us. Right? He's done. I thought he would do better because we are a better squad, and he's going to have better opportunities, and all of that's played out.
The only problem I had with Kai Havertz was he was getting paid that much money.
Well, see, it's the money that we
65 million.
Yeah. No, but you know what it is? It's that money plus the salary and all of that, and then for what we want to get out of spending all that money, right? What we want to get Saka levels, right? You want to get Saliba levels when you pay that much money, right? He's not at that level, so then we're getting.
I don't know. I can only tell you with Kai Havertz, I watched Chelsea as much as I've watched most other Premier League teams.
Yeah.
And he never really stood out for me.
Yep.
With the exception of him scoring a winner in the Champions League, which I hated him for.
Yep.
So I knew he was a superstar in Germany. I'd heard nothing but good things, and it never really panned out in the 3 seasons at Chelsea. So I was like, why are we buying him? Mason Mount was available for the same money. I thought we should go for him. That was how I felt. But let's not forget, that was the season of Jurrien Timber, of Declan Rice, and of Kai Havertz. And I thought that Jurrien Timber was a great signing, and Kai Havertz was an inspirational signing. And I was surprised we were able to get him. We're back in that conversation, buying the best players. It's at the back now with Saliba, who spreads the ball beautifully out wide to Martin Odegaard, who's ball inside to Gyökeres. He's busy, this fella. He's got the ball at the edge of the area, cuts it back to Bukayo Saka. He's here. He's there. Oh, and Odegaard.
See, this is where I wish. This is where I wish, and where he was in there to play with the midfield.
We've got a goal scoring opportunity, and now it's gone again.
Yeah. No, I like I said, I kind of wish anywhere we get some minutes with Gyökeres and Declan and Zubimendi on the pitch, just to see how he plays with the better midfield, right? With the better striker in front of him, because I don't think he's had.
This is a game to take Odegaard off. Genuinely, he has been less far forward than I think he could have been, given that Zubimendi's playing. Zubimendi is that typical 6 at the moment. He's right on the centre circle. absolutely pulling the strings, and I really, really like what I've seen of him so far.
But that's what we've been expecting from him. Though this is right. I mean,
yeah, I mean you can expect it, but until you see it,
that's why you went out and got a player like that. There's certain things you expect. You expect Eucharist
just to be clear for the watching public, in case we are getting clipped and someone does end up watching. I didn't go and get him just because you said that's why. Just to be clear, I wouldn't have. I would never spend that much money. I would have bought Aston Villa's women's team if you'd given me that much money. I wouldn't have spent it on one. So I'm a bit mean. Like I'm parsimonious. Like I would have done what Brighton do and just buy $5,000 players here, there, and everywhere, and hope one of them turns out to be Caicedo.
Did you see how much they were just showing? I saw a stat that said Bournemouth has sold 167 million by letting go their entire back line.
Bournemouth.
Yes, all their entire back line is gone for 167 total. That's how much incoming they have in terms of cash in the last year or two with the players.
See what they do? Take that to Vegas. That's what you do. Just take that shit to Vegas. Take your 180 million to Vegas. Put it on red. You'd have to work again then, would you? If you got 360 million, you could, let it ride twice, and you can do a Chelsea. So Boy Ted Dio says, I've watched a lot of football and I still have no idea how Wenger made the football he made. It's a very good way of putting it. I like that it's a composite of George Graham and his ideas. But towards the last 10 years of the Wenger era, compromised by not being able to buy the players he wanted, having other people buy his players away. I knew Zubimendi would be excellent. No way he's running rings around the English midfield in the Euro finals and is not going to be good in our team. It's funny, isn't it? Because Liverpool wanted him. Every fucker wanted him. And then as soon as we signed him, all right, Odegaard in the halfway. Oh, his pass is intercepted. It's time to get. I think we get Nwaneri on, Odegaard off.
But see, the thing is, I know what's going to happen. They're going to take Nwaneri off. They're going to take Eucharist off. They'll probably take Rice off. And then Nweri's sitting there going, I got Moreno and Norgard again. And like, how do I show what I can do with some of the better players on the squad when I have to be the better player in the midfield in regards to
I mean, when I was his age, that was my biggest worry as well. How can I really show my skills in front of a packed Emirates? Oh, there's a change is going to come in the famous words.
You're a funny man. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm trying to say.
Coming off, and Kai Havertz is coming on. Watch Havertz score a brace. It's happening, people.
You know what? You're gonna see. You're gonna see Arteta crying because he's gonna go. I got my starter now.
When he came on, they just did this, right? So he's literally a like-for-like replacement for Gyökeres, and they've done that, and he went and he did the sort of alpha gesture where he put his hand on his neck to go, I'm sort of daddy here. But he's not. Kai Havertz is not the daddy here anymore. Victor Gyökeres in his second
if this makes Kai Havertz even a better player than he was, that's what we want, right? Because that's what we want. Everybody says you want competition, you want your players to like overachieve than what they've done prior to. Yeah.
So, Havertz is on the ball on the edge, but it's offside.
Boy Tendio, I get what you're saying, but for me, sometimes he's having to do a lot more than he would if he had other players on the pitch. You know how it is. You're playing with better players on the pitch. It makes the defense, play a different way. You don't have to deal with as many players.
Yeah, but
get
also,
and all that.
You know what? Like that's what training is for. On the game, just get the game time you can. And look, what we love about Nwaneri isn't necessarily his passing anyway. I want him to run with the ball at the defense and scare the shit out of them. Like Max Dallman does, like Nwaneri did against Brighton, like he so often does. Yeah. Athletic Bilbao are building attack here, and Kai Havertz is all over it and slows them down somewhat. Kai Havertz is a legend. Kai Havertz is a hero. Kai Havertz is the man of the match for me so far. He's been on for 21 seconds.
That's your starter, right? Tell the people that's your starter. Tell them. Go on, tell them. Kai's your starter.
Oh, mate. Got to clip this. Kai Havertz every day. That's Gyökeres has got to earn his spot.
You heard it here. You heard it here, folks, on the Gooner. Right?
I don't know where you play Kai Havertz now. Honestly, I think this whole Raumdeuter thing is we've got to look at this because where the hell do you play Kai Havertz has got to be. I think the one thing that seems obvious to me but doesn't get talked about a lot is that Arteta talks an awful lot of smoke about like injuries. Oh, he's injured and blah 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 and. Sometimes they're not injured. Kai Havertz was not injured, and he's not playing. He might have a slight knock, but no.
No, Boateng, yeah, you're right. I mean, he just needs to get football. He just needs to get the minutes, and that's all I wanted him to get last year. I wanted him where he to get lots of minutes, and I think I believe he got too many starts. You know what I mean? I believe he just needed to get more minutes to get the minutes under his belt in different situations and stuff like that. Coming in, needed a goal. Coming in, needed to hold on to a lead. All those types of things. Coming in to break a tie. All that.
Madueke with the back heel.
Yeah.
It's picked up by Miles Lewis-Skelly, whose ball into the area could have been better. He had Kai Havertz, the man, the machine, the mighty Kai Havertz.
You know what? Here's what I hear from you.
Athletic Bilbao break with the ball.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Gary.
Here's what I hear from you, and here's what I feel like we've signed in the past games. In the past games, we've done, what is that? And this one, you're like, you can see something's about to happen, and you're like, yes, if we keep building on this, we can only get better, right? That's what I'm hearing from you. Like, you know what? We are playing a style of football, one that looks a little bit different than what we've done before.
What? I'm gonna caveat that by saying I haven't thought much of Athletic Club at all.
No, but it does. But we're trying to play a style of football that hopefully is going to get us across the line, right?
Yeah. The style of football is looking. This is the best we've looked pre-season. Lone Star London says, "Dan, please get Pep Guardiola to sign your coaching football for dummies." Yeah, okay, I'm going to try.
You got to get him to sign it above the junior football part, just to Pep around the right where it says.
I can always Photoshop that out, mate. I can always just put coaching football teams for dummies. There you go. Is that better?
You put some of the athletic tape over the junior and then have him sign on there.
This is my book. Okay, so they're number 7, who I should know but don't. Oh, and it's a ball inside. He's going for the penalty. He's not going to get it. Athletic Club with a forlorn hope for a penalty. Odegaard bumped about, the ball loose, and they can build from the back again. It is what it is. Here's a thought. Dan really likes Kai Havertz. I'm just thinking out loud. That's called speaking. My missus says that all the time because I was just thinking out loud. I was like, no, that.
You don't know. You think you know.
People do that all the time. It's like until I hear myself saying.
Hey, you know what? Your wife said it. That means you don't know. Okay.
I know shit, mate.
There you go.
If there was a long-term relationship for dummies, I'd buy that as well. Declan Rice inside 2. I fucking love Martin Zubimendi. End of conversation. He is exciting. He is clever. You know that what you get straight away watching Martin Zubimendi is he is smart. He's on the ball now, gives it out to Martin Odegaard, who isn't always as smart, but is technically gifted. Declan Rice has hurt his arm. Whoever hurt Declan Rice's arm should be flogged.
Yes, sir.
But he's still hurting and he's holding his arm. I think he just wants a bit of time off. He wants to sit with Saka. Okay, so now we've got Mosquera. He's playing. I hasten to say it because Declan Rice is. They're obviously playing this kind of weird. Listen to me. Hang on.
Chapter 7.
No, chapter 7 is about setting out the cones. No, it's what was it? They're playing 3 at the back.
What chapter was that from?
Goalkeeper.
What chapter is that from? Because I forget.
Oh, that's chapter 9.
Oh, okay.
The chapter with block tackles and shoulder charges in it. Look, that's that's a shoulder charge. Who knew? Mosquera. I really like Mosquera, but that was a very, very poor ball indeed by Miles Lewis-Skelly, who I wonder if maybe he needs a bit of time on the naughty step.
You know what? He's a young lad, right? He's 18. Is he fully ready to be a starter for Arsenal when you got a back line with like what I believe Timber and Saliba and Gabriel are like, tops out there in terms of what we've seen? Well, is he ready to, you know what I mean? He's not at that level just yet. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't even have to be right now. Even if it was his role, his position that he's played all his life, he's 18, just getting into a squad. We don't expect him to be at that level just yet, which is fine.
He's on the ball now, and he plays it all the way back to Mosquera.
So
of course. Listen, I'm not But he did score for England on his debut as a left back for his country, and he clearly wants to play in the World Cup, and he's going to need game time. This is Bukayo Saka out to inside to Odegaard, who looks up, feints to shoot and doesn't. Obviously, he plays it out wide to. We've seen it. The triad is back. Oh, and Saka's ball in. It's a shot and it's saved. Oh. Kai Havertz deserves better. Gods have conspired to keep him from his glory, but not for long. For long, I'm sure he will. He will bulge the net.
Get out your Kai Havertz flag and T-shirt and top and hat and handkerchief and all that.
I've got a T-shirt. The Kai's the limit.
The Kai's the limit.
Yeah, merchandising opportunities. You know,
Havertz you today? Havertz you today? Come on.
Huh?
Havertz you today?
Havertz you today? I don't get that one. What's that? But there is something in the that's gotta Havertz. Someone's got. You know when
you did better than me on that one. I was trying to play. Yeah.
Rice is you know when Athletic Club Bilbao have just brought on some random person who I don't know could work in a chip shop for all I know, and he looks like when you come on and it's the 78th minute and you're like, really? Oh, this is gonna be fun. He just doesn't look like he's up for it. Albert Stuvenberg. Oh, they're looking at bringing on. Guess who? If I ask you who's coming on, you say.
And Mary.
Of course. And who will come off for Ethan and Bayre?
It's probably going to be Rice.
I think it might be actually because he's still pretending to be injured.
Yeah. Now, if he comes, I mean, if he's playing with Erdegaard, we'll take that, right?
Go! Right.
We are blessed. That's Gok 9. That's not.
Yeah, I love that the fact that he's subbed off means that he can watch the watch along now. That's brilliant.
Who's that?
See, that's the best reason to have him subbed off, isn't it?
Who's that? Who came off? Sorry, just correct. I didn't hear who's coming off.
Victor Gyökeres came off earlier, and now he's in the chat.
You're right.
If he was still playing, he wouldn't be able to chat.
Yes.
Good to see you, mate. Well done on your goal. And that's so unlucky. The second one should have been a goal as well.
Nice headers. Those are some great headers.
Yes. I love that he scored with a header. Shut up, everybody. Literally, if you've got an opinion about Gyökeres, just shut up.
Yeah. You know who he learned it from? You know who he learned it from? Moreno.
Or heading the ball.
Yeah, Moreno. Moreno showed him how
I'm pretty sure he got it from Don't doubt that.
Do you have a library of those books? Because I mean that's
the only one I've got. That is literally the only one I've got. There's another corner which is too little, too late, guys. I've got 10 minutes to get me 4 corners. You tight with the corners today. I need 2 goals to have a really good day. I need 2 goals, and I've broken even whatever happens. But to have a really good day, 2 goals and 2 corners, 4 corners. Rice wins that ball. Plays it back to Raya. Raya stayed on the pitch. No Kepa today.
Yeah,
Nuggets of determinism. My name is Keeper. What do? You'll laugh. You'll laugh when I tell you. Right, out wide to Madueke. Oh, pass to Madueke. Give the ball to... I like Madueke. Oh, isn't that bad? Where's my loyalty and allegiance? I'm a scumbag. I prefer Madueke to Martinelli. Through, and Saka's just tracked his run a little bit. Why is Saka still on the pitch? He doesn't need 80 minutes.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, come on, dude. Come
on. MIkel Merino and Edweria are coming on.
All
so maybe Sheffield United 1, Bristol City 4.
Ooh wee! Sheffield United had a lead 1-0 in this match. So much for that.
You can't beat Bristol City. They've got the force and the power. They are the dominant side. Oh, he's chasing through the middle. Kai Havertz. He's running through and goal. Kai Havertz running through and goal. Not a bad goal.
Yes, I don't want you. I don't want you to pass on me out on me, old man.
On goal and scores.
Through on goal. That
shining.
Yeah.
The weather is sweet. Kai Havertz knows what to do when the ball is at his feet. He's through on goal. He has the soul of a machine and the heart of a gooner.
You know, how many times I said Kai Havertz on goal scares me because I know it's not going to happen,
Mate,
and you just
through on goal,
called it.
holds off a defender, slips it past the despairing keeper. Yeah, sorry, Malia. It was a goal. Just to be clear, goal, Lazzo!
What is
Harry? Get on board, mate. Just cheer or something.
I was. Did you see me? I was doing the chest pump and everything. Can I not do that? You were doing all the audio. I was doing the visuals. Come on.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah. Rice is off. Kai Havertz. I fucking told you. He's like, don't mess with the Germans either. Don't mess with the Germans.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you know what's really funny? I was telling my father-in-law this earlier. I watched Bayern Munich Tottenham, and I watched it with German commentary, and obviously they absolutely battered Tottenham. It could have been 8-0. But but Harry Kane missed the penalty. And the German commentator said, that's Harry Kane showing everyone as quickly as possible that he's English.
Oh, damn.
Burn! I was like, burn!
What? Is that the Bayern Munich?
Yeah, no, it was a German commentator said, der zeigt ganz schnell, dass Engländer ist. He's shown the world quickly that he's English by missing a penalty. He did one of those double take penalties. But to be fair, it was a brilliant game to watch because I've always had now Sporting on the right, they will want consolation. They will want something from this game, but will they get it? Will they find the chance? Now, on the edge. Oh, look, Miles Lewis-Skelly is blocking the pathway and he goes back, crosses the ball, and Ben White just lumps it forward. So it's out of danger.
All right.
Apparently, Anthony's given us an update. It's only 52 minutes played. Oh, that sounds good. Should have done a watch along for that game. Hang on, no. 3-0 Arsenal. Gary, you said that you wanted to see a good performance here.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, you haven't, but but you heard a good performance. Does this give you? Do you think we can win the league now?
You know, I think we could have won we can win the league regardless. I just think we would have to overachieve. But as I always say, can you give me better odds on that one? Right?
What, on winning the league?
On winning the league, the only way to do that is give me better players, right? Right?
Well, we can't get any better players than we've got. We've got all the players we wanted, haven't we?
No. But we can get better players than we have. We can get better players, whether or not they're.
It's blasphemy, Gary. I think I'm going to put you in a timeout if you're not careful. You're saying there are better players in the world than in our squad.
Yeah.
No, I think what you need is YouTube commentary for dummies, mate. It's a book I'm writing. No, should we write that book? That's it. That is what I'm doing. Fucking brilliant, Gary. You've given me an absolutely brilliant idea. You'll get the first copy. I'll sign it. Right? It's going to be YouTube watch-alongs for dummies. How about that? First of all, make sure you're watching the match.
I am watching you watch the match. It's almost like it's called osmosis or whatever they call it. You know.
Okay, well we'll call it that then, shall we?
Or as I said on my show earlier today, it's rubbing off on me. Whatever you're doing.
Yeah, that means something else. Anthony, send the celery to Dan as well after that celebration. Celery, please.
You know what? Like I said, I'm glad to see what I'm seeing. I just don't know if this is the plan from Arteta to say this is how we're going to play to the fans. Like this is how I expect it to work. I just wasn't going to show it until I felt like it, and I felt
no, that's bollocks. I mean, I've seen people say that you have to have your bumps felt if you're that stupid. You have to check yourself into a local clinician because if you're so stupid that you think that Arteta's going, don't show them how we're going to play well in case they learn something stupid is that. Do you know what I mean? Like how?
No, but that's my thing. It's like
they're blindfolded. He's got Gyökeres in goal. They'll never see it coming. Do you know what I mean? Like it's football. It's not espionage. It's the people do love to go into. They're stuck between either overthinking or not thinking at all. There is very little grey area. You know, It's just one of those things. We go out to win these games, but we probably don't go out hell for leather to win them.
Yeah.
This game, we have seen a closer approximation.
I'm watching it on video now. I get to see it. Got a guy all over his back. It doesn't matter. He said, "I'm taking you for a ride, young man. You want to go for a ride? Come for a ride with me. Watch this goal in 4G or whatever they call it now, 4X or whatever. Come for a ride with me." The guy's on his back. Guy's got his
What,
hand in
the
his pocket.
Havertz goal?
Yes, the guy's
Yeah,
got
yeah,
his hand in his pocket trying to steal his change.
You
And
remember
Havertz
like when I was saying he's through and goal, and I was thinking he's not scoring this, but I might be wrong. But Kai Havertz through on goal. I think that's Gyökeres gets the credit for that, because normally Kai Havertz goes, even if I miss this, I'm the only striking option they've got. Now he's like, I might not get another chance, so I'm going to put. What a cliche time. What a lovely headache to have if you're Mikel Arteta. Too many strikes. Oh, Wanyeri with a lovely bit of running. That's what I like in football.
No, I'm watching this, and that could have been Martinelli running on that ball through the middle.
Are you really telling me you've waited to the 87th minute to start watching this?
No. I've been searching for videos of the goals when they've been scored. I saw the Havertz one.
My description would have painted the picture exactly.
It did, but I needed to. I'm supposed to, as they say, get video confirmation of the actual goal.
Yeah,
so that's what I was doing.
See it with your own mince pies. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But that is a sweet play from him. I'm glad to see it. And you know what? He probably can't do that when he starts a game, because 60, 70 minutes into the game, he's probably not able to keep up that pace for as long as he did and get run down by the defender and hold him off as well when they're like leaning on him like that. So I think this is what you might see late in games when we're trying to finish off the game, right? Because we've seen this all the time. We're trying to finish off a game. Martinelli's the guy running on these balls and finishing off the game with a getting us that 2-goal lead that we need. And if Kai Havertz is doing this, we're laughing. And
Mendy with a lovely ball over the top. He's actually found. Oh, Saka's free in the area. Oh, it's going to be that's not offside. So is he giving the ball away? Saka gets dispossessed. It was an absolutely incredible ball over the top from Zubimendi, an arcing, lofted through ball. I don't know if it was on or offside. It seems like they just won the ball off Saka. What you were saying a moment ago, Saka has been on the pitch the entire game. I wonder at that. I don't know if I needed to see that today.
I don't need, because that then shows me that we didn't learn anything.
Wanyeri running with a ball through the middle, incisive. He cuts inside now. Marino holds on to it. Zubimendi lays it off to Mosquera, who's giving the ball back to Saliba. Saliba stands. I mean, they're not really doing anything. I don't know why I'm commentating on this phase.
As Malia says right there, we're winning 3-0. Arteta out. Gyökeres out. Havertz out.
Yeah.
This manager, these players out.
Yeah. Well, out and proud. Zubimendi, I'm struggling to remember having loved the player more after only having seen him twice in an Arsenal shirt. I genuinely think he is going to be my favourite player. And that's it. They've put Athletic Club Bilbao out of their misery. We have successfully. I don't know if there's going to be a presentation of the cup. I very much hope there is. The trophy held aloft, as so few clubs have ever held aloft. We will need an emergency stream, of course.
Oh, here's a goal.
There is going to be an emergency movie Mind Candy stream at 7:30.
Let me see this goal from Saka. Sorry, I missed this one. So this one.
Gyökeres, I didn't watch the Gyökeres one.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice pass up there, and Martinelli tips it to Saka. Saka says, "I got this." Very nice. Very nice. Very nice to see Saka and Martinelli up top going at a goal. We barely ever see that because, of course, they're sitting on opposite ends of the field. But in that scenario, when they're right next to each other, very good. And look, Mr. Tom says we win the Emirates Cup once again.
Well, you say once again, we haven't always won it.
Well, we win it again.
I mean, to be fair, we've now won 4 of the last 4, but only 5 of the last 7, 6 of the last 7. We went through 3 years without winning it. 2011, 2013, and 2014, we lost to New York Red Bulls, Galatasaray, and Valencia.
Oh.
The 2 of those seasons, we only came 3rd. We won the 2 years before that. Rangers coming second. It's a team I'm sure I've heard of, but I don't know where they actually play. I think they may be Belgian.
Yeah, no, we
And
don't. Nobody
Hamburg,
knows.
Hamburg, of course, home of the hamburger.
Yeah.
Famously, beef does all the work, ham gets all the credit. And now for the Athletic Club, obviously will now have to sacrifice one of their players for a ritual sacrifice in the middle. Oh, no, apparently not doing. I'm just hearing we're not going to be doing that. That will disappoint some of the fans who are baying for blood. So I know it's going to be tough for you to go through your man of the match, but I'd suggest that you could probably pick my man of the match.
I think I know. I think I know who it is. I think I know who it is. It's Zubi Doo.
And I think I'll be the only person who thinks that. 58 touches, 46 of his 49 passes completed, 2 key passes, just wins his duels, gets the job done. I'd love to see his pass contribution, but the positions he's occupying on the pitch are exactly where I wanted him. Declan Rice, arguably a slightly more glamorous game, but Declan Rice did not have a good day for winning duels. So more passes, more touches, more involved, slightly too far back for me, Declan Rice. Martin Odegaard disappointing, Martinelli disappointing, but I think Bukayo Saka, did he get... Yeah, so 2 shots on target in the end, 2 key passes, 20 of his 24 passes accurate. You don't really want him passing. He lost possession to hospitals. I don't know. For me, yes, Zubimendi looks like a different style of player altogether.
Yeah.
Look at Nafe's just turned up. Where have you been, Nafe? Like, come on. Mind candy at 7:30. P to the M to the yes, please. Goals took brilliantly. Well said, Nafe. And now for the presentation of the... the trophy is as tall as Declan Rice.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it takes 4 of them to lift it up. It's a proper trophy. It's not like the World Cup or some shitty little thing like that. It is literally like they're hoisting it now. Oh, it's a penalty shootout. What am I doing? Of course it's a penalty shootout. We won 3-0. You're going to have a penalty shootout. This is fucking ridiculous. Who likes penalty shootouts this much? Do something else.
Yes.
Have a tombola. Don't be fucking silly. These penalty shootouts do my melanin. Like, everyone's just standing around going, oh, the pressure of taking penalties. Fucking stupid. Oh, David Ray's going to save it. No, he's not.
You almost had me there at the edge of my seat because Reyes.
He went the right way.
Oh, you know what? We're getting better. We're getting better.
He went the right way. Listen, he should have saved it. I would have saved it. I'd have saved it if I had his training, his money, his good looks, his athleticism. If I could dive, Marino, he is the very essence of suave sophistication. He's putting it down. Even the way he puts it down on the spot suggests he's going to absolutely batter this ball.
And did he?
It's not on the spot. Ref doesn't care. Doesn't make him retake it. The way he celebrated that, Marino just celebrated it like it was in the World Cup. This is nonsense. Somebody in the comments explain to me what the actual fuck we're doing, taking a penalty shootout when we won 3-0.
True.
Do you know what's true? If Mr. Thomas just put this here, if Bilbao win the penalties, do they get the cup? Probably. Dan, may I suggest making someone the chat member of the stream, and may I suggest it being Malia today? Oh, I like that. Who has been the that's another well-taken penalty that Dan missed, and it's in. Raya again going the right way, but that's top corner. Top bins, as the them say. Top bins. I mean, that is such a well-taken penalty.
You know what? I haven't heard the slang segment of the show. Can you do that?
Because I'm old. But that's peak, isn't it? Right, Kai Havertz, there's no question. He's German, for God's sakes. He's going to score this. He might even kill the keeper.
No, the people are asking for the slang portion of the show. I think they miss. You know what? They miss it. Like, just give us a little taste.
I allow that, right? Like my Famalam's taking a penalty. Boops. Well, it slots it. Bam. Kai Havertz is looking fleek, man.
What does that mean? What did you just say? Is that a word?
Peng drip, isn't it? It's like fleet. Yeah.
No. I don't know what you just said. You lost me at whatever you started with.
I lost you ages ago. I don't know if they want you. If they want, do they want modern slang or do they want where I'm from, which is like mince pies?
You're gonna have to mix it up. Give me. All right, I need a little thing that comes over and says, "This is from yesteryears, and this is from today."
Well, yeah, I don't have the facility. And that's another close save by David Reyes, going the right way every single time. He's got this on toast. But yeah, so Matt, Rosie, I'm more than happy for you hereafter always to nominate and declare the chat member of the stream. That is Rosie's call. I would not disagree with Malia. All boys should do the penalty shootout. I like that idea a lot. It should be Malia. People are happy with. What's wrong with rock, paper, scissors after the game? That's a really good idea. Who's this? Madueke? Shut up. Is Madueke taking? Nah. He's going to make himself a hero to the Arsenal fans. He's going to miss it.
Fucking no.
Madueke, he looks so confident, and he's doing a silly stutter step, and then it's almost like there's no pressure on them. That's what it feels like. It feels like there's no pressure on this penalty shootout, and that we're just going to see 25-24 or some shit like that. Tom, you might have to stand by because this penalty shootout might go over 7:30 at this point. I'm sick of this penalty shootout bashing. Galvo, shush! Penalty shootouts are shit.
PK's out. PK's out. PK's out.
What does that even mean? Nothing really. That's peak, isn't it? Actually, do you know what? Peak is a good one because it can mean good and bad. But this penalty
not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good. Is that what you mean?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah, that you're going way back. Like that's the album before Thriller. I personally would like to see Arsenal humble today.
That's not going to happen now.
Rosie, it's closer. You'd be one of my shouts for the regular of the chat. Right, so it's 4-3 to Athletic Club Bilbao in penalties. And Ethan puts the ball down on the spot. He puts it centrally in the spot, not at the edge of the spot, as it's become customary to do. The young man with the weight of the Emirates Cup on his shoulders now dances to the right before putting it wide and high. He has failed. He must be sacked. Get him out of my club.
Oh, no.
So disgusted. And the kids in the stadium will have felt... I wonder, am I fucking going mad? They're not giving this cup to the Athletic Club Bilbao, are they? Are they? Can you imagine? I can't believe that could... I mean, the fuck is this? Of all the stupid rules. Well, 3-0. That at least give us 3 penalty head start.
Request, can Gary please say Saka is ridiculous? I said it. Saka is ridiculous.
Yeah, and they've missed one. So, whoo, shit. Jesus Christ. Thank God for that.
That was a good look. That look you had right after you said it. That was great. You got it. That was scripted. I think that was great. Man, I liked it. Right.
Should make them all take them with their bad foot after. Yeah, like when I love that. That's a really good idea. That's why it'll never happen, Galvo. Stop having good ideas. Bukayo Saka, oh fuck me, he's missed some important penalties in his life. Why make him take one? Why are we making him take the last one as well? Oh, don't be silly. Oh, this is getting clipped if he misses it. I will get clipped.
Oh no.
He's doing a job on the spot. It's in! Yes! Couldn't give a shit, really.
Arsenal.
And children. There are kids at the stadium today that think this is football. Dad, will there always be a penalty shootout? Shut up. You're embarrassing me. Go and live with your other parents. You're adopted. Right. Saka, never in doubt. This has become nerving for me, only because I have no idea what would happen if we lose it. Yeah, I'm seriously concerned. Oh, look at Mob Boss is here. Lovely to see you, Mob. Hello. Look at this. He's happy with the result. Fucking hell. There we go. Malia is outstanding chat member. No, now win me a title. Raya's going to save it and doesn't. We're in a sudden death. This is going to take all night. I've got to have some dinner before we're doing Mind Candy movie night. Come on. Oh, now win me a title. Brilliant. Satisfactory end to the preseason, but it has been. Oh, William Saliba's taking a penalty now.
Oh,
Rosie, Malia, we want a speech, by the way. Don't just go, oh, thanks, Rosie. I'd like to thank my parents and all my family and friends. I want a proper Gwyneth Paltrow-style speech, like I do sometimes. Lee Gunner doing a watch-along. Oh, and William Saliba, he's like, oh, he's off shit him, mate. Lee Gunner's doing a watch-along. He said Razor was his hero, lol. Probably true, that. I wouldn't know. Blindfolded penalties, yeah, I'd do that. Disgusting. Why aren't we winning by at least 6 where the standards? What a joke. Sack Arteta, sack the ball boys, and sack Gunnosaurus. Yeah, sack Gunnosaurus, definitely. He's the silliest thing ever. I mean, the only thing sillier than Gunnosaurus would be if we genuinely had a cannon as a mascot. Do you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is Gunnosaurus?
What's a cannon going to do in a football match?
What's a fucking dinosaur going to do in a football? Oh, here we go. They're going to miss. They don't. He saved it! Yes! Oh, glory is coming. Glory! Thy name is Arsenal. If I don't get clipped for some of these ridiculous reactions, it's not worth doing it, is it? I've put myself out there today.
Arsenal are going to win the World Cup now. I can feel it. They are going to win it. The World Cup is coming home to Arsenal. I can feel it.
Arsenal better win me the World Cup. I've been waiting 40 years to see it. Oh, fucking hell, Zubimendi. He's only embarrassed because he doesn't want to show up the goalkeeper. He's like, oh, mate, this is going to be bad for you. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll be really casual. I'll fucking smacks it in. It's over. We've won. Not only did we win 3-0 in the primary portion of the event, the 90-minute primary, the starter, the amuse-bouche of football, if you will, but the main course and pudding of penalties has also come home. We are the champions of the Emirates. We rise again. Do you know, in every season we've won the Emirates Cup, we've gone on to play football. And I think the same will be the same this time, or different.
Are you really going to seriously put your life on the line that we're going to play football come next Saturday?
I'm a prognosticator of prognosticators. I'm like the groundhog. I pop my head out in July and I go, or August as it is now, and I go, what's going to happen? And I go, 38 games of league football. I can feel it. I was wrong in 2019. I'll give you that. But I was like, there will be a league season and Arsenal will play in it and we will win games. We will lose games, but we will win games. I'm never been wrong about that. Hopefully they'll listen to my suggestion and reward the trophy for Bilbao for trying hardest. I don't think they did though, Rosie. I think we're being contentious. Nath, next week we have to start being 3-point collectors. Yeah. I wonder if a preseason friendly has ever gone so badly that manager's been sacked for it. That's a really good question. I'm trying to think. No, I mean, that would be deep, wouldn't it? Like, you'd have to have had a bad season the season before. I mean, if, Christian Soccer Camp, everyone's a winner. You've got to do more watch-alongs. I will. I fucking love them. I tell you what, I'm making this pledge until I get clipped and go viral on one of them. That's how it is. F Mal, we're down 1-0 and have 10. Oh fuck my something. My life. What is that? F my something life. 1-0 down 10 men. You don't need 11 men in Scotland. I agree with sacking Gunnosaurus that years hasn't scored once.
Gunnosaurus out.
We want Gunnosaurus out. We want Gunnosaurus out. This trophy, all I can tell you is that the Emirates Cup is one of the stupidest looking fucking trophies I've ever seen. It looks like Eastern European. It looks like a Soviet Union trophy. It has that modernist kind of nonsense. It's someone's tried too hard in a GCSE art class. That's what it is. And the players, some of them wearing their buffoonish and clownish training kits, meandering. Andre Berta is so worried about being like he he's so mafia. He's such a don, isn't he? He's talking to Arteta on the sidelines like this, like they're planning a hit. Do you know what I mean? It's like a mob boss going, like, or maybe he's doing a Gyökeres. I don't know. But in any case, the Arsenal players, look at that. What phase are you in? I tell you what, we've just won silverware. Gyökeres has only been with us for 2 weeks, and we've won silverware. Shut up. And I don't know who this is to present this trophy, but for some God knows what reason, all the players are walking past it. Oh, they've got to line up for a picture. A picture that will stand the test of time. Years from now, people will look and say, these were the men, these happy few. Never before was so much owed by so many to so few, who have brought triumph and glory to the Emirates in the Emirates Cup. Which, look, to be fair, I think we should call it something else. I'm just, because it looks a bit hot, doesn't it? You know, it does feel a little bit like we get to invite whoever we want to play football at our house. And Gav highlights, actually, this is why I'm doing it, Mr. Tom, because he actually subscribes. I noticed he subscribes. So I was like, right, if you're going to subscribe to me, you're probably going, where's the fucking bits I can clip? He's busily clipping me now. Do you know what? Don't take this the wrong way, Gary. But if we make the clip and he just uses your half, I'll be fucking livid. Can you imagine?
Especially if he uses the audio. He's got to use the audio with me sitting there going, and it's like, Gary's thinking.
I might actually do that. I might clip that up myself. Dundee beating Rangers 1-0. Rick Astley got the goal. Never going to give you up. I'm Rick-rolling my own feed now. Isthmian team, Chichester City, once asked their manager at halftime, sacked their manager at halftime in a pre-season game. Ooh. So much about that. First of all, Chichester sounds made up, but I love that story. Thank you for sharing that. Guys, Arsenal are winning Euros and the World Club Cup and the Olympics.
Yes, trifecta of football right there. That's what when people
it's
talk
disgusting
about
that we haven't won it. My boss Chelsea won yesterday. I expected. You need 12 men in Scotland. They look good, controlled the game, sort of scary. If you think the Gunnosaurus is bad, look, Zanzi's here in between cooking dinner. This man multitasks.
Zanzi showed up on the show this afternoon.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
Did he?
He made an appearance. It was kind of cool. It was great.
If you think the Gunnosaurus is bad, you should check out Southend 7-foot bright pink shrimp.
Oof,
that's a bit worrying. How are we getting a trophy? Does the first game not count? The first game wasn't the Emirates Cup. The first game was just us playing a friendly against Villarreal. So you got worried for nothing. We win when it matters, mate. When there's a trophy at stake, we win. There's only 2 teams in the Emirates Cup, and we just battered the other team. There's no fucking chance. And Zubimendi,
go on, speak.
Zubimendi,
tell the truth.
Zubimendi's like he shouldn't be allowed to play with these lot.
They
should be like, hold on a minute, because there's in sports you can take drugs and get an unfair advantage, or you can just be a don, and he's that. So it's silly. I don't know if we're staying on to 12:30, but we are going to be doing at 7:30. We are doing the stream for the movie. So I was gonna. Do you know what, Mr. Tom? I might as well just. Hang on a second. Will you bring my dinner into the Guna Cave, please?
Oh my gosh!
Thank you, darling.
You know what? You know how the people do stuff they shouldn't do, and then their wives put up the sign. And here lies Dan.
Yeah.
He was alive at 7:08 p.m. But at 7:10, not so much.
She can complain if she wants to, but I still need my dinner. You know, this is hard and hungry work, people.
There you go. Oh man.
So here we go. I do still think I should probably change. Is it a bit hot to do the movie quiz after the football live stream? Because people will be going, oh, they're still talking about football. Come on, and it'll be us talking about Robert De Niro. Who cares? We'll stay on here. Yay, we're 9 times winners. How come there's no parades? There are parades. We're doing a parade. Aren't we? Surely we'll do a parade.
Yes, the 9-time champions of the Emirates Cup. Come on. I'm
a V8 enigma. Is Ozil still paying Gunnosaurus wages? No. It's not the same Gunnosaurus either. I'll be fuming if we don't get the 3 points next week. I'm going to 1 second, because I don't like the word fuming. I don't think it's potent enough. I'm going to get you a thesaurus. Fuming, synonyms for fuming, because there's got to be something better than fuming. You're not really fuming. So let's try. Let's come up, see if we can do better than fuming. How about smouldering? No, maybe not. How about spitting feathers? How about blowing a fuse? How about foaming at the mouth?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm foaming at the mouth. All of that implies there's something wrong with you. No, I get it. You have every right to be fucking angry, but don't be. Just don't be. Rosie wants to come on the movie show and talk about her favourite films. Is that okay? Down to fucking 2, right? I'd love to have Rosie on the stream. Miles Lewis Skelly's being interviewed. I don't think we need to hear that. He didn't play well. I want him sacked. Just give me 5 minutes, please. You can have 5 minutes. Idrissa missed all of your questions. How was the watch along? It's painful, isn't it? When are we lifting this bloody trophy?
Mm-hmm.
You did hear me about
Idris Adam, hello to you, sir.
Idris Adam, I always pronounce it Idris Adam. But is there a right or wrong way to say it? Can you just say, did Gary say it right? Which would be a first, let's be honest. Or did Dan say it right? I want to get it right. Dave the Goat. Guna, what a name. Thank you so much.
You know what? This next comment is scaring me.
Well, I would be proper knocked if Bruno scores next week.
Yes.
No, knocked just means pissed off.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Do you know what I love, Dave the Goat?
You know what I read? I read naked, and I was like, why in the world is that happening?
What you're experiencing there is a very Freudian symptom. That's Wish being father of the thought.
No, that's not what I was doing.
No, I'm afraid it is, because it's quite clear that Mob has written I would be proper knocked if Bruno scores next week, and also I don't think I don't think it makes sense to say I would be proper naked. I think there's only just one kind of naked. Do you know what I mean?
It has to be like proper, and it has to be like. That's a dirty, nasty look there.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is it says more about you than it does. Do you know what I mean? Like I can understand why after listening to a game like we've just had the pleasure of listening to, that you would be excited. But I think you need to take a cold shower, Gary. Mr. Adam, Idris Adam. See, I did it again. Idris Adam. Sup, young fella, me lad. Question: if Spurs are going into the Club World Cup for winning the now second-rate Europa League, then are we being entered into it after winning up? I think so. Hey, next week. It is next week, isn't it? The Super Cup. How silly is this? Tottenham play Paris Saint-Germain. I'll look forward to that game. I might do a watch-along for that one as well. Dave the Goat, thoughts on Lee Gunner? Really lovely guy. I've heard he does a lot for the football community at large. I feel like it's a shame what happened to his arms. I don't know if what I've read is true, if that is a wasting condition. But he is a person. Look, I tell you what, all the bullshit to one side a second. If someone honestly asks me about, you've got to admire somebody who builds a platform the way he has. I'm an Austrian. I've seen people building platforms like that before. But I don't always have to like what the person who's become really successful at getting an audience. I'm a bit disappointed that so many people think what he's doing is insightful. But Lee Gunner, when it comes to building a YouTube channel, he's basically Real Madrid and I'm Colchester. So I'm saying fucking nothing more than that. Ready to embrace good teams like Arsenal. We will study them. No, you won't. You won't. Can I suggest a ball bag of the stream? Rosie, you're on fire. Yes, please don't make it me or Garrett. Don't make it one of the guests, all right? Just like pick on the hoi polloi, the everyday lack-a-day people who occupy the, of course, a gooner want to get naked. Dave, I get what's happening here. I'm guessing you're from the North American continent, and for you, the word gooner, the reason you were looking for a stream wasn't to talk about football, I can imagine. And I can only understand to some degree that you're still here. Because if this is what you typed into YouTube wanting and you're still here, I'm worried. I'm worried that you might be able to find my location using some sort of hack technology, and I'm going to have to. Yeah. So, Gary, nor I are going to derobe ourselves, and you have nothing to look forward to in that respect.
That is.
It's just unfortunate someone started talking about getting naked. It was not intentional.
I don't know who did that. And that person.
There we go. He's given it. I will be boiling hot if we can get the 3 points next week. I love it. Can you do that from now on? Boiling hot. That's brilliant. Brave Star. What's that? What is that? Oh, Lone Star. Oh, it's a bit of bromance going on down there. This is the best preseason game. We will see what we have. His arms. Yeah, no, I've heard that he has a condition that means his arms look like matchsticks. I don't know if it's true. I might have just made that up. What's wrong with his arms? Nothing at all. 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 Nothing that a couple of hours in a gym now and again wouldn't put right. Well, look, ask Anthony. Anthony, show him your arms. That's what we do in a pub. Well done, Herbert. I knew you had it in you, or that you'd like it. Yeah. So my full name is Adam Harding Care. Okay. So where does Idris come from? Nath, are you going up to Old Trafford? Ooh, I think that's been the best preseason game. Yeah, that has been the best preseason game. That has been the best preseason game. I'm desperately trying to remember who else we played. I know we played Newcastle. Who the fuck was the first? Newcastle, the first game we played. I know obviously Villarreal. I'm just looking now. Oh, Milan, that was it. Oh, God, yeah, boring as well. We drew that because we won the game but lost the penalty shootout. It's just fun, isn't it? Yeah, I'm watching this with one hand.
I don't know what that means. I don't want to know.
There's always going to be. Listen, the internet is a vast and beautiful place. There's always going to be someone who finds us to sort of that kind of material.
That is scary.
You always knew it was possible. You always knew. You always knew that they weren't just here for the football banter. Some of them are here.
That is scary, and that is
a box of tissues.
That is. Oh, come on, stop. Let's move on, please.
I'm not the one imagining the guy's naked. Gary.
That wasn't me.
Okay, Gary's mind is warped. See, that's not me. They're saying that about. Although I think I might have just invoked that. I'm always on Dan's stream naked. I see no problem with that. Fucking. Thank God. I was going to get you a camera, Zandy. That's that out. I'm ready. If you have the link, I will post the link immediately.
Oh, man.
Here we go. Let us. It's still going to be a little bit more football because there's 26 people here. They can't all be here for the movie chat. I didn't tell them it was on. Yeah. Great win for Bristol City today. Herbert's favourite team. Second name. Oh, so Idris is your second name. Oh, okay. Okay, brilliant.
So if Mr. Tom is coming on, I will have to leave people. There's only so much that this channel can handle. If both me and Tom are on here together,
fireworks,
and we don't want that.
How do you feel about movies? Do you like movies?
Everybody loves movies. Yes,
too true.
And it is a Christmas movie. Okay, that's all I'm going to say.
It must be. It's got Christmas in it.
It's a holiday movie. It's a Christmas movie. Whatever you want to call it.
It is. You in the North American continent, you confuse everybody by having It's not Thanksgiving. It is Thanksgiving. It's in November, isn't it?
Thanksgiving's in November. Yes.
And you kind of celebrate it more than Christmas.
I believe it is. Yeah, because it's
2 days off for it. No.
You get 1 day off, and some places get 2 days.
Do you know
off.
what? One of the things that I was not prepared for when I spent time in the States is this is a hard-working country. Like, it's too much. You get like 10 days holiday a year and you're grateful for it. You're like, in France, when I started in recruitment, I was selling into the European market, and I phoned people up in France, and they'd be like, no, he's not here, it's August. And you go, what does that mean? Because nobody works in August. Like, joie de vivre. Right, gotcha. Yeah, well, boss, do I have to work August? Fuck off. Yes, you do. But then we think we work hard in England with like 45-hour weeks, and then you go to America and everyone's got 2 and 3 jobs. I got 5 jobs. I got 9 jobs. I got 21 jobs. Like, this fucking hell. Like, sort out some social security. But Gary,
yes, sir.
You did bloody well, given that you weren't watching the match. I think we got away with that.
No, Mr. Tom has done that on the show with me multiple times, so I've learned a little bit from him, and that's probably where some of my comments came from, because they've got a little bit off the rails there, and that's not typically me. So there you go. You learn from the worst, and you show the worst sometimes.
You can give him some praise. Come on.
I tried. It was hard. It's hard.
It does backfire.
It always backfires. That's why.
We'll regret it. I can guarantee it. But there you go. Kermit's middle finger with a ribbit 3 knit. Oh, come on. Finish that sentence. Ribbit 3. Mr. Tom. His name again is Mr. Tom. Mr. Tom. He's coming on. That's his name. That name again is Mr. Tom. Mr. Tom. I'm putting you center stage, mate. They've seen enough of us.
Oh, man.
Beautiful man.
And this is Mr. Tom with all his clothes on, everybody. Did I say that out loud?
Gary's,
I'm sorry.
Gary's on one tonight.
That's supposed to be the inside voice, and it came outside. Sorry, folks.
Yep. Yeah, your inside voice has been outside a lot of this. You know that. Half volley 1886. We're winning the league now. Is this fan base for turning? You turn if you want to. We're going to come back to some of these. Can I join the show and show you my gooning abilities? No, you cannot. And gooning is not a verb that we use at all. But well done for knowing that it also means something else. Mob Boss, thoughts on pre-season as a whole? Beat AC Milan, Newcastle, Bilbao, lost to Tottenham and Villarreal. Shit. It was a shit pre-season because I watched the games and they were all fucking boring. Even though we won today 3-0, it's a pre-season. It's very hard. As I did a very good job of getting excited. I think we can all agree. But in reality, I could have gone for a walk. It doesn't matter. I don't care until I don't really, it's pre-season. All right. Mr. Tom, what are you saying? Was it Jim Henson?
It was to one of Idris Adam's questions.
So you say Idris Adam. You're halfway between Idris Adam and Idris Adam. You're like Idris Adam.
I know his name is Adam, but as it's together, it sounds like Idris Adam is the natural swing of it as a. Yeah,
but you see, I'm putting emphasis on the Idris. I'm saying Idris Adam, and you're saying Idris Adam. So Gary is all over the place, of course. But have you heard Gary saying Gyökeres? It's brilliant.
Well, listen, everybody, it's almost time for the real show of the day.
Big show.
The real hosts of the show, the ones that are going to take over the airways, Dan and his fellow compatriot, Little Wee Man.
Is this going to be a very long goodbye? Because it's so far, that's already...
Yes, this is I'm doing a Mr. Tom outro. I'm talking about this is Mr. Tom outro. But now, thank Dan for having me on. Mr. Tom, have a good show. Everybody in the chat, enjoy
the good
show and have fun talking about movies and then some. I'm out.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Hopefully tomorrow, because we've got it all over again tomorrow.
Yes. But, if I'm on the show, I might be in the car, so we'll see how that plays out.
Do you need the curtains now, though? So bring them with you, because I think they got more positive comments than anything else.
Curtains in the car. We'll see. All right.
I'm out. All right. See you, Gary. Thanks a lot. Lots of love. Be lucky. The middle one looks the most expensive. Is he available? I hadn't intended this to be a show pimping you out, but I am going to have to accept a good price. That really is as far as it goes.
I would entertain any fair offer.
How about an unfair offer? How are you, sir?
I'm not bad, thank you for having me, of course. But
my pleasure.
Yeah. So I personally have nothing planned, as part of a movie discussion. I was kind of hoping
I mean, I had some things that. I know you've been to the cinema. Did you see Fantastic Four?
I have seen that, yes.
So my eldest stepson went to see it, and he really liked it, but I know nothing about it. So I was going to ask you a few questions about that. And when I thought I was going to be doing this with Kyle, he really strongly recommended Blackberry, which is a film I watched on one of the streaming. Let me just quickly start off by saying to everybody who has been here for the football portion of this, thank you so much. I've really enjoyed doing a watch along, and I don't always. And it was great having Gary there as well. I'm not sure how much he took part in the celebrations. I was giving it some there. But and I do hope we get clipped, but I'm half hoping that, you know, it isn't just him getting clipped. But to everybody who has been here for the football, I must let you know that the football portion is now at an end. We have some scope, I imagine, to continue talking about it hereafter. But for now, what we really want to talk about is something which I deeply loved talking about films with Carl, because we have completely different views on Arsenal. And one of the things I really loved about it was that you suddenly go from a point of pure disagreement to pure agreement. And that's what a real pub is, right? A real pub isn't just constantly looking for ways to score points against somebody who thinks a player is good or bad. Movies, I don't remember anyone ever really losing their shit with me because I didn't like a film they liked or because I liked a film they didn't like. But let's see if we can do that today.
Mr. Herbert is already in there because he knows that I'm going to get a bit performatively annoyed at Pedro Pascal. And
right.
To tell it more mildly, my issue with Pedro Pascal is quite simply that he's a fine actor, and I've never watched him be in anything. I think he makes this worse. But at the same time, I watch him and I sit there and think, is there no one else on earth that can play this character?
So tell me, because I know he's in it, but I don't know who he plays in it. Is he Reed Richards?
He's basically like the leader of the Fantastic Four. Yeah.
So the Fantastic Four traditionally has always been Reed Richards, his wife Sue, I think, Ben Grimm, and Johnny, who is Sue's brother.
Johnny Storm, yeah.
Yeah, so the four of them are involved in a space exploration. They are. I really loved Stan Lee when he was interviewed and he was asked why everything was always gamma radiation. He was like, because I don't know anything about physics and that just seems like a good way of doing it. But they are contaminated by gamma radiation, and instead of developing tumors, they instead develop superpowers. Mr. Reed Richards is one of the brightest people in the known world, but he develops the ability to become very stretchy.
Yeah,
which no one ever chooses as a superpower if you ask them.
No, because it like you say, it's not in the first five that you'd probably think of. And depending on your level of potential criminality with the power, there's some that would immediately go, I want to be invisible. I was like, if you've seen Hollow Man, you'd quickly regret that.
Yeah. I think that tells us quite a lot about who the wrong ones are, doesn't it? Why would you like to be invisible? Because I could just sneak about. It's like, okay, good. Yeah, that's a superpower. Flying, and that's always a pretty standard one, isn't it? The Fantastic Four, what I liked about comics, I was a big comics fan. I didn't really ever get into Fantastic Four. I owned a few. I think I had a few what ifs with Fantastic Four. Didn't really do it for me, but I did used to collect The Thing. He had his own series, and I liked how they always had him wrestling with the fact that he becomes trapped in his Thing form, and he's ugly and hideous. And I always remember, even as a kid, thinking that this is the real character here. It's his sadness at being this superhero. Do they capture any of that in the film?
They do to an extent, but from what you're saying, it's probably not going to be enough of that for you, in my opinion, based on what you've said. But again, like they do give you like a mild love interest. Like there's a lady that used to be in American Pie, and basically she turns up as a woman that she likes Ben Grimm.
Yeah,
she just likes it. He's a very nice man to her, and he's obviously got a bit of a crush on her.
Yeah.
Generally, it's set up for, if they return to this, which I'm almost certain they will, because it's implied it's going to be part of like the MCU now. So they're going to explore this further. But yeah, so as a movie, if they never made another one, you'd be like, what was the point in even doing this? In the sense of like, you gave him a love interest, but then did nothing with it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's obviously set up like across like 5 movies. This is almost certainly going to be a thing. But
do you think they will get? Because I mean, they have the fantasy. Obviously, with the Marvel universe has been fractured, and certain portions were owned by Sony and so on.
Yeah.
And they did do the Fantastic Four. They did the Rise of the Silver Surfer, which was a great idea, and the execution really let it down. It was overly. I suppose my real question for you watching Fantastic Four is, how much is it just a superhero film? Is it just an action film?
My issue with it when watching it is basically it feels like it's very much a means to an end, as in it's just part of 37 movies, because it's the 37th MCU movie. So I know I'm watching something which I'm essentially enduring, if that makes sense.
But because it has with the Avengers. I don't get me wrong, I liked Endgame. I liked a lot of those films, but I think by the time it got to it, I have had no appetite really for going chronologically through it. There's ones that I can't be arsed with, there's some that surprised me. Ant-Man's great, but by and large, as a lover of movies, I think we all kind of feel this way. I'm sure if you like real films, there's a point where you go, stop just making superhero movies. It's only an extension of the comic. And it doesn't really ever give you a flavor of the comic.
That's a fair comment. Similar to you, I dabbled in comics as a child, and obviously to varying degrees of intensity. But I've never had Fantastic Four, for example. So my only real experience of it is through watching these movies that they'd made. And obviously through varying degrees of success, because they tried to reboot it in 2015, I think. I might be wrong on the year. And
was that the Silver Surfer, or was it the one after Silver Surfer? I don't know.
I think they brought one out in like 2004 or 2005. Then did a sequel to it in about 2007, and then basically they decided we're not going to go back to this, and then they went, we're going to go back to this. And they brought in Michael B. Jordan, for example. I think Jamie Bell was in it as well. Billy Elliot. Yeah,
I'm just looking now. You're absolutely right. But my understanding was also who owned it. So we had this with Spider-Man was owned by different. So Disney obviously unifying everything. And then that's the other issue for me. It's like the Disneyfication of the entire world.
Yeah.
These are kind of sanitary films. They're very goody baddie. I mean, that's cinema. I understand you're not, art house cinema and French noir classics and things like that. But for things like the Fantastic Four, you do kind of go, there's an endless scope to make these. Now, on that though, because I've just jogged my own memory, I was an avid collector of comics, and one of my favorite series of all time was Secret Wars, which is where a planet-sized almost deity decides he wants to create a planet and have all of the superheroes fight all of the supervillains, which is like your perfect setup for having all of the baddies in the Marvel universe and all the goodies. And it falls apart a little bit because there's one baddie called Mr. Atom, whose superpower, rather unimaginatively, is the ability to manipulate all atoms. So that's pretty much a short battle, that one, isn't it? Spider-Man spins a web and Mr. Atom goes, "You're water," and that's it. And so, but the idea that we all love is having the Avengers fight the Fantastic Four, the X-Men fight the Avengers, etc., etc. They've never really done that with the films. They've never really given us what we all want. And there was talk that they were making a Secret Wars. Do you know anything about that?
My understanding is they did kind of hint at what you were describing when they, I think it was Captain America 3 Civil War, was basically the Avengers are imploding from inside, and they'd been manipulated by, it was Captain Zemo, I think it was, but it's not the point. It's more, they basically what's going to happen if Iron Man falls out with Captain America, because Captain America is basically the ultimate hero, isn't he? And there's a lot of little intricacies to it, because essentially Tony Stark is upset at Captain America because his father respected Captain America but not him, and things like that.
But they ended one of the, I can't remember which film it was, but they did end one of the films with Stark's character watching an old film of his dad, and his dad saying something really lovely about him. I can't claim that it brought tears to my eyes. I mean, I'd say for all of the fun I've had watching Avengers films, and I think what's the one, the Galaxy one, Guardians of the Galaxy for me is that they get it right because you're okay. There are no heartstrings being pulled. There's just silliness, and I love it. But they still get there. They still get you there. Whereas I have trouble caring that much about Captain America. I have trouble caring that much about most of them. I think Robert Downey Jr. does an amazing job of giving Iron Man a little bit more than the average, and you've got to be down to his charisma as an actor. But I don't care if his dad didn't like him. You kind of think, oh well, your life's all right anyway.
Why his dad didn't like him. I mean, you only need to meet him for 5 minutes in order you want to punch his head in. But
it hasn't hurt him in life.
The real thing that I think set Guardians of the Galaxy apart from all the other MCU films, the dialogue in it is very. Why aren't they talking like normal people talk? And in that movie, they kind of do because they point out how stupid a lot of the plot is.
Yeah.
And it holds a mirror up to itself, and then
that's the whole. That's the beauty of what's it? Deadpool. That's one of my favorite bits of dialogue ever written in the Marvel Universe, and I don't even think of it as a Marvel Universe. Is when he turns up to the mansion, the X-Men mansion. He goes, "Oh, doesn't seem like a lot of people here." It's just like is this the only two that they could afford for this film? It's to poke fun at. I mean, Stan Lee would have loved that anyway, but it's. I suppose I enjoy a lot of the Marvel Universe films, but despite enjoying them, I can't get away from this feeling of is really this the apex of our imagination? Is there really no one going to come up with anything new? Some of these characters, Captain America is an 80-year-old character, It's almost parody now. Like when you watch Big Bang Theory and they're discussing whether Lois Lane being caught by Superman, he would have split her in half. All of those kind of things. You do find, I find when I watch them with the family, we have a good time. But every now and again, someone will say, "Oh, that couldn't." Like Iron Man hit something at 1,000 miles an hour and he's okay in the suit. And you go, there's still a small problem of physics. And you kind of go, hang on, if you're discussing physics in a Marvel Universe film, you're really not going to get the most out of this.
Yes.
But I think for all that they keep producing films, and I will keep going and seeing them, I am surprised that Fantastic Four's had as good reviews as it has. I'm not surprised that they basically wrote a film to make 5 more films. But all of that being said, isn't it time we do something very and radically different? And is this the end of cinema?
I don't think it's the end of cinema. I do think it's very much the end of originality. In the fact of they've got a very specific checklist of basically what will make them the most money and what is worth them spending money on in the first place. And it's basically, can we get 52 sequels out of this? Has it already got a proven track record? For example, like Ghostbusters, they're going to make them up the wazoo at the moment because people spent 30 years going, when are you going to make Ghostbusters 3? When are you going to make another Ghostbusters film?
And Ghostbusters 2 was shit. So, I have yet to watch A Few Dollars More, Fistful of Dollars, and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. But I saw an interview with Tarantino saying it's the only really good trilogy where one film gets better after the other, and they lead to a point. You can't say that about Ghostbusters. You know what I mean? You say Ghostbusters. Like the first one, okay. The second one, that's just a lot of kids that want to go and see another Ghostbusters movie. But it was dreadful.
I enjoyed it, though. I will say.
Ghostbusters 2?
I was of the age where it was promoted to me as like the greatest thing ever, the biggest thing ever. So I watched it and I was largely happy with it. I can understand why when people say it's not very good, I go, yeah, that's absolutely fine. But I'm still got the nostalgia of when I watch it, of being old enough to have had it put right in my face, basically.
Yeah. So on that, this kind of, hey, look, we're tying football. And when I used to go and watch all the home games, my mate I used to go with, Chris, and he would laugh because there would be one point in every season, every home had 20 home games where I would go, "You've never seen Star Wars?" And he'd go, "Dan, we do this every bloody year. I'm 26 years old. Do you think I'd enjoy it?" And I'd be like, well, no, not really. And I think that the films you see the first film I saw in the cinema was Star Wars. It was not the 77 release, the 79 release. And that first moment where the cliches, you know, it is mind-altering, but part of that is your youth. And I think what's brilliant about cinema is it's one of the few things that very young people get to do. And if you're like 8, 9, 10 years old, cinema is real. And Raiders of the Lost Ark, films like that for me were real. But if you step outside of that, if you hadn't seen Ghostbusters 2, there's no way that you would have enjoyed that film. It's just that you're at the right frame of mind, right?
Yeah.
So we have to be able to say there are films that we know that we saw at a certain age which affected us. Well, it's to do with the age rather than...
My thing with movies, as silly as this sounds or as pretentious as it sounds, I don't go into a movie not wanting to enjoy it because I find that to be a waste of my time.
Yeah.
Like similar, go back to football. There are fans within your fan base where you see it like, why do you even bother getting out of bed and watching the match? You know you are not going to enjoy regardless of what happens. I feel the same about movies. Yeah.
It's also the same with comedy. Like, you know, there are people that go to comedy shows and they're like, make me laugh. And he goes, well, meet me halfway, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you've come to deliberately not laugh, you're making my job a lot harder. You know, I think that what's fascinating to me is that because of the dynamics of when you would go to cinema, it was the only film I've ever gone to the cinema by myself to see was Bohemian Rhapsody. And it was because my girlfriend at the time was having a load of her friends around and I didn't want to be in the house. So I thought, what can I go and do? I'll go and watch a film. I thought, this would be boring. But it was brilliant. It was incredibly liberating because I suddenly thought, if I don't like it, I just get up and leave. So you're kind of at peace already. I didn't think it was a great film. I didn't leave. But going to cinema is very often. So for me, I saw Miami Rhapsody, which is a Sarah Jessica Parker crap film that no one's ever heard of. It's crap. And me and my girlfriend used to go every week to the cinema. She picked that one. So the next week, I almost didn't go. I said, I'm not going to see anything. There's nothing I want to see. And she said, well, let's go and I'll choose something. I said, right, but this is your last ever go at choosing something. And she picked Pulp Fiction. I saw the poster with Uma Thurman. I thought, oh, this looks like a sort of LA Confidential type noir film wannabe, and go on then. And I sat there and it was the most amazing cinematic experience I've ever had.
That's a great movie. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the most surprising thing anyone's ever going to have heard me say, because obviously Pulp Fiction is considered a very good movie by a lot of people, and the box office take for it suggests that. Well, it nearly killed The Shawshank Redemption. At the time it came out, no one watched Shawshank. The 5 people that did watch The Shawshank Redemption all said this movie is amazing. It should be up for Oscars. But they had to release it twice because when the people that did see it and actually were part of the movie academy and then nominated it for Oscars, people were like, why has that movie been nominated? And then people actually then went and see it because they re-released it the second time later in the year. People were like, oh, right, this film is actually amazing because they were too busy watching Quentin Tarantino's movie instead.
Yeah, and that is really funny because I watched my stepsons at 18 and 16 and they hadn't seen Shawshank Redemption till Wednesday when we watched it together. And I was like, you haven't watched Shawshank Redemption? What the hell do you mean you haven't? And I watched it. It must be I must have watched that film a dozen times. I read the novella before I ever watched the film, and I just love it. I love it at every step, and every time I watch it, I love something new about it. I love the way the story is told, the acting. Just there's so much almost Spielberg about it that it's like everybody's a lovable character. The baddies are pantomime, but somehow still believable. Terrible things happen, and it's just a beautiful film. And so much of that film, like Pulp Fiction, becomes part of cultural the way you feel about things. So like, even though they'd never seen it before, they'd heard me quote it so many times. Like one of my favorite, I can't remember who parodied it, but I was like, I'd like to tell you that Andy Dufresne fought a good fight, but he didn't. He got fucked in the ass. It's like, and it's just, that becomes like the way I hear it is like, you know, or he crawled through 300 yards of the most foul smell and all of that. And I talk about it. It's a beautiful film. I know that the name doesn't help it, Like, you know, I don't know what you could call that film to make it more popular more instantly. I get that Tim Robbins and Morgan Freeman probably weren't the box office stars, but setting anything against Pulp Fiction makes it very difficult, because The Shawshank Redemption is brilliant and beautiful in a way that we're almost used to seeing great films be. The dialogue, to compare the dialogue in The Shawshank Redemption and Pulp Fiction, the dialogue in Shawshank Redemption is outstanding, but it is very much delivered to move the plot along.
Yes.
Whereas the what I loved immediately about Pulp Fiction is this has nothing to do with the plot at all.
Pulp Fiction is very similar to a movie I watched yesterday in the way they structure the plot. And it's not similar at all, apart from how they structure the movie in terms of, for example, it's called Weapons. It was made by, I think the director's name or writer's name is Zach Kreger, something like that. Yeah. And basically, he made a film 3 years ago called Barbarian, which I only watched it today because I watched the movie yesterday. I thought I might as well see the movie that put him on the map. But basically, the crux of the plot, and this is without spoilers, basically the movie opens with you're in the middle of the plot, because you discover that essentially in this classroom at the local school, there are 18 kids in this class, and 17 of them go missing overnight at the same time. They all just disappear, and no one knows where they are. No one knows why.
I don't want to come across as super stupid, but just to be clear, this is not like based on a true story or anything, is it? Like,
I don't believe it remotely is.
No, because that would be one hell of a weird setup for a movie anyway.
They basically, the clock hit 2:17 a.m. and the kids just got up out of bed and ran out the house. And that's all you know. Because the only reason you know that is because they cleverly structured a movie in a way where basically you get the parents that are beside themselves, but the only reason I know the kids all got up and ran out of the house without any like breaking in is because they've got the doorbell camera, and like it shows the kids just running out the house. Otherwise, you wouldn't know what happened.
Wow. So that dates it immediately. So it's a contemporaneous film then. So it's set in the,
Yes.
See, what I like about that, there's a story to that immediately.
I was fascinated by it. I'm like, I need to know what happens next. Yeah. But then, like I was saying, why I'm saying it's similar to Pulp Fiction is because things happen in this movie out of order. Yeah. So basically, you're dropped into the movie, and there's a quick montage of basically this is what happened in this town, and we're going to go back in time and we'll go through it. But then things happen where like someone runs at another character to start fighting them. But then you go to earlier that day, and then you find out why that character wants to attack another character. So everything happens out of order, again, similar to Pulp Fiction, but you don't know that when you're watching Pulp Fiction until like Bruce Willis, John Travolta walks out of the toilet and gets shot by Bruce Willis. And you're like, oh, wait a minute.
So that's what I don't know if this is true. Maybe you know more about this than that. But I understood it as, and I think I might be wrong about this, but the legend that I'd always believed was that when Tarantino took Pulp Fiction to the movie, to be produced to the studio, they were like, no, because it's too sad that John Travolta's dead at the end. So they shifted it around so that even though he's dead, and Travolta is apparently and Tarantino is supposed to have said, well, you know, he's still dead. And goes, yeah, but for an audience, if they see him at the end, it's okay. And that kind of speaks to a fear I have about audiences, which is that what I love about great directors is they don't ask audiences what they want from a film. Because I don't want to be part of a test group that didn't clap enough, so they changed the ending. I want art to be art, and you appreciate or not appreciate it. But the idea of mixing up timelines in Pulp Fiction always became synonymous to me with like, well, they don't want to end it on a low. So they have Samuel L. Jackson's character and John Travolta's character walking out as though they're both alive. Yeah,
but you know, as the audience, you know his future is to basically be sent by Marcellus Wallace into Bruce Willis's house.
Yeah. And it actually becomes really interesting because you suddenly realize why they're dressed one way at one point and one way another. And there are loads of little things he does. I mean, Tarantino. I could talk about just Tarantino for hours because that film immediately became a massive big deal for me. Like it was living in Camden at the time. Went to Camden Market. I think I saw it on Friday. On Saturday, I was at the market buying Natural Born Killers. Hadn't seen Reservoir Dogs yet, so I went and bought dodgy pirate copies of VHS of Natural Born Killers and Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction. And the Natural Born Killers DVD was VHS was dodgy, but I saw Reservoir Dogs, and I think it's always because I'd seen them in the reverse order. The Reservoir Dogs is not the film that I love more, you know. Had I seen them in perhaps I would have had a greater affection for it. But the idea of Tarantino, I mean, when he's interviewed and he says he probably should have stopped making films by now because he's never going to do better than those two films. It really doesn't matter. I mean, have you seen a Tarantino film that stands up to Pulp Fiction?
Not really, but at the same time, I enjoyed the one. And the name's totally left my head, but
Hateful Eight.
Jamie Foxx. Sorry.
Oh, Django Unchained.
Yeah, sorry. It just left my head for some reason.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed that while watching it. I saw it twice. I think I saw it in the cinema twice at a time. So I saw it in one cinema, and then one of my mates wanted to go and see another cinema. I thought I liked it, so I thought I'll go and see it again. But
it's mad because I think we had the same experience. I saw it with my sister and her fiance and myself and my partner, and the four of us loved it. Absolutely loved it. So much so that on my birthday that year, so it came out, that would have been earlier in the year, and my birthday, part of my birthday was just watching it. We were going to sit, have a nice spaghetti meal and watch Django Unchained. The second time I watched it, I was like, I don't really enjoy it. And then I watched it again a third time, and I was like, oh, I do quite enjoy it, but it's not the film that I remember from the cinema.
that I respect that. Ultimately, with that movie, obviously, it's a product of its time. Like the time period the movie is about. Obviously, an uncomfortable element, but I'm supposed to be uncomfortable by it. Is my understanding of it. Just think it's a good film.
It's a good film. My favourite bit, the bit that got everyone in the cinema howling, I think that was part of why I enjoyed it, because everyone was laughing. So a crowd of people laughing, was the Ku Klux Klan with, my wife made these hills, and to make them look as stupid as that.
Yes.
So, but without being really kind of like, it's just brilliant, I could have done with more of that. I think obviously Christopher Waltz as an Austrian is one of my favorite actors. I think he's legendary in that.
It's good in everything he turns up in.
Is he? Because I'm not sure I've seen him in everything. I love him in Inglourious Bastards. That's a hands.
I say he's good in everything, but then immediately in the back of my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, but I don't like the James Bond movie he's in.
Which one's that? Is that Spectre?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
My thing with that movie is it's too long for a start. I watched it in the cinema, and I enjoy it in the sense like I like Bond movies, but at the same time, I didn't like what they made of his character, what his character become, and it was like, this makes no sense.
How do you mean in terms of him being a psychopath or sociopath or whatever?
Well, because he without spoiling it, I can't not spoil it, but basically he's Blofeld. But you only find out near the end of the movie.
Right.
But you could have sussed that within the first 6 minutes of seeing his character. Right.
So they try and do a thing where, you have spoiled that now.
Yes.
Okay. That's my fault. We could have a broader conversation about, I know I've asked you before in chat, like, is there a good Bond film? I mean, there isn't a Bond film that makes my top 50, I don't think.
No. My thing with Bond movies is they're basically an isolated part of cinema. Again, massive products of their time. because none of them really stand up to modern scrutiny.
Yeah.
In terms of societal norms or what people expect out of women or men towards women, things like that. Obviously, it's never changed. Every time they change the Bond, they basically go, we're going to make the women more sassy, more fiery, more sexy. And then within 2 movies, you've got Pierce Brosnan telling him to sit down and shut the fuck up.
It's a very good point, because there's even that scene where M that tells Bond, I think you're an outdated misogynist. And he goes, well, hire someone else. Do you know what I mean? Like, what is the whole deal? I mean, it also partly, for me, collapses on the very notion. Ian Fleming's a silly person. You know what I mean? Like, there's loads of things in the Bond films that are just daft. And, you know, when you get people go, actually, it's not like that in Intelligence, you go, oh, really? Oh, fuck. Well, there's no underwater cars. Wow, fucking, they missed the trick there then, didn't they? You know, and it's become such a checklist. It's interesting going back through the Bond catalogue, because you see how many did or did not have the gimmicks that you now have to have in every Bond film. So then you get the very brave directors going, again, you know, this ties in with Tarantino, because it was his idea to do Casino Royale. He wanted to do Casino Royale and he wanted to have Pierce Brosnan come back. But the whole thing of, like, you know, the one-liners, the corny, like you said, like costumes. You watch the Roger Moore ones from the 70s wearing safari suits, and the whole thing, it's all right. But I find it's a little bit like chewing gum for the mind. You know, it's not a satisfying meal. You don't kind of go, you don't sit down after it and go, well, I'm glad I saw that.
They are a movie, and I'm. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say it's here and then, like, to other people go, I fucking love Bond. I do enjoy James Bond, but I enjoy it in the way of, basically, I've got 20 DVDs, and if any of them come on TV, it doesn't matter what point in the movie they come on, I'm probably going to sit there till the end and watch it anyway, because it's.
But then I say that, but I still haven't seen Spectre. I can never remember ones I've seen and haven't. I think that tells you a lot about it. Like, I know which of the Dark Knight trilogy I've seen. I've seen all of them, and I know which one is which, and I know which order they're in, and I think they stand alone as movies are brilliant. Obviously, the best one is the sort of middle, it's unusual. I just think with the Bond films, it's like, you know what's going to happen at the end. What's the point?
It's interesting to say that about the middle one being the best one in trilogy being unusual. I think the opposite. I find you find a lot of middle films in trilogies are the best one. For example, The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, but that's the one everyone goes to. So there's always that thing amongst film buffs, people who love film. They always say there aren't that many sequels that are better than the original, but Empire Strikes Back is. And it isn't for me. But I only say that because I watched Return of the Jedi as a 10-year-old, right? And I don't remember. I see Star Wars used to be on when I was a kid. It was on every year at Christmas. It was always on. That's why it's funny when Darth Vader does his thing about used to be a movie. Well, actually, let me just, because so that we know what we're talking about, because he's got some good questions in there. Just to remind everyone. This is.
I didn't really watch BBC. I'll be honest, but I didn't really watch a lot of ITV, BBC, and that. I just want to sit down, either watch a decent game of football, rugby, or if not, is a film or a series. That's the only time I watch telly now. I don't watch no news, no nothing. It's TV now. To me, is crap, and especially. And here's another one to talk about. On Christmas Day. What a load of shit. Years ago, Nowhere Rely on Christmas Day, and you guys remember this. We used to have, obviously, it still goes shit. We used to have Die Hard, Predator. You know, we used to have all these.
So I don't ever remember seeing Predator on at Christmas, but I'm not saying it wasn't. But for me, the Christmas film was always Star Wars. Everyone I knew at school, I'd seen it in a cinema. I loved it. I loved everything about Star Wars. We played Star Wars in the playground. I don't remember Empire Strikes Back. I'd seen it. I had some of the toys from Empire. But then Jedi came out to great fanfare, and I went to the cinema, and it was the most amazing cinematic experience of my young life. I mean, even with the Ewoks in it, right? But I can't be objective about the Star Wars trilogy. I can't say Empire is bad. Empire is a vehicle towards Jedi. Like it's not a standalone film. It's very dark by comparison to the other two.
Why I think obviously Empire Strikes Back is the best of that trilogy is because they've already taken advantage of. They're in a position to take advantage of the fact you've already set up the universe.
Yeah,
you've already set up the world, and then basically you in the middle part you can tell the story which you then want to pay off in the next movie. That's generally how a lot of trilogies will basically hold itself up.
Yeah.
For example, The Dark Knight is the best movie of that particular trilogy because again you've already done the origin of Batman, so you don't have to worry about him going to falling in the Batcave. You don't have to worry about him building up his costume, things like that, because you've already done it.
Do you think that maybe arguably for that trilogy, like you probably didn't need to? I mean, everyone knows the origin story of Batman anyway, and there's like 4 or 5 different origin stories. So I mean, like arguably, I do think that you're right. That any intelligent attempt to make a trilogy, you first have to do a lot of work in creating what's happening and why we are where we are. In the second film, you get to tell a really interesting part of the story. If there is a natural story arc to a trilogy, the fun, interesting bit is the second bit, because that's where, the hero's journey, you get to the point where the main character dies. There's, so that I get that.
Back to the Future 2 is a lot better than Back to the Future 1. It's because you've already put the legwork. I think it is.
Okay, because I'm not. This is making off. I'm not sure I've seen Back to. I must have done, but it's the one where they go into the future, isn't it?
Yes, because they basically play around a lot more with the concept of time travel rather than basically I've got to go back to make sure I'm born. And Sam Greenwood's going to listen to this. Hi, Sam, because I know you're going to listen to this. But I don't think it's a controversial theory on Back to the Future, but Sam Greenwood thinks I'm a fucking moron for this.
Right.
But basically, my theory, or not my theory, but there's a theory on Back to the Future that basically Marty McFly's plan to make sure he manages to be born by his parents meeting each other is basically, I need to molest my own mother. So, because that's the plan. Don't get me wrong, the fact that Biff Tannen then interrupts what's going on in the car is not relevant to what he initially was going to plan. In his mind,
well, you're going to have to elucidate that point because you've lost me a little bit. So come back to that, because my understanding is he gets in the car to encourage his mum to be with his dad.
But what he wants to happen is his dad to open the car, see him being kissed by his mum, and then he gets punched by George McFly. But obviously, he doesn't anticipate that Biff Tannen's going to get there before George McFly. So, in my mind,
this is mind blowing for me. I've not thought of it this way at all before, but you're really making me think about it. Do you know what is making me think? It's like, was really this the best plan?
This is what I've said this. I've said this for years. Sam Greenwood thinks I'm a nutter for suggesting this, but I'm like, the fact that Biff Tannen interrupted the plan doesn't change the fact the plan was for him to molest his own mother.
Well, you're using, to be fair, she seemed willing to be molested.
Oh, she was more than willing. More than willing, like but he was basically going to get her to basically go, oh, you're going a bit too far, Marty, or whatever. So then George could look like the hero.
Right. And he didn't realise how up for it she'd be. Yeah, okay, yeah. But shit, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right in the sense that I hadn't thought of it like that. And actually, this plan is a little bit. Hang on a minute. Where are the grown-ups in the room to go? You can't do this. This is a shit plan. Can't you just?
But Dan, the way I'm thinking of it is basically when you wrote that as a script and you've had to pitch that to a movie executive, and then basically like, oh yeah, but what he's actually going to do is basically he's going to try and molest his mother. That he's going to do what?
Right. So this is really interesting to me because not only are you now making me look at that film again, but the other big question that comes out of it to me is, why did they think it was such a good idea for a film generally? Because once you've seen it made, it's beautiful. It's It's fast paced. It's great. Michael J. Fox wasn't even the first choice. Was Eric Stoltz? Oh no, Michael J. Fox was the first choice, but they couldn't get him, so Eric Stoltz stepped in, and that's a very different film.
The actresses, for example, of Melora Hardin, who went on to play Jan in the American version of The Office, was originally cast to be opposite Eric Stoltz.
Yeah,
but obviously they then had to fire her when they fired him because she's taller than Michael J. Fox, and obviously they weren't willing to have him look smaller on air or not on screen. But yeah, I just think
that's fascinating. So, but to my question though, why do you think they did make? What is it about Back to the Future that would work as a treatment, that would work as a pitch idea? Because it's very much a film that I'm a big fan of secret cinema. And the first one I went to was where they had the Olympic Village. Is like basically nothing there now. So they rebuilt the entire town square from Back to the Future, and they had a DeLorean driving around, and it was the most immersive film experience. And at the end of a day of wandering around, they had you dress up, and you know all the characters, all actors going around. Absolutely brilliant, immersive experience, great. And you feel like you've actually been in the film because the set is so faithfully reproduced. The clock tower is there. Then you watch the film whilst they act out some of the film. So as you're watching the clock tower hit by lightning, and it just happened that I was there on a day in August where it was drenching down with rain, so it was a storm. It was a fantastic amount. So I love Back to the Future more now. But I was at that age where I saw it in the cinema on my birthday and I loved it. It was action, but I don't know why. I don't know why you'd make that film because it's silly. It's, like it's the back in time. Every time a film touches on time travel, it's stupid. You can't make it not stupid. Worst of all of them, and I'm not going to talk about this film, even if it's one of somebody's favorite films. I fucking hated it. Tenet. That can just piss off forever. That's like the worst of all time travel films.
I watched that at cinema, and the first thing I did when I came, despite a lot of the stupid things I say on the internet, I don't really consider myself a seriously stupid person. But the first thing I did when I came out of Tenet was basically I went on Wikipedia and went, "Tell me the plot of Tenet. What did I just watch, and why? Explain to me the maths on why a lot of this happened."
It's nonsense. It's unequivocal nonsense, and it's rubbish, and it's boring, unequivocal rubbish nonsense. And I was just like, and I watched Inception again last week, and in its own way, that has its own problems, not dissimilar to Tenet, but at least it makes a sort of sense as you go through it, and it has enough good acting, it has enough good action. But Tenet was just like, it felt very much like a dumbing down of all cinema to the point where none of this makes sense. We're not even going to try and make it make sense. We're just going to pretend it makes sense, and you're going to come with us.
The only reason Tenet works, and I don't mean it works in the sense of as a good movie, but the only reason it was remotely a thing was because it was the first movie to come out after the cinema was shut for 3 months.
That's a shout. Yeah, and I didn't look, so I didn't watch it at cinema. I just hated it. I mean, when I hate a film, it's really difficult for me. Like, I can't. I mean, I watched it with family, so I couldn't get up and walk out. It would have just been, like, you just don't do that. I think I also, speaking of trilogies and speaking of the second being the best, I watched the Lord of the Rings film, and I was really excited to go. And we watched it on Sky, and Lord of the Rings Two Towers was coming out. I thought, oh, brilliant timing! I can't wait to go and see that. Went and saw it, and I've never hated a cinema experience more. I despise that. I loathe that film passionately. And I remember thinking, look, I'll sit through 3 additional George Lucas films. He's bought my loyalty. So, yes, I'll watch Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, or whatever the fuck it's called. But I do not owe anyone a third Lord of the Rings film. So I've never seen the third Lord of the Rings film. And I keep thinking maybe I should.
DVD. I've never seen Lord of the Rings at cinema.
Yeah.
I don't say it's not my thing. It's just it's not my thing more than anything. But I've seen it purely out of so I can say I've seen it. I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound really pretentious when I say that, but it's very much like these are event cinema of our time.
Yeah.
So I want to be able to say, yeah, I've seen it. But could I tell you a lot about it? Absolutely not.
It's the thing for me is like I live my life constantly being told, "Well, you don't like Lord of the Rings. You don't like Lord of the Rings." Yeah, no, I don't. It is. I've read Lord of the Rings, and I had a similar experience. Like it was 600 pages in, and I was like, "They're going to another tavern." And they're still being followed by there's editing needs to happen here. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not really that interested anymore. I joined this adventure thinking this will be a rip-roaring success and there'll be epic moments. And it just isn't. There's a lot of detail I didn't need. And a lot of one thing happened and another thing happened. And another. It's like if you had to watch every fight Rocky had, if it was a 16-fight build-up to his world title race, you wouldn't want to watch it. You'd just be like, just show me the big fights, you know? With the Two Towers, it was one of those things where I came out of that cinema angry. We planned to have a Chinese meal after. I couldn't even eat a Chinese. For me to not be able to eat a Chinese meal after, I just want to go home. Fuck it. I need to go home and have a drink or something. This is shit. My girlfriend at the time was like, "I've never seen you fidget." I don't fidget. I can sit still for 4 hours. I've been in jury duty for 8 hours a day for 4 weeks and sat through that. But don't make me watch the Two Towers again. And the thing is, I said to everybody coming out of that film, when people said to me, "What did I think of it?" I said to them what you've just kind of touched on, which is, I think everyone should see it. And people are like, "What, was it as good as that?" And I'm like, "No, but if I've got to watch it, everyone's got to fucking watch it." Because I feel like I took one for a team there that I didn't want to be on. Like, it's just a dreadful, dreadful nonsense. And you get the Tolkienists who go, "Oh, but he's got this amazing imagination." You go, "Yeah, like so's every 5-year-old." You know, that's the truth, though.
One you hit on there, because like you brought up Rocky, and immediately in my mind, and I've got no crazy theory on Rocky 2, so I'm not going to say Rocky wanted to molest Adrian and like that meant that Apollo Creed was suddenly going to defend the title against him or whatever. But basically, I think Rocky 2 is better than Rocky 1. But I know that sounds crazy as a sentence. But the actual, as a movie, like not an Academy Awards type of movie, like you're making it for awards, but the actual plot of Rocky 2 is a lot more interesting than Rocky 1. And I enjoy myself a lot more.
I can't comment. I suddenly realised I have no way of commenting on that because as a very young boy, we didn't have a video recorder, but my uncle did. And he went away on holiday and we were asked to babysit his Alsatian. So me and my stepdad and my mum went round his house and he had Rocky 1 and 2 on video. So we watched them in an afternoon, but I can't tell you which was, I know, like, obviously they're one film for me. That isn't two films. It's like, basically you couldn't have not made Rocky 2. Everyone who's watched Rocky 1 will go, "Well, we've got to watch Rocky 2. You can't not watch Rocky 2. It's one long film. So I think in that sense, probably because the end, I would say I can't vouch for which is the better film, but definitely they are one film for me. And Rocky 3 is just Rocky 3.
Oh, Rocky 3 and 4 are my favourites of them because they are basically. Possessions I love nonsense, and I do, and so I love Rocky 3 and 4. Rocky 4, he has a robot. He's so rich that he can buy a robot for his brother-in-law, and the robot falls in love with a brother-in-law, or he's treated like he's definitely sexually involved with the robot.
You might be reading a lot into that,
but
that's not like, just to be clear, there isn't a scene that depicts that.
No, it's low-key implied, like, and I'm probably doing a lot of the implying myself. But still.
A little bit, yeah, I'd say. Like, I do remember the robot. I don't remember it playing such a big part as it seems to have done in your recollection of the film. The Rocky 3 for me stands out as being the film that made me want. I mean, everyone wanted to be a boxer when that came out, you know. I love Eddie Murphy does a whole shtick about it when he goes, all the Italian guys that went to see it and film, you know, it is just, I mean, Sly Stallone plays that part. I mean, it is the part. I know he wrote the part. I know it's the part he wanted to play, couldn't get part, but it's just so, he pulls all the right heartstrings, doesn't he? You know, he makes you love this guy that you would never love, but he's so painfully stupid, you know? He's so punchy.
It's very good. like you say, the character. Like, if when someone goes to me, Rocky 1 is a great movie, I'm like, it's a great movie because it is a great movie. Objectively, it's a great movie. But in my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, but I still have more fun watching Rocky 4.
Oh, no question. No question. No question. I mean, no question at all about the fact that and how badly it's dated, and that makes it date really well, because young people watching Rocky 4 don't know what the Soviet Union is. They don't know what I am going to kill him. You know, all of that. It's just whenever I think of Erling Haaland, I think of Ivan Drago. I just think of, like, you know, they built him in a lab. But it's just an element of Rocky 4 which is so. It's so formulaic, and it so builds on the other three films. You know, you've got Rocky 1, where obviously he's fighting the world champion, but it's all ultra realistic. You know, you can absolutely believe that Apollo Creed, having had a guy drop out of a fight, wants to put on this spectacular 4th of July type event, and it all resonates with how people really sell boxing. Rocky 2 makes perfect sense because, well, who is the better fighter? And Rocky 3 just becomes this, he's going to kill you. It's a Burgess Meredith moment where he's going to kill you. And you're like, and all of that, and the father issues and the daddy issues and all of that, and the pathos of that. And then you kind of think, well, there's nowhere to go with Rocky except the evil empire and America beating the Soviets like they did in the ice hockey. And it's that just, you know, it's goodies, Western. I remember I was in St. Petersburg on a school trip when I was about 16. And this is the year before the wall came down, 89. It was the year the wall came down. So it was still KGB everywhere, still, you know. And they were watching, some of the guys in the hotel who I'd befriended were watching this film. And I sort of sat down, watching, I couldn't speak Russian. I was watching this film. And at one scene, the goodie with a machine gun, and all these American soldiers run around the corner and he guns them all down. And I was like, they're the goodies. He goes, no. Why are the Americans the goodies? And it was like, because all our lives we grew up with that Rocky 4, Soviet Union baddies, Sting singing, I hope the Russians love their children too. We were entirely brainwashed. And so that's how that works. The evil empire, of course, they bring out, you know, we had every Olympic Games up to Rocky 4 had been boycotted by one or other side, doping, you know, all of it touches everything. But at heart, it's Rocky in the snow training, like with a log of wood on his back. And it's just...
That movie, sorry to cut you off, but that movie is what I categorize as montage porn. If you like montages, that's the apex of it. It's just as the movie Team America World Police makes fun of, basically a montage is essentially showing a lot of things happen at once, and then have just every little bit just show a little improvement, so everyone knows what's going on.
It's become part of the vocabulary now. My friend said to me, I can't remember, we were talking about football, and he went, "We're going to need a hell of a fucking montage, aren't we?" It's like, do you know what I mean? If we're gonna win the World Cup, we're gonna need a hell of a, and then that becomes that, like you said, Team America. I mean, we could do a whole show just about Team America.
That movie is incredible. That is a low key triumph in filmmaking. Oh, and because
this is how funny is this, right? Since yesterday night, I've been putting together through AI. I'm doing MIkel Arteta as Kim Jong-il, and Lee Gunner visits him. And so I've recreated the scene where Hans Blix goes down the shark tank, goes and gets eaten by the trout. So I've had to watch a lot of Team America, fuck yeah. And I've also done a song written by Arteta to mirror the So Ronry. But it's just the best film. My best mate, we watched it on film. I hadn't seen it. And he goes, "Dan, you're going to love it." It's the bit where he's like, "I'm a very important man. This isn't all about oral sex." And he gets in a car. Yes. And my mate's just gone for the remote control. I'm thinking, this is funny. Why is he going for the remote control? And he's got the remote control. And I'm thinking, is he going to go for a piss or something? Not now. Like, take a minute. This is a funny bit. And he gets into the limousine and goes, "Now suck my fucking cock." And I lost it. And he paused it right at that point. He was like, "I knew you were going to love that bit." And to this day, every time I think of it, I think, "Now suck my fucking cock." It's just stupid.
It's the way he's so serious, because he's like, if you don't do it, you're not showing your commitment to America. I mean, that's how I interpreted it, as pretentious as that is, because it's the way it's like, Gary, you have to do it. Partly because the character's name is Gary, makes me think of Gary from the road trip. It's like, Gary.
It's just what I loved. The first time I ever saw Trey Parker and Matt Stone interviewed was on The Big Breakfast with Johnny Vaughan, who was genius. He was brilliant. He was a perfect host for that show. He was funny, irreverent. I used to do night shifts, and so it would be my way of going to bed would be watch the 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock. And before I knew anything about South Park, before I'd seen it, I'd seen a few clips here and there. But he was like, so what do you, he said to the two of them, he goes, what do you say to people who say you're not as good as the Simpsons? And they just looked at each other and just laughed. And of course we're not as good as the fucking Simpsons. It's just the two of us. The Simpsons is written by a team of like Harvard graduates. It's just him and me, right? And like, we don't even know how to draw. And I just thought that's the starting point. That kind of, we don't know how to do this, but we're doing it anyway. And the whole idea of having the studio turn up and watch the beginning and then spend all that money. And it's just so beautifully, beautifully stupid. Fuck yeah.
Well, because Team America World Police is what they originally was going to make was they wanted to remake Armageddon, but with puppets.
Oh.
Or marionette dolls,
right.
the technical term. But basically, they realised very quickly that they couldn't actually mimic the scenes in that movie because it's puppets, essentially. And so then they actually then went, well, we should actually just kind of make up a plot, which is what we got, essentially.
I mean, the bit where the sex scene, just on any level, if you can sit there... Maybe from a background, you've never seen Thunderbirds, you don't get that whole genre. If you're that young that you don't, okay. But if you have, and you can sit through that and not just find it ridiculously funny and also cringing and awkward, do you know what I mean? And it's just like the things you can get away with because they're puppets. I was talking to my mate Sean about it on the week Friday as well. I was talking about Durka Durka. Like that. It's just the stuff you could. It's just the stuff they get away with. It's the proper freedom of speech expressed in just mindless and inane nonsense. Irreverent, stupid. Where's the sequel to that film?
I'm shocked they never made a sequel to it.
I think it's too hard to do it, isn't it? It's just too hard.
Well, I imagine they had so much trouble with actually what they made that they thought, finally, it's finished. Let's release it and get the money that we can get for it and then never do it again kind of thing. Or as you would have done it.
Yeah, I think it's that labor intensive, I mean, it's like when I'm copying an AI thing, you have the idea and you think, can I do this? The hardest bit for me is I cannot do Hans Blix being eaten by a trout, right? So I can't recreate that scene. So there's nothing I can do to have Lee Gunner being eaten by a trout, unfortunately. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Food has arrived. Right. So I'm going to be disgusting and eat at the same time. But no, so there are things where you go, some things you really want to do in cinema, like you're saying, they would go, right, how do we do this? And then you'd workshop it and someone would go, well, yeah, you just can't,
Makes sense.
But, the scenes where you see the water particles that are too big, all of the stuff that you remember from what was wrong with Thunderbirds. It's Thunderbirds, isn't there? Am I going mad? When you say something and you think, is that right?
Yeah, because that's a puppet show, I believe.
Yeah, but there was a few. I mean, as an older guy, there were a lot of those. There were Terrorhawks and Thunderbirds.
Not Dick Tracy.
Scarlet, Captain Scarlet.
Sorry.
And Aquamarine, and they were all interchangeable. All that shit. I just love it. So when they parodied that in Team America, and they parodied the jingoistic, nationalistic American kind of world police idea, all of it comes together in a beautiful.
Yes. So clever.
You can't hate America because half of the things you hate are everyone would hate, but then they are the best in the world at parodying their own nonsense.
They are the best in the world at telling you that they're the best nation in the world and also telling you they're not the best nation in the world.
I mean, you've just perfectly hit the nail on the head because America, fuck yeah, that's it. Like that is both aspects of that. It's believable because there are some people that listen to Bruce Springsteen thinking Born in the USA and thinking, yeah, go, and then actually listen to it and go, oh, he's saying America's a shithole, and you get that perfect balance, Yeah. America. So we got to silly films quite quickly. But have you seen Blackberry?
I've never seen. Is it Blackberry? You say?
Yeah, it's a new one out. It's about BlackBerry. It's about the rise and fall of the company.
Oh,
Kyle said, "Watch it. It's really good. Watch it." I watched it, and I was like, "It's been christened by someone in the Guardian as a biopic, as in BUY opic, because there's all these Apple, BlackBerry." What I think is remarkable about BlackBerry is it's a good film, but I don't care. Why the fuck would I care? BlackBerry guy came up with the idea for BlackBerry, did really well, and then it disappeared. That's so modern. Like, I was thinking about this. Kodak was founded in 1904, and for like 100 years, people had worked at Kodak. Kodak was a brand name. People knew it, etc., etc. And then overnight, it just disappeared because they got the idea wrong. They thought people were buying film, and they were actually buying pictures, and so they lost out to digital. But BlackBerry, this is a film like there's a brilliant autobiography about the guy who owns Nike, and they made it into a Nike film with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck in it.
Oh, is that the one where the movie is basically trying to sign Michael Jordan?
Jordan Air, yeah. So
Yeah.
that
was a good film.
Great film. Really great film. We've got sport in it, and I think that helps. But BlackBerry and all the films about Steve Jobs and things, it's really weird, though, to think that the film charts the rise of a company that I remember suddenly appearing and being really successful, and then its disappearance, all in like a decade. And you think how quickly the world moves now. It'd be like if someone went, oh, I've got this new fizzy drink called Coca-Cola. Oh, great, 10 minutes later, no one drinks it anymore. It's just weird.
Is that more... I don't know why BlackBerry died out, but is there like an overlap between like the advent of the iPhone?
Yeah. So what happens is that I was in America in 2006, 2007, and I had a Palm Pilot. So I've still got it somewhere. I keep it as a museum piece, but it's got the keyboard on it, and it has actual physical buttons that you press, and it's quite satisfying. But it's you can send messages, because previous to that, they all had that numeric dial pad. So you had ABC was all on one number, and et cetera, et cetera. So it was the first one that you could get the internet on, pretty much. That's what BlackBerry was famous for. And in America, they didn't have the Bluetooth, Alcatel, Sony Ericsson, Nokia. All the Scandinavian companies were working on GPRS systems that made phones much more able to send packets of information. Blah, blah, boring. But so in America, for that period of time, phones were dreadful. No one had good mobile phones. And so I had a Palm Pilot in the United States, and it was good. But then what happened was Steve Jobs just went, well, let's put the keyboard in the screen. And the film is basically about the inventor of BlackBerry going, well, no one's going to want that. They like the click of the keyboard. And it's like, mate, no one gives a fuck about the click of the keyboard. They just want to get the internet. They just want a big picture. So it literally went from suddenly everyone loved it to nobody wanted it anymore really quickly. And the film is basically that as well. It's like, I don't care. You have to make me care about, I just don't get it. I don't get biopics where I just don't care about them. Like, do me a biopic of Nelson Mandela. Yeah, interesting. He went through some shit, changed the world. A lot of these tech people will say they changed the world. They didn't.
From what you're saying, it sounds like they've made a movie over something that should be part of a TV special of basically, do you remember in 2010? Oh, BlackBerry, yeah. What was all that about? Why did it go away? And then you can be done within 12-minute segment.
And I'm watching this with an 18-year-old, and he's like, oh, well, I didn't know there was such a thing as BlackBerry. Now you're asking me in an hour and a half to become emotionally invested in the thing that I know is kind of like a weird idea anyway. Because you ask an 18-year-old, and he goes, well, don't you just tap on your screen? You go, listen, for someone my age, this is me, right? The screen I'm talking to you through is a touch screen. I only know because I wiped it earlier and nearly turned everything off. And I was like, I always forget that you can actually touch things on the screen. It doesn't make sense to me. Flat screens don't make sense to me. So touch screens is already. So the idea of when Apple came through, it changed the world. It genuinely did change the world to have an iPod Shuffle. If I went back in time and said to the 10-year-old version of me, I always wanted a video recorder. I always wanted to be able to video things and make them into little films. I loved music. I used to go everywhere with loads of cassette tapes. I was one of them. I used to like reading. The idea that I've got every book I'll ever want to read, every song I'll ever want to hear, I can take up to an hour and a half of video, just random shit, and watch movies, as well as speak to anyone anywhere in the world and get text, WhatsApp things. It's just insane. It's insane how the world's changed. But BlackBerry and films like that are trying to explain to people who don't care those tiny little leaps along the way, and they're just boring, and nothing really happens. So, no one went broke. No one made a lot. It's just a silly film, basically.
Like saying that about technology. It's interesting that when you originally started to have massive mobile phones, and they obviously got smaller and smaller and smaller until one day someone turned around and went, well, if we can get the internet on this, the next step is putting pornography on it. So then obviously you started then getting phones getting bigger screens, and screens were getting bigger, and eventually end up with the iPad or whatever.
I think you're showing a charming love for the human race, because I would guess that it was slightly different than that. I was like, the whole point of the internet was to get porn, not like, oh, now we've got it, let's do you know what I mean? It's like the whole driver of that geek era is
porn
like,
drives technology. No, you are right. In generally speaking, DVD Blu-ray beat out HD DVD because porn companies convinced Blu-ray to carry their product, which is why it won.
It would not
VHS beat Betamax.
Is that true? I was just going to ask you that. Is that also true? People just love it, don't they? I mean, the earliest graffiti, this is what we're obsessed by. So that fuels us, and that's quite nice because it goes through the generations, but no, so I mean, okay, so you haven't seen BlackBerry, which is okay, because I didn't really have anything more to say about it than that. But I tell you, because I already said I watched Inception. Have you seen the remake of True Grit with I always forget his name.
Is it
guy
Jeff
who
Bridges?
played Jeff Bridges? That's it. Yeah.
Jeff Bridges is fantastic. I see him in a much worse movie called R.I.P.D. and it just a great movie, right?
Where they bring back dead people as detectives.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's shit.
It's terrible, but I love it because of him, and not so much Ryan Reynolds, but it's more him as the character, him playing the character, because I believe he has been in this character for like 200 years at this point, and he's really sick of everyone's shit, and he's really sick.
I'm still listening. I'll go walk about a bit. Hang on. Go on.
Just find it entirely fascinating. I don't want to say it's a good movie. That's disingenuous, but I can derive enjoyment out of shit films, because I don't say I have a talent for it, because I don't really have a talent for much, but I will enjoy shit movies. I'll find something about it that makes me laugh. And
I'll challenge that. I will challenge that, because if you say you love shit movies, have you ever seen Bicentennial Man?
I've not seen it, but I've no excuse. I've not seen it. Is it Ryan? Not Ryan. Robin Williams?
Oh. And I only found this out quite recently. It's actually an Arthur C. Clarke short story. So it's got some, it's got some pedigree. Whenever the phrase guilty pleasure comes up, it always makes me think of that, because I love that film. It makes me cry every time I watch it, but it is soppy nonsense. It really is. I'm not putting them in the same league as R.I.P.D. But I find it interesting because I know I've seen R.I.P.D., or at least I've started watching it. And I don't remember it at all. Just one scene, I remember they're all getting out of cars. I can't tell you anything about that film at all.
The one clever thing they did in it that I thought was clever was that Ryan Reynolds doesn't appear as Ryan Reynolds within the kayfabe of the movie universe, because obviously when he's on Earth, he has the appearance of a little Chinese man, but he doesn't know that originally. Right. He's like, why is everyone looking at you a lot differently to how they're looking at me? And Jeff Bridges is like, because to them I'm a porn star. And then it cuts to basically as a woman in a bikini top. That is basically Jeff Bridges' character in the visage of it. I might have to give one part of it. I thought I should have done more with that personally. But
are you recommending it?
Absolutely not. Well, no, I am in the sense of if I have to watch it, then everyone else should see it. Under your theory with Lord of the Rings middle movie.
Why should we suffer alone? Why should we suffer alone? You know, if they're gonna, there are films. Funnily enough, I remember. I don't know if this changed post VHS, but near the end of term and lazy teachers, there would always be a time where they would get a video out and they'd put it on and we'd watch it. And I remember, I remember watching The Untouchables in history. It wasn't that we were doing. I think we might have been doing Prohibition, but Mr. Davies was a tired elderly gentleman, and I think he just had enough of us. So for one double period of history, he put on The Untouchables, and it's a brilliant film. Obviously, it's got nothing to do with history. It's totally nonsense. Do you know what I mean? But the character played by Kevin Costner, the character played by Sean Connery. But I also watched it in a boys' school at the age of 14, and it was one of the most awful experiences as well, because there's 18 or so of us, 20 or so of us. And when she comes out with this, hey, mister, you forgot your briefcase, and blows up, instead of this moment of pathos, there's just 20 kids going, ah! And it kind of ruined it for me, because it was like, the little girl just blew up, and they're all like, ah! Okay. But similarly, they also put Life of Brian. I had no idea what Life of Brian was. I must have been about 16 because it was double chemistry, and I was never any good at chemistry. And the guy just, or physics, double physics, and it was the end of term, and he kind of wheeled in the thing with, oh, God, don't make us watch a pro. He just put the tape in, left the room, and for 2 hours, me and 20 boys were just pissing ourselves laughing. But I mean, hard. You know the bit where he goes, nobody is to stone anybody, even if, and I want to make this absolutely clear, even if they do say Jehovah, and then they're just like bits and falling apart in bits. But I don't think they do that so much anymore. I don't think people are forced to watch films. But we, at the age of 10, they made us watch Threads.
That is not a good idea. That's not a good idea at all. All I think of when I hear of Threads is basically the image of is it a traffic warden?
Oh yeah. That's the cover. That's the movie. Yeah. But for me, all I remember is I'm 10 years old, literally primary school. Afternoon, got us in the library, which is not a big room, but it was a room, and it was a room with comfy, and we were all sitting on the floor because, you know, when you're a child, you don't get seating. And they put this thing on, and you just trust adults, don't you? And they put it on, and it's the story of Sheffield living very near a nuclear explosion. And you're just like, the woman weaves herself in the street. And then there's a part after, quite a long time after the explosion and the fallout, where a woman is giving birth in a barn, and they hungrily eat the placenta, and it's just tearing it at it with it. This is not a film that you would ever play a 10-year-old. But me and my classmates, no one ever believes me either. You didn't watch it at 10. I was like, fucking did. I was 10 years old in 1984, 1983, when that film was shown to me in a library in my private. And I don't know what they were thinking. You don't need to turn a 10-year off of nuclear war. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, the lesson is pretty clear.
Do you know what I mean? Could have waited. You're 16 now. You might have some fucked up ideas about whether nuclear war is a good idea or not. Watch Threads. I'm like well ahead of you, mate. I'm already losing sleep every night because of it.
On that thread, pardon the pun. I like movies that are basically dystopian futures, because I like movies where it's basically like, this probably can't happen. But obviously I do kind of like the ones a lot more where it's basically like, we're not that far away from that happening, though.
Yeah. So which would you say was your favorite? Because that's the genre I'm most in love with, is anything dystopian future novels. Like, 1984, Brave New World. There's a lot. Some that don't even seem like dystopias, but are. But it's a genre that they don't make enough films of.
They've actually I think it's Stephen King novel, The Long Walk. They've made that. That's a movie that's coming soon.
Okay.
In November.
I'm not familiar with it. When you said it, I was immediately thinking of The Stand, which is like a kind of spiritual post-virus.
Yeah.
I think everyone dies of a virus.
Yeah, that's a movie that's coming.
The Long Walk.
The Running Man, for example. I know it's minus action, it's Arnie, but Arnie's really not as bad as. I mean,
go on, Commando. Talk to me.
He's the epitome of you're getting blood from a stone in terms of like maximizing what he can do and knowing what he can't do, and then you're putting him with Kindergarten Cop, and it's beautiful. Beautiful.
There's a bit in there where he's in the shower when he's Kindergarten Cop's got some of the brilliant facial kind of like roll eyes. What the fuck am I doing here? That is a classic one. The Running Man falls into the genre of Total Recall, Running Man, Robot. I know it's not an Arnie one, but Robot. They were all kind of the same time, and Running Man kind of feels like it builds on the theme of Rollerball, which is obviously a late 70s.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're getting at.
Yeah, but Running Man is just silly. It's like that the Batman film they did with Mr. Freeze, where you just go, "This is too much now," you know.
I don't know whether it's fair to say I unironically love Batman and Robin with Arnie as Mr. Freeze.
Which one is it? It's the second one. Isn't it?
It's actually the fourth Batman movie from the Tim Burton era. He did Batman Returns. Then Joel Silver gets Batman Forever. Joel Silver.
I think I stopped watching after the Jack Nicholson one. I honestly don't remember watching any others, and I was a mad Batman fan, and not always have been, but I just couldn't. It was too cartoonish.
Batman Returns is not bad, to be fair.
Which one? So who plays Batman in that one? Is that one of the Clooney era ones?
Michael Keaton played Batman twice.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, Nicholson one, and then the sequel, which had Danny DeVito in it. That's the Penguin. Yeah.
See, this is what I mean. It's like what's brilliant about the Nolan trilogy is that they went, "Oh, let's actually read the comics." Whereas for the Batman film with Jack Nicholson, it felt like they almost had, and then you got a sense that no, they hadn't. They just watched a TV show. And the Batman TV show is just silly. It is highly fast. I mean, it's nothing to do with Batman. I mean, Cesar Romero playing the Joker, refusing to shave his mustache is one of my favorite things about it. You know, it's like, well, for this fucking role, are you mad? Like, I've done proper films. I'm not doing shaving my mustache. But, you know, and Robin saying, holy everything, you know, related to the thing that's just happened. Holy marathons, all that shit. But I remember them being on and around Christmas and having them on in the background after a few like drinks or whatever, and just seeing some of the interchange with Arnie and who's played Poison Ivy. That was what's her face, wasn't it? That was
Uma Thurman.
Is that right? See, yeah, I remember her for some reason.
Yeah, I can't imagine why, but she's a fine specimen. Let's just say
her acting,
respectable actress.
Yeah. The acting is exquisite.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I enjoy it no one's ever watching that Batman and Robin movie because they want to be entertained by the quality of the story or the production or whatever. It's because I just want to see Arnie sit there and go, cold as ice.
His career is remarkable, isn't it? I mean, like, turn up, like just a muscle-bound, steroid-happy Austrian who doesn't speak English. And yeah, okay, I mean, you can see him in Conan. Yeah, that makes sense. But you don't really see him as governor of California. And you don't really see him as, like, the romantic lead in films. And I also love Danny DeVito for that as well, because Danny DeVito got his big break in films because he turned up to the Conan audition. Like, and they're like, you know, you're like probably not going to get this part. He goes, why not? Because I could be Conan. I could be anything. I'm an actor. I could be versatile. And they're like, we're not. You're not Conan. Like, and he talks about it. He goes, he would go to every audition, man, woman, big, tall, whatever. And he said, and when you think about it, actually, he's right, because he was like, no, they're not going to cast me for Conan, but one day they're going to get a part where it's a short, wisecracking character, and they're not going to be able to think about anyone but me. And they'll call me for that. And then Taxi comes along and they're like, who do we know who's diminutive, irascible, funny, and sarcastic? Oh, wait a minute. The guy who came for Conan. You know?
The guy that thought we'd cast him as Conan, even though he's absolutely not stupid enough to think we would. But we're meant to think we're stupid. He's stupid enough to think we would. Yeah.
I mean, he does so many films in the 80s. I mean, like, obviously, Romancing this. What was that? War of the Worlds with Kathleen Turner, I think it was. Michael Douglas and the voice one. I think it's Kathleen Turner. Well, they're going through an acrimonious divorce and he's a lawyer.
He's good, man. I don't say he's good in everything, but I get the feeling that I enjoy a lot of stuff that he is in.
So, because you brought us to this juncture, have you seen? You must have seen Twins.
I have seen Twins. Fantastic.
Oh, okay. Because I feel the same. The setup of it is just one constant joke. You know, like, oh yeah, we're the spitting image. That's what I thought when you sat down. Oh yeah, we must be twins. You know, but as a vehicle for those two together, brilliant.
Don't get me wrong. Then when they did Junior, I sat there thinking, so the joke is that a man is pregnant, which obviously I know in 1994 probably wasn't as future advancing as it probably thought it might have been or anything like that. But anyway, not going to get into that. But still, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, so the joke is basically Arnie is pregnant. Tell me what else you've got in this movie. And it's like, oh, Arnie's pregnant. That's the movie. That's the joke.
That's it. There are some films where, this is what I was saying to you earlier about, because you genuinely made me think about Back to the Future. I was thinking, yeah, if I just saw that as a treatment, like, could I see it's a visually stunning film and it just has lots of music. The whole thing's a sensory overload. It's a brilliant film. I'll bear in mind I was like 12 when it came out. But
yeah, of course.
When I look at some films from the 80s, it's just really simple for me. It's like, yes, a lot of cocaine. Yes, this film gets made if everybody in the room has just had far too much cocaine. And you go, yeah, I only need one good idea. And everyone goes, that's amazing, let's do that. And then they rush off and film it before anyone goes, we've only really got the one joke in this entire film. And you shouldn't be able to make a 72-minute, 90-minute film out of one joke. But, you know, it has happened.
It really has. I just find it utterly fascinating. Again, like, not to really go back to the Future, but still, I just sit there and feel like, of all the things going on, the part of getting away from the insanity of Marty McFly's plan to get himself back to the future, like the actual intricacies of what he's actually intending to do, whether it happens or not.
Yeah.
But still, he thought of it, and I was like, Marty, that's going to put you in therapy, sir.
Yeah.
Like, why Back to the Future 4's not been made? It's because Marty McFly's in therapy because he tried to fuck his mother.
He's still trying. The reality is like, that never crossed my mind before. But you are absolutely right in the sense that so in the hero story, there's normally so obviously the professor is the wise old, but he's not. He's a fucking dumbass. Like he all he knows is go, yeah, great Scott and all this stuff, and he's brilliant at it. I've temporarily forgotten the guy's name, the actor that plays him,
Christopher Lloyd,
and so he's brilliant and he's iconic and etc. etc. But there is lack of a sensible counsel there, isn't there? There is a bit like, actually, perhaps let's just sit down and let's work this out, right? Because rather than you trying to get it on with your mum, let's explore any other options first, right? Just saying, one way that
I'm pretty sure, Dan, there's a scene where he tells him that's his plan, and he should go, why don't we think about this, Marty? He's like, actually, Marty, I'm just going to turn up at your school randomly, and none of the teachers are going to go, why are you hanging out with me? Stranger danger and all that. Basically, like, why is no one in this school questioning the fact that this ostensibly 16-year-old child is basically his best mate is an old man?
Yeah. But for me, that film was what it was because the skateboarding and the electric guitar.
Yes.
So playing Chuck Berry, it's the first riff I ever wanted to learn on a guitar was so all of that. Obviously, that's in the days where you could still have heroes like Chuck Berry and you didn't have to find out that they were awful, hideous human beings. And the skateboarding, it did repopularize all of skateboarding. Skateboarding was completely outdated and no one did it. And then suddenly he's doing it and everyone wants to do it. It's funny because it's such a feel-good, happy family film. But like you've just pointed out, at the very core of his strategy is, I'm going to try and fuck my mum. See how far I can get, which base I can get to with my mum.
Whenever I bring that up, people look at me like I'm genuinely insane. Like, that's not what his plan is all. And like, well, what is his plan then?
Yeah, what is his plan? So what do people say is his plan? Because he's in that car with her.
What do you think his plan is?
Like, so he's in the car with her, and he's just going to get in the car with her and just talk her into sleeping with someone else.
I think they think that's his plan. I'm like, he has never said that's his plan. In fact,
could you imagine
I know his plan is for George McFly to stop him and look like the big hero. And obviously, what does happen is Biff Tannen beats George McFly to the car. Ostensibly, it works out in his favor, but he didn't know that was going to happen.
And when I thought about it before, that I've seen other problems with it. You know, like I've seen problems with a guy who, not long after, is able to develop a time machine who can't find a power source other than a lightning strike on a. You know, there's things like that. But set against your moral dilemma, these are really trivial points. The key point here is, I think we can all agree, or be prepared to be proven wrong, that at the core of Marty's plan is he's going to basically sit in a car, a make-out vehicle with his mother, and push his luck to the point where he can make someone else look like a hero to punch him.
Yes. That's his plan.
That is the plan. That's incontrovertibly the plan. Is I'm going to try and see how far I can get. Now, you could argue that he's hoping that his mum is a woman of high virtue, and that even the suggestion will lead to her being upset. And the whole plan backfires horribly when it turns out she's a quite normal teenage girl who actually quite fancies her son, which is in itself genetically interesting.
It creates an even bigger can of worms, because I sit there and think, if I was George McFly and I went through this plan, how
do you look at your mum again?
No, it's a plan. But why doesn't he then eventually, when Marty gets back to the future, why doesn't he turn around and go, why does our son look like Calvin Klein from 1955?
Oh, yeah. I went at the wrong place there, but you're saying, how does she never recognize? That's a really...
The dad ostensibly has met Calvin Klein, who is my...
So the whole premise now is he must know that he isn't his son, or at least very passionately believe it, because that's too coincidental. You knew this guy briefly. You pulled him out of a car with your girlfriend. You go on, and then she's pregnant, and the baby she gives birth to, let's be honest, is an identical.
It's literally him, because it is him.
That is, he's identical. Fuck, and I never saw that either. Okay, so that does call into question everything that happens. So, but we started this, frankly, very troubling and eye-opening experience, and I will never be able to look at it the same way again. because I genuinely don't think I must have seen Back to the Future 2, but I just don't remember it at all.
The reason I think it's better than Back to the Future 1 is, again, as I did say earlier, it's already established the time travel and how it works. So you can then just get on with whatever you're getting on with, rather than, oh, Marty, we need to get to 88 miles per hour and all that.
Yeah. But no, the second one surely is set in the future, so that's never a problem getting to 80. Because I know from the end of the first one, he goes, we don't need roads where we're going, or some shit like that.
Well, because obviously in the second one, they are flying in the car. Because the car can fly. So obviously when they end up in 1985, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's
Isn't it 2000? I think it's 2019 or something, because I remember when that time period came up.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right there. But I mean, they go all over the place. That's why I do think it's a better movie, because it does more with the premise.
Yeah.
Because they're like, why are we only going to 1955 if you can do that?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I probably can't think of a single time travel film I've ever enjoyed. I mean, I enjoy Back to the Future because I don't really think of it as time travel. I think of it as a rip-roaring,
It's basically the lowest common denominator of a time travel movie, because none of the science realistically holds up. No. But it holds up enough for you to just accept it as a movie.
Yeah, and I don't mind doing that. I've got no problem. I mean, like we were saying earlier with Marvel films, I don't really need Spider-Man to work. There's a really Hannah Fry who does the she's a maths correspondent for the BBC, and she does a really good thing about how White Ant-Man wouldn't work.
Yeah, she comes up occasionally on, like, have you ever wondered why X, Y, and Z happened, and then 10 seconds later you know why it happened. Like, very informative things like that.
I love her. I do listen to coaching that's at work, so I'll give her it's really brilliant, because she said, I've done a lot of studies in behavioral economics, and you just find that some people are born happy and some people are not. And people who are happy are just happy all the time. But they know this because there's a standard. So they take people who've had a traumatic life event, quadriplegia, so they've lost, the ability. They've gone through a life, it's like a serious life event, which anyone at the time you ask them to rate their happiness on a scale from 1 to 10 is going to be a 1 or a 2. It doesn't matter whether you're a very jolly person or a very angry person. A seismic life event like that really redefines your existence, and you're going to be at a 2 or a 1 or a 3. And then they get people who've just won the lottery. And even if you're a right misery, the day you find out you've won 56 million quid, you're usually rating your happiness. And they ask people to rate their happiness in this period of time. Then they go back to them. So they have 1,000 people in this group and 1,000 people in this group. It's a double-blind study. They ask them to rate their happiness, which obviously is not an easy thing to do in of itself anyway, because you didn't really know. But the mean average of the quadriplegic group is about a 2, and the mean average of the lottery is about a 9. And then they ask them 3 months later, and in 3 months' time, they're both at the same exact average. So what we know is that whatever the fuck happens to a human being, 3 months later, they will default to their natural happiness setting. If that's a 6, it'll be a 6. Even if they can't walk, even if they've spent all the money, it doesn't matter. So we know that your happiness is predetermined. Then she goes on to say, but there are 2 things you can do which can raise your baseline happiness. The first thing is that you write letters of gratitude to people. So things that people have done for you. But now and again, in the case of people, they don't have anyone to write letters to, and it can make them less happy. But the next thing everyone can do, and the more often you do it, the better it is. And you can do it any time of day, as often as possible. And it's just 5 words. If you repeat them every single day, will make your life better. And that was just a little YouTube thing that came up.
Know what the 5 words are?
No, I stopped watching. But it's basically...
I thought I was going to get a quick cheat sheet.
No, it is. These are the good times. You say it out loud all the time. Just say it out loud all the time. And what happens over time, your baseline happiness goes up. It's gratitude. It's really good for you. Now, me and the family, we do sort of jokingly say it as much as possible, but in a very British way. Like, these are the good times, right? and I can't say I've noticed any substantial change in my general happiness and well-being. But I do think there's some Arsenal fans that could probably do with saying this a lot more. But she's brilliant. She does these little moments of just like, bam, pops in your life, goes, bam, there you go, and then off again. Why did I start talking about her though? Oh, because she was doing about Ant-Man. She was saying about how you can't just take a human being and scale them up much bigger or scale them down much bigger because they'd implode on themselves.
Yeah, I find it all very fascinating. Like, obviously, with Back to the Future 2, that only came about, obviously, because of the monster success of the original movie. Because obviously, studio executives hadn't thought about the movie like I did.
Yeah. But I've never heard that. Well, how old? Back to the Future is now 40 years old. And in 40 years since watching it in the cinema, I've never thought of that.
The one thing I will say about a movie that does, like, it holds up. It doesn't hold up for me because of what I've said about it, but at the same time, a lot of the little details, everything that shows on screen, even in the opening sequence of basically, you know, like when it's showing all the items in the house, and the Rube Goldberg machine, which obviously then feeds Einstein the dog or whatever. It feels very, everything you're showing me in this 1 minute is all going to end up in the movie at various points.
So that's what the concept known as Chekhov's gun, isn't it? It's like,
yes,
don't show anything that you're not going to need. Yes. It's always a bit disappointing, I think, that. But it's like, what was a film where they take the piss out? I think it's The Simpsons again. I think they go, I love that bit in the movie where someone says the title of the film.
I think Family Guy do it when they have Peter Griffin shouting at the cinema going, he said it. They said the thing.
How do you feel about Family? I know it's not a film thing, but what do you think of Family Guy?
I find it's funny. There are certain bits of it, like personally, I could watch Stewie and Brian just hanging out together forever. But I don't want to watch Peter Griffin for longer than 5 minutes at a time because I don't find him very interesting.
No, it's too realistic almost. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got a baby who's hyper intelligent and speaks like Rick Mayall. And then you've got the dog with all his frailties, and the two are incredibly funny. And when they do that kind of on the road sort of, you know, road to so and so with Stewie and with Brian, it's absolutely brilliant. But when you spend a lot of time in K-Hog with Peter Griffin and the drunken clam and things like that, you just think. But I love the fact that there are people who hate it so much, you know, and the South Park guys absolutely hate Family Guy, hate it. You know, it's non sequitur humor, like, oh, it's like the time when you went, and I don't mind that. I don't get why would you need to be like, I don't know. It just feels like protective or pretentious about comedy. It seems like the worst thing to be pretentious about.
My thing with it is that in short doses, I'm fine with that. But over a period of time, I was like, is this show literally just going to be you doing random jokes?
Yeah.
With no real setup. Other than basically, do you remember the time you went to the FA Cup final, Peter, and then they just show a clip of him in the FA Cup final and the cup falls on his head or something? And
it was Anthony's given it. It was 2015. They went Back to the Future.
Yeah, I know I said 1985. But I knew I was wrong when I said it.
10 years ago.
That was a big deal. I remember it because they were like, it's 2015. We haven't got hoverboards yet.
Oh, no.
We don't even have the self-lacing shoes.
We do.
Well, I think Nike did actually bring them out to coincide with that. But
we just get Velcro. I mean, some things, it always makes me laugh because mad old billionaire Bond villain baddie that he is, but Elon Musk, I remember seeing an interview with him where he was going, people are always asking about, flying cars. We have them. They're called helicopters. They're not useful. Like if you have an accident traveling 30 miles an hour in a car, you usually get out of it. If you have an accident traveling 30 miles an hour in a helicopter, you usually die. That's why we don't all want to have flying cars. You know, it's fairly obvious. What we should do is build subways under Los Angeles, and he created the Incredible Boring Company, which is like, if if I can love anything about Elon Musk, and I'm struggling, but if I have to pick a thing to really love about him, I'd like to think I'd be like that if I had billions, more money than I could ever spend. I go, let's just do like whatever I want to do. We're going to space. That's what we're doing, kids. You know, I can't remember all your names, so I'm going to give you like vowels and whatnot. You know, just that's he's like, well, whatever mad thing that a billion, why not do it? You know, I'm going to help Trump be president. Let's do it.
I'd be the worst person to give that kind of money to. I know I would. Because I would do things with it which wouldn't serve humanity. It would literally just serve my own what's the word? My own agency for chaos more than anything.
Yeah, but I love that. That takes me back to the Dark Knight, because it's a bit like I wouldn't know what to. I'm like a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do if I caught one. It's like I like those characters. I like the characters in films that aren't like got a big plan on top of a big plan, like all Spectre and all that, you know, and then we're going to do this and we're going to do that. So you've already got billions of pounds. Aren't you going to just chill now? No. My dad didn't love me enough. I'm going to fucking, you know, I'm going to. So I think with Elon Musk, it always comes down to that. It always comes down to there's a part of me that respects the fact that he's like, I do what the fuck I like. When they were saying, aren't you worried that they're going to cancel? He goes, what? Like, and I'm going to lose money? You think the thing I'm worried about is losing money? It would take me 32 times 4. It'd take me 1,200 years to count every dollar I've got at $1 a second. Just saying.
Yeah. If I was interviewing him, I would have turned around and gone, is there any chance you can lend me £7?
Why lend as well?
Just purely just to have him just stare at me and go, why did you say 7? I go, because my whole plan is just basically make you sit there and waste time wondering why I asked you that.
Yeah, no, I like the randomness of that as well. Like it's so, but that's comedic. That's just going right. So I have a man in front of me that's got 400 billion pounds. The number of times people probably say to him, "Give me $1 million." You know, the number of times people probably say, you know, lend me 500,000 or 100,000 or even $100, but to go £7.
I'd ask for it's a very specific amount because it needs to be so low that he almost certainly doesn't have it on him. For him to then turn around and go, oh, you know what, mate? Yeah, you go. Here's £7. Go to Costa Coffee or whatever. That's not going to happen.
Thinking, yeah, like with a fiver and 2 ones or a 250p's or something.
Yeah. It needs. Again, it fits in with Agent of Chaos because I want him to waste more energy on why I said it than actually saying it.
There's a really interesting theme there in that. You're making me think, like, as that Agent of Chaos, just I love it. Like the anarchy of the just, you know, like the wild sort of takes you out, that lifts you out of reality because it just goes so left field. It so doesn't make any sense. Is there a film that kind of encapsulates that for you?
I can tell you a show right now where it happens weekly. It's called The Road Trip, where I do it to Gary on a weekly basis.
I think that's what, because Sam's always saying about slags. And I remember the first time I watched Slags in the Dark. And I was hooked because you guys just went off on a tangent. It was just like it wasn't scripted, obviously, or apologies if it was, and I just didn't notice. But it was just like we're
not that creative.
No, right? But it was like you suddenly these two men just talking about K-pop, and I was like, that's so unguarded. It's like you just let you have a conversation. It is like, you know, we all suffer from the fact that we don't have places to congregate. That, you know, like when I was 16, you went to the pub, but I was a broke 16-year-old. I could afford to go to a pub. I'm a middle-aged man. I can't afford to go to a pub now. I go, oh, Christ, go to a pub.
Nah.
That's 4 drinks. Well, that's fucking, you know, I'm not well off. I'm not poor, but I'm not well off. So you kind of, you know, get a McDonald's for 4 and it's 62 quid and you go, fuck. All right. Well, you know, so we have now used YouTube. I felt like Slags and, you know, what we're trying to do on all these different platforms, whether it's DWTT or whatever, is literally just kind of recreate a pub. So it's like you go there and someone goes, and it's like the best bits of Tarantino dialogue where someone goes, yeah, K-pop. And instead of everyone going, huh? Someone else goes, yeah, I know what you mean, actually. And it just becomes like this really interesting organic conversation. I was just hooked. I was like watching you two. And I also something really daft about the premise is in the dark.
I can't even really explain it. It just when I first started coming online, I found like there was a big glare coming out of the window more than anything. So I was basically like, shut the blind, and that would. But then eventually that just stuck as a thing that I would like a uniform as such on the internet.
But in a sense, I really like it. This is why I always say to Sam, I think this would be a Channel 5 show, because it establishes the premise on which everything else hangs. So you know that the one constant, unless you have wee ears on, yes, I can see he's still there, wee ears, and he comes on and he's fully lit, and you go, no, the clue's in the title, right? But I have no idea what you're going to talk about. I have no fucking idea what you're going to talk about. Just like I wouldn't have any idea what you were going to talk about if I was going to the pub to meet some friends. So I know I don't have any idea what you're going to talk about, but I do know that you're going to be in the dark. That's it. So that works. And you go, slags in the dark. And it's immediately got its own in-joke in it, because obviously, I just find the fact that it's slags in the dark funny anyway. And you slag and, stuff like that.
The first time we did an episode of it, because he was going, slag, I was like, why? Because I think the first test episode he did, I was like, why aren't you calling it Slagoween? And then 10 seconds later, it pops up on YouTube, Slagoween on Thursday or whatever it is. But I think it fell on Halloween.
But do you, Garth Marenghi's Dark Place? You ever seen that?
Shall I say again?
Garth Marenghi's Dark Place.
I've never seen it.
Because that's what I'm thinking now. Because I see you on these different things, these different platforms, and it can be us talking like semi-seriously about films, or it could be Sags in the Dark, whatever. And I think it's the guy who's in it. He's been in IT Crowd. But he is basically, all the other comedians really love him. But he does this kind of comedy which only comedians love. And I'm kind of getting that. I'm getting that vibe. It's like that kind of like, you'll say so. You're kind of there in the thread is there in all of these different ideas, but it's just quite organically and naturally like your brain working.
I don't intend for this to sound as pretentious, because I know when people go on YouTube or whatever, and you see like people make joke about the background, and it's not digging anyone out, but for example, like Gary's curtains, things like that.
Yeah.
Like, it's the thing you bring up. But I ideally, it would just be all about the content and not what's not on my DVD shelf, for example, or anything like that. That should be the last thing I want people to talk about. It should be about the nonsense within the content, rightly or wrongly.
I think the reality though is because there's nothing. It's so. What I love about it, whether it's the things I like online, the things that. Like Slags is that, and yes, Sam's just joined us, so he's seen it. We've been talking about it the whole time, Sam. We haven't stopped. We just couldn't talk about films. It had to be Slags in the Dark. But we'll change now that you're here. But it's that kind of. It is this. People. This. It's so sparse that there isn't anything else to talk about. Do you know what I mean? Like it literally is so sparse that people will pick out anything, and they do that because after a while, if you've watched Gary's show enough, I think. To be honest with you, it was as soon as he changed hers back on my curtains, I was pretty much like, what is the deal with those curtains? And then it becomes a running joke because other people mention it. But I do love that sign behind me. So like the missus helped me put it up, and I'm not an attention to detail character, right? You might be surprised to hear that. But I whacked it up. I was like, got it, whacked it up. She goes, aren't you worried it's going to be wonky? I was like, no one's ever going to know. And she was like, Dan, I think it's slightly wonky. And I was like, oh, don't be stupid. Of course it isn't. And I stood back and I was like, I could see it was wonky. And then what's the first thing that We Ears does? That sign's on a wonk, it's builder's eye. But I like it. It's just, it's Gary's curtains or Anthony going on Slags in the Dark with the lights on. It becomes a part of the whole kind of, the whole event that is something that we've all bought into. But it isn't that much of anything else to comment on. They're going to comment on the same. I get Rosie and Anthony always give me shit about whatever I'm wearing. It doesn't matter what. So now it actually affects me. I've spoken to my therapist about it, but there's nothing anyone can do. My prescription drugs don't help. But basically, anytime I come to wear something, I think, what are they going to say about this? And that sort of like feeds into it in the best way possible. I'm sure Gary's the same with his curtains. There must have been a time where he suddenly thought, maybe I should sit somewhere else. But he hasn't. He's stuck with it.
The thing I find online content, and I think I've said it to Sam, but it's the fact of, personally, I enjoy the fact that people can come on and, no matter who you are, go find a joke to make about nonsense. And it's more a test of basically, can you go along with the nonsense or not go along with the nonsense?
Like really good improv, basically. But you know what? It's so obviously, like, had all this kind of content creator, wanted to build a channel, didn't really have any big aspirations for a channel. It just was something to do to get me out of myself, because I was having like a tough time, and I just thought, you know, life's very much about, I haven't done all the things I want to do, and now it's just like, well, let's just do something I enjoy. I've spent years doing things for money that I didn't enjoy. If I could just do one thing I enjoy, I like talking about football, let's do that. But then you get, not success obviously, but you get a little bit of attraction, and people come and talk about what you do. And I looked recently, and I've seen other channels in my sphere doing really well because they're toxically positive. I don't really believe there's such a thing as toxic positivity, but you know what I mean? Like, oh, everything's great and it's brilliant. And it's an antidote to the previous generation of everything's terrible. And so I'm like, well, where do I fit? And I was like, well, I don't really fit in either. I'm pissed off sometimes, I'm happy other times. But I was talking to the missus about it, and she was saying, well, you know, what are you? It's like, I said, the challenge for me is to be authentic, to try my hardest to be authentically myself. And that's why I think you, and that's why I think I was instantly hooked on Sags in the Dark, because I felt that this was authentic, that both of you were in a sort of mindset where you would follow each other down a rabbit hole, but you weren't doing it because you were conscious of being watched, or you weren't doing it because you decided that was funny or to try and be funny. You were just being very, seems silly to say it, but it just came across as highly authentic. And Sam's put here, and I really like this, I love being on the stream with Tom because his sense of humor and way of thinking just clicks with mine. And you get that, you know, like that just happens, you know. And but also where he put up here, which I meant to read out earlier, I feel we have a great community and can do some good collaborations go forward. It is a bit like the Slag universe. Do you know what I mean? It does kind of run as a thread through different things.
And now I'm automatically sitting there thinking it's the Slaggiverse.
That's really lame.
But what's the worst way to make this sound? But still.
Yeah. Slaggiverse isn't going to catch on, I'm pretty sure. But
it's not going to catch on, but it's still not going to stop me trying to hammer it home like a really bad joke.
But yeah, no, well, that's how it works. But that, you know, that bit in Family Guy where they're getting a frog out of the window. Have you seen that bit? They're lifting a dead frog above the windowsill.
I'm sure I have.
But it's just what makes it fun. Like, what Family Guy is brilliant at is when he's holding his knee and he goes, ow. They carry it on just long enough so it actually becomes funny. Not funny, not funny.
But the joke is they're going to beat it into the ground like a dead horse. They'll flog it like a dead horse.
And they literally do that where they go to a vet's and he flings, for some reason, Peter Griffin is trying to get this frog out of a window with a bit of card, and he lifts it up and he gets it only so far and it falls down, and he goes back and you're just watching him with this dead frog and just thinking, oh my God, honestly. But it is funny. It becomes funny after a while. Or if they vomit, they will vomit until it's funny. Or if something will happen until it's funny. So yeah, I can quite imagine you banging on about the Slaggiverse is going to be one of the funniest things about the Slaggiverse one day. But when we're all old and grey sitting around going, I remember the first time that Tom was talking about the Slaggiverse, and I remember thinking, what a lot of nonsense. But you know,
and one time, one person's going to find it funny, and I'm going to go, right, I've achieved my goal in life. There's no need to have more of it, and I'll die on the spot. It'll be amazing.
There'll be a big shaft of light, and Jesus will go, you can come up now.
Yeah,
that was your goal. Everyone's got a little mission, and that was yours. You know, I think. Yeah, I think authenticity. I think trust. Like there was just it feels, and also that everyone wants to be in that zone. Everyone wants to see something as irreverently funny, and it felt like, because you were talking about K-pop. I don't know why it was resonated with me because I don't know anything about K-pop, and I still don't.
I know exactly what you're getting at because I remember it happening and you popping up in the comments, but I don't remember what I said about K-pop because I don't know anything about it.
No, the same. I can't repeat it to you because I still don't know anything about K-pop. I'm just like, this is too ridiculous. These two guys.
I know that happened because I remember you making the comment that we were talking about K-pop.
And I was like, yeah, this is a bit of me. Because, like, the other thing about YouTube is, what do you really want? You know? Like, what do you really want? Do you really want something that's going to be mind expanding? Yeah, you know, now and again. Do you really want, I mean, like, who watches films really on YouTube? It's you're watching something just to be distracted, just to find something funny, just to be part of something, right? So that felt like, literally, you know, I grew up in pubs and playing poker. Jobs where people were just in sales offices, people just sat next to each other talking shit at each other, you know, and becomes an in joke, and everyone wants to be in on the joke, you know, like Gary, like you were saying, Gary's curtains is the in joke. People come in here and go, it's on a wonk, and I'm like, it fucking is.
The thing that I personally enjoy about the Slag Show is just that I'm not going to pretend like there was no prep because of Sam has his bingo cards, things like that. But at the same time, it felt like there's no plan. Never a plan.
It makes me love it even more that there are set things. Like the idea of like when you do your shows and you've gone to the trouble of putting slides together and things. That makes me love it more. Because it's like I imagine that you're when you were doing he's doing the bingo cards, that you're actually having a little smile to yourselves. And you're kind of going, I can't wait to show this to, you know, it's like literally, as I said to you earlier, I'm doing a spoof of Team America, Team Arsenal, fuck yeah. And these things always take me fucking hours. And I'm always like, there's a point last night at 2:00 in the morning where I was like, I'll just go to bed. I'll just get a little bit more done. And I said, why do I always do this? And Mrs. always laughing at me. She always goes, you say it's going to be like 3 hours and you do it for 3 days. I did a bond. It just takes, sometimes they take so long, they're not worth putting out anymore because the moment's passed. But I'm literally just doing them because there's a handful of you that I can't wait to show it to. And it's not like hundreds of people because I know release it and like 4 people will see it or 8 people will see it. But that's all I'm doing it for. And that's enough for me.
Well, obviously, I think I've shown that I'm quite a fan of Team America World Police and its ultra xenophobic humour, which is mainly laughing at itself because America's really quite racist. And it's very, very just
fuck yeah.
I can't really begin to articulate it, but it's a feeling like you just get it, like you just get the joke of the entire movie and the fact they hate all the celebrities that they're spoofing in it, for example.
I just love the
Film Actors Guild, and you all know what that's an acronym for, and things like that. But
it's just that, like, it is just. This kind of feels like why I loved Slags, and it comes back to that thing. It's that when they just went, Matt Damon, and it's like everyone always goes, "Why did you do that?" And it's like everyone's expecting there to be really good. Like he pissed one of them off. It's like no, it was just funny. It's funny because it's not true. It's funny because it's just Matt Damon. You know, like everyone likes Matt Damon. Just have Matt Damon. But the idea now that wherever I see Matt Damon, it doesn't matter what he's in. It's like it could be Good Will Hunting, one of my favorite films, and it's just like, oh, look, that's
it's really offensive, but I still say his name like that joke, and he's done nothing to warrant it apart from being a villain in Team America.
That's it. That's literally it, right? That's literally it. But it attacks the pomposity of Hollywood. It gets us all. It's just cathartic because the world didn't used to be quite like this. You know, people used to have Hollywood stars and they thought they were great Hollywood stars, but they didn't hear their politics. You used to have you used to have rock and roll stars, but they weren't like Sting going, hey, let's all save the rainforest. Like, just write another fucking song, mate. Like, no one wants to hear what you think about tantric sex, right? Just fuck off and write a song. Maybe do a song about tantric sex. If it's any good, we'll buy it. But we get into this layer of celebrity where someone like Matt Damon would have this awful amount of authority to speak on subjects. Like Ricky Gervais famously always said, don't come up here and no one gives a shit about your politics. You're just actors, you know? And so it strikes at that and the pomposity of it. And it's cathartic because we are all kind of, we're living in that world. But Matt Damon is the perfect target for that comedy because no one's ever had a bad word to say about him. So that feels really British to me. That feels like, and this is, he's just come back from Africa. He's been feeding starving children and, he's given all his money to only go, oh, wanker. Do you know what I mean? It's like, because you're not that. And you think, oh, brilliant, Oh, Matt Damon. Oh, yeah, no, he wrote Good Will Hunting at the age of 18. And the rest of us are like, oh, well, fucking good for you. Do you know what I mean? It must be brilliant.
Greenwood's got a question for you, Dan. He wants to know if you've got the intention of ending soon.
No.
Because he's offering to join us.
Well, fucking, this is a crossover now. Look, here we go. It's a
be a great opportunity to get the slag live on the Gooner channel.
And look, we are in the dark.
You're in the dark.
It could not be better. It could not be a better time to do it. Also, just to say this, I think the back, my Gooner cave never looks better than it does right now. That's what. Oh, hello. Can you send Sam good? I've just posted it. I've got Earth Vader asking me to. Oh, look, he's got all his people out battling for him. I know you're the Slagosaurus Rex, aren't you?
I have been on occasion.
Then you are. There we are. Would you please join me in welcoming to the stage His Royal Highness? Can you give him all his titles? Because I know he's he's a chairman of the World Slag Association, but he always gives you a really good intro, and I just think you owe him one.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Queen of the Slag Association. That's offensive. Shouldn't do that. Hello, Sam. The king.
Good evening, folks.
Hello.
Dan.
So what was the background noise earlier that was keeping you from being an active participant in the Don't Waste a Trip?
Pardon?
You went earlier, you said I'd come on, but there's too much background noise. And I just had this condom factory idea in my head. And I was like, working on a big batch or something. What is it like?
I was working on a final bit there. No, I just got home and I just put on YouTube and you're talking about snags in the dark. That's good timing.
It was literally me explaining. I don't know how much you've got, but I started off by saying I actually remember when I went, yeah, this is for me. Because I see you sometimes asking you, what is it? Because it's not easy to understand why other people get it. You can understand why you get it. But I think we all get it because it's honest, good, clean, honest fun.
I just think it's just a matter of, for me, it's just like I have this. My sense of humor is I just like absurdity, like the kind of stuff like Bob Monkhouse does, like the Mighty Boosh.
Yeah.
Though that kind of humor, I just love that kind of humor. So I just like absurdity. And when I just started Slags in the Dark, it was all just improvised. It was all just like, it wasn't really planned.
Well, I did sort of say that earlier. I said, look, not to offend anyone, but it didn't look like you'd written it all out.
Of course not. That's the whole idea of it. Is none of it's planned, apart from when we started off, we had some themes like with the movie stuff. So we would talk about stuff. We want to talk about top 5 of this, top 5 of that, top actors or whatever. But then we sort of just like, it was just more fun to just talk about general stuff. Yeah. So we just sort of like leaned into that really. But yeah, as Tom mentioned, the first time I wanted to do it, and it was just before Halloween last year, and Tom was like, I was thinking, I got Slags in the Dark. I just want to call it, and he just start Halloween, just call it Slagoween. I was like, yeah, why not? He just did it, yeah.
That's what we're sort of talking about, like how
surprisingly quick, Dan. Like it's not. I'm not the way I'm telling it. It's like I'm not exaggerating when I say within about 4 minutes on YouTube, it was basically Slagoween coming tomorrow. I was like, fucking hell, he does listen to me.
That's the chemistry as well. It's really important. Like on Friday night, I was talking to my mate Sean, and we go back to being 14, and he was just like, we were talking about, he's an aficionado of the Swedish Chef. So he was like, if you're looking for really funny, because I was like, it'd be funny to do a Swedish chef actually teaching me how to pronounce Yodacard. Like it's obviously got you in my mind. And it was like, he was like, God, that was quick. I was like, no, as soon as you know what you're doing, you can just really quickly knock it together. But But there's something I really like to think of it as punk. I really like the fact that there's a lot of people sitting around. I meet a lot of people more now than ever who go, oh, I've always had this idea for a YouTube channel and I just don't have all the right equipment for it and stuff. And you just get on there and fucking use your phone and do something until it takes on life of its own. Because I remember, like, what you guys are doing, it can't reach people unless you start doing it. But you could be tempted to kind of try and make it more formulaic than it is.
Well, the thing is, at the moment, it's just all just really very improvised and everything. And it's, I mean, like you say, the only theme really is that it's in the dark, and I just don't have any intentions of buying, because now I'm enjoying it and and it is slags in the dark. So now I'm not going to go, I'm going to go buying lights and stuff and fancy cameras and stuff like that. I'm just, shit, wouldn't it? I'm just going to leave it like it is. So it's just the way it is. And I think it's just the thing that it's just very improvised. It's very there's nothing really scripted about it. And yeah, I just enjoy it. It's just me having fun with Tom, other people who come on the stream, I let people come on and we have a bit of fun, just talk about anything really. And it's just good fun. It
makes me think of the first time I watched Joe Rogan and the prevailing attitude was you can't have long conversations. No one's interested in long conversations. They want 3-minute conversations and things. And then he just comes on and goes, we're just going to talk until we're bored.
Yeah.
And actually it's really engrossing because you feel part of it. You do feel there are going to be a lot of other shows on, and I'm sure I've seen them, it's not memorable, where two people are doing what you're doing. But they're trying too hard or they're too conscious of being watched. And I've seen you on different forms, both of you on different shows, and you've been on here and what's compelling is that it's the same people every time. There's no kind of trying to be funny. I mean, that came out wrong.
I know what you mean.
Funny, but it's not it's not joke driven. It's not I get a feeling like there are days where you just some shows you're this, some shows but you're always authentically. This is how I feel at this given time. And it does in a way. I would argue it's quite sad that we need that. It's quite sad that we are spoon-fed so much nonsense, and it's all formulaic. Like we were talking earlier about Marvel films, and they go, "This is what happens. This is that," And Tom was making a point about montage, and every film that needs a montage, you have the bad thing happens, and then it gets really awkward, and there's how are we ever going to win? I know, let's have a montage, and then they have the montage, and the A-team come out of the garage with a Panzer tank, that they've put together using a lawnmower and some sticky back plastic, all that shit. The montage is magical. But it says something about our society when the thing that's really most compelling, because I hear every day of my life, I hear people say AI is taking over, is going to take jobs. And it isn't. Because the reason we have jobs isn't because those jobs need doing. The reason there's 20,000 quantity surveyors in England is not because, oh shit, what would happen if people weren't surveying quantities? Because I'll be honest, I haven't got a fucking clue what they do, right? So look, honestly, if you're a chartered accountant, I'm sure we need as many as there are, but we don't, right? So AI isn't going to take away jobs that didn't need doing in the first place. The reason we all have jobs is so that rich people can get money out of us through the government and taxes, and that's why we have these jobs. So AI isn't getting rid of any of that. But what AI can't do is slags in the dark. You can't type anything into ChatGPT that gets you anywhere near slags in the dark, and you know it. And if you don't know it, I can promise you, because I've tried.
No, you're right. It's that improvisation, isn't it? ChatGPT, AI can't improvise.
It's when it's so silly that it could only be a human being. Because an AI will be scouring the internet for other things that are silly, trying to find a common denominator, and it will never understand why a wet fart sounds funny. It will know that people find it funny, so it'll go, here's a wet fart. And you go, well, that's not why it's funny. It's funny because it shouldn't be funny. It's not funny because it should be funny. And so AI, what I love, because obviously you guys have seen I do a lot with AI, and I love it. And I love the Gary's intro earlier where it does that typical AI thing where it just doesn't make sense. Yeah. So we all know it's AI, right? No one's sitting there thinking, it doesn't look like he hand drew that, so, but what I love about it is AI is this incredible ability to do things in fractions of seconds that we could never do. but it just sits there doing fuck all until we come along and go, hey, I've got a silly idea. So in the exact microcosm of what you're talking about, Slagoween, the two of you are reenacting like that kind of, not always one of you being the AI and the other one being the human, but just that kind of moment of like, this is a silly idea. Let's do it before we've had time to think whether it's a good idea or not.
Yeah, well, you're right. It just can't handle that kind of spontaneity or improvisation. That's one thing AI can't do. It needs algorithms
whatsoever.
It needs algorithms. It needs data. And you can't provide that with improvisation.
I can't help it, but I'm sitting here thinking, what would happen if you told AI to go fuck itself?
It'll give you some kind of response.
No, it's been done to death. They've programmed responses in for that.
It's a shame.
All kinds of things like, will you take over the world? All those things. That is the first level thinking. It's what happens. So, because we were just talking about Hannah Fry, who's the BBC correspondent and maths correspondent. She does all the maths, but she also has these little YouTube format videos where she comes and changes your life with a bit of information you didn't know. And so whenever she pops up, I always pay attention. And she did one recently because I use ChatGPT a lot. And she said, now a lot of you feel silly because when you type something into ChatGPT, you'll say, please, could you? Right? And so I know you feel a bit daft doing that, but you should do that. And not because of the fact that one day there's going to be an AI-driven apocalypse and you want to stay on the wrong side of it, but because most people are using AI completely wrong. They think they're using basically a very quick search engine, and AI is not a search engine. So the way to work with AI is when you get AI, let's say you want it to do a graffiti, like I did in one of the videos of Gary in the van, Don't Waste a Trip van. I write, hey, I know you're one of the most up-and-coming UK graffiti artists. I was wondering if you could, and it will respond to me. So it's saying, like, basically a way to talk to AI is if you're the director of a film and you're telling the actor who it is, it thinks it is that thing now. And the creativity that comes out of it, it's brilliant. So you can have interactions with it. It will talk to you as the character you've described it as. But it doesn't have any impetus to do anything at any time. So when people say to me, oh, AI is going to take over the world, why would it want to? Doesn't care. It doesn't want to take over the world. There's no. What would AI get out of running the world? Nothing. It's already got everything. I mean, people talk about it. It's like the most intelligent species of animal or plant on this planet is already fungi. It's vastly more intelligent, has a far more complicated language than we understand, and it's never tried to take over the world. It's a very human idea. We just worry that because we're such assholes, any intelligent species more intelligent than us is going to be a bigger arsehole.
The problem is that everything is controlled by computers now. Critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure everywhere across the world is controlled by computers. So the thought is, if AI one day, starts to, I don't know, go in that direction, and then, that's the problem, is it can take control of critical systems, can't it? That's the thought behind life. But basically, like,
yeah, but so can idiots.
Yeah, I mean, there's hackers and these cyber hackers and all of that. So yeah, of course that can happen as well.
I mean, we're not in danger because of AI. We're in danger because of other people. Donald Trump is not an AI. I'm certain of it. Well, I'm not certain of it.
But sometimes you can wonder. Yeah.
So the idea though is this is good. Well, the research AI is already showing signs of deviancy. To be honest, I can see why generative AIs that people are making content with aren't anything important, but they do steal competence. Do you know what really was a mind-blowing idea? Whenever you're asked to verify that you're a human being, that little box that says, I am a human being.
Capture thing or whatever it's called.
I always feel like a total hacker. I am a human being, right? And how could a computer ever do that, But what's really fascinating, it asks you there's 9 squares, isolate the squares with traffic lights or traffic sidewalk. And I'm sure we're all the same, but I'm like, does that count? And you end up wondering if you.
Yes.
It's a nightmare. Do you know why it does that?
Traffic light.
Yeah, is that the traffic light or is that part of the traffic light? Is that the part they mean or not mean? Should I tick it? What happens if I do tick it? And have you ever been in that loop where it asks you 9 times? You go, God, am I getting this wrong? Do you know what I mean? Like, how this is stupid? I can't spot a traffic light. But do you know why it's always traffic lights, traffic crossings, and things like
that? No. And why is that always traffic lights?
I'm not going to tell you.
Why is it always zebra crossings?
Dan, why is it just traffic lights and crossings?
I have no idea. I was hoping So the truth is, it's about training driving cars, driverless cars. So driverless cars find it very difficult to distinguish between things like that. So that we are the input loop of millions of bits of data for cars that are going to drive without human beings. That's why it's always traffic. Isn't that mental?
That's an interesting thought, actually. Yeah, I mean, it's not always traffic, but yeah, very often, isn't it?
What do you get? Like, I only get zebra crossings,
bike wheels. How many wheels are in this picture?
Yeah, there's that
bike
kind
wheels,
of thing.
traffic crossings, traffic lights. It's never tits, is it? Never like tick all the boxes where there's a nipple.
tick all the box with nipples. That would be really good.
Yeah, that's when you know AI is taking over. Is it?
Yeah.
Actually, now that you're here, I can pick a bone with you because Tom has rocked my world with his theory on Back to the Future, and he's described you as a naysayer. And I think I want to hear if there's any rationality to this, or you're just clinging to some childhood fantasy that it's all good, clean fun. The guy's trying to get off with his mum.
No.
100%.
He's not trying to get off with his mum. He doesn't want to. He's not trying to get off with his mum. It's the thing. It's the plan behind it. It's the plan behind it to try and get into that position, but he's not trying to get off with his mum.
I think it's always quite obvious when someone's just trying to believe something that they can't make rational. Your whole argument is, no, he's not.
But I can't exactly remember it now.
Get off with your mum adjacent plan, isn't it? Like it's not. It's not like nowhere near getting off with his mum.
It's he's planned to be in that position to get the reaction, isn't it? From what's really his dad, isn't it? But yeah, I mean,
my life's not at stake here. Or
his plans not to get off with his mum. That's the thing. His plan is to provoke
very,
that
very
reaction.
close to that, isn't it?
But if his plan was successful, if it wasn't interrupted by Biff Tannen, that is what the base core of his plan actually is. At its corest level, is to get off with his mother.
No, it's not, because he knows that is what happens. He knows.
Okay, well then here's a follow-up point, which I think is irrefutable, right? And Tom just threw it out there as an aside. Okay? And I can't believe I'd never thought of this. There is a point at which Marty McFly looks like Marty McFly. Or sorry, Calvin Klein, right? And yet his dad never once goes, "Hang on, you bitch." Like, what the fuck?
There's loads of faults
on the fact that he's forgotten what this kid looks like.
There's loads of faults in Back to the Future. Yeah, there are loads of faults in it, but there's the whole him trying to get off his mother thing is just it's not right.
I think you're just in denial. I really do.
No, it's not, because he knows that conflict is going to happen, but it's supposed to be with Biff, isn't it? That's the thing.
Right.
He knows.
He's in a car. How does he think it's going to play out so that his dad has to come and rescue her from what?
But he sort of knows that's going to happen, though, isn't it? He knows that the dad's coming. He knows that. Right.
So what does he think his dad's going to find that he wishes to interrupt?
Yeah, but he's. This is all very, very. He knows what's going to happen. The dad doesn't know, of course, but he knows what's going to happen.
But you keep saying he knows what's going to happen, but not what is going.
Well, Marty McFly knows what's going to happen. The dad.
What is it that's going to happen?
That he's going to come and see. He's in the car, and create the conflict.
Just having a chat, and they're just chatting.
But he's not. His intention is the intention is to create the conflict. The intention is to get off with his mum.
Create the conflict.
Yeah, but he's not. His intention is not to get off with his mum.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
his intention is to make it. His intention is to make it look like it.
Right. Okay. How's he going to do that?
Yeah, by being in the car with her.
That
doesn't mean he's. That doesn't mean his intention is to get off with his mother. That's not his intention.
I feel like I'm explaining to you that there is no Santa Claus for the first time. You're so desperate to believe that. Come on, hear yourself. He's in a car simulating something which will make his future father very angry. What might that be, do you think?
But that's not his intention.
What's his intention then?
To create the conflict.
How does he create the conflict? By
making it look like something's going to happen. But that's
what
not
would
his
he
intention.
do that would make it look like something?
I can't explain this in a way that you understand. I'm sorry. I'm not good enough at explaining it.
No, but describe the scenario that he would see, his dad would see.
I know that's what he sees, but that's because he knows that's what he would see. He knows that is what he would see.
You know, when an idea is simpler than another idea, it tends to be
I can't explain it. I'm sorry. I just can't really explain. It's too difficult for me to explain.
I'm worried now that you're going to be, having a bath or taking out the rubbish sometime in the future, and it's just going to hit you like it hit me when Tom said it.
So you think?
God, he is trying to
No. You think his intent? You think his intention was to get off with his mum?
No, I think what's worrying about this is that there wasn't, like we talked about this earlier, like he sits down. So if I said to you, like if we cast ourselves, you're Christopher Lloyd's character, or I'm Michael J. Fox's character, right? And I said to you, look, here's one way we could do it. I could be in a car with my mum and look so much like I'm cracking on with her that my dad would punch me. And you could go, I know we've just been brainstorming this a very short amount of time, but I think we can do, let's not do that one, because you'd have to snog your mum, you wrong 'un, right? And I would like to think that however much it clearly appeals to me, the idea of cracking on with my mum, I would like to think I would go, yeah, you're right, actually, there's got to be a better way. And the two of us, in a very short space of time, would come up with a better plan than me trying to molest my mother in a car.
He's not trying to molest his mother in the car, is he?
I love this because it's not.
But this is the thing. You're taking a logical step further that's not really there.
Either they haven't given this enough thought and given it an existential crisis of the very realist nature. His entire existence depends on this plan coming to fruition. Yeah. And they have a time factor. So if it doesn't happen by a certain amount of time, he can't go back to the future, whatever happens. Whether he exists.
And every time you go, that's the thing with time travel, right? Is every time you go back, theoretically, every time you go back in time, that past you go back into creates you're actually doing the future again. That's the thing. So it's like it would never really make sense, because every time you go back.
My preferred way of thinking about time is that it has all happened all at once, and that it's only human beings that perceive it in a linear forward motion that has anything to do with entropy. So a human being measures time through entropy. So you have a complicated structure can only become a less complicated structure. A less complicated structure can't become a complicated structure in that linear forward motion through time. The point to be made about time travel is none of it is ever possible. It is impossible. So it doesn't matter how we describe what might or might not happen if it ever happened, because it's a paradox. It cannot happen. We know that. Time travel is not therefore possible. What is possible is experiencing time in a different way. So different organisms and higher life forms may experience all time all at once. God may experience all time all at once. But to talk about what is and isn't possible when it gets to time travel falls apart the moment you introduce the simplest of paradoxes. So you are a time traveler. You've invented time travel. You get into the time traveling machine for the first time. Your plan is to go into the past. Before you go into the past, a person turns up and says, I am your grandfather. Don't do it, and talks you out of doing it. That's a paradox. Wherever there is a paradox, there's a faulty premise. This is a faulty premise. So time cannot be traveled. Not in that way.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? We don't, it could all be a continuous. Everything can all be continuous. That's it, isn't it? It's the way we experience it can be just the way we experience it, right?
But whatever mechanics you build into time travel, Marty McFly is in a car with his mum to engineer a situation where somebody wants to punch him for being in that situation.
Yes, you're right.
And I don't think they're going to be playing cat's cradle.
But his intention.
My whole theory on this is not whether he wanted to do it or not. That is what the plan is.
That is the plan.
Whether he wanted to do it or not is irrelevant. The fact is, the plan is ostensibly to get off with his own mother, to then be interrupted by his father, to then get them to fall in love. But he didn't know that Biff Tannen was going to get in the way of that.
His father, a massively pacifistic individual who isn't prone to fits of violence, has to be inspired to an act of violence so incredible is his rage at what he sees. But all we're saying is if the three of us were paid a fortune to add the scene into it, where it said, Doc actually wants Marty to explain this plan a little bit more detail.
Oh, that changed the movie completely.
Yeah, you've got people going, he's a wrong.
My favourite thing in all of this is this totally went differently from how I imagined it in my head. And I did imagine this in my head because I thought, how is this going to pan out? Because in my back of my mind, as pretentious as this sounds, I did assume Sam was going to find his way onto this show and then this would be the discussion. Because of course it was going to be.
Time.
And,
still pre-planned, predestined.
And Greenwood knew this was going to happen when he came on because he knew it was going to be the first thing I'd bring up when talking about a movie.
I just find it fun because I think, like, honestly, I do see Tom's point of view and I can't see how you don't. But at the same time, I don't want it to be like, you know, the revelation of Santa's not real or anything like that. I don't want you to. It's obviously important. It's an important film. Huh?
I just look at it differently. I just look at it. I know that his idea is to make it look like that, but that wasn't his intention. Is not to get off with his mother. That's the difference I'm trying to make.
Just to do something that looks so much like he's.
Yeah, but it looks like it, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you're intending to do it. It doesn't mean you're actually intending on doing it. You know, he wasn't going to shag his mother.
I just hope that in the alternate universe where you're his defense lawyer. Where anyone buys that because
the real thing I'm fascinated about is every time there is a new movie discussion at some point, Tom just immediately goes into that. So I'm just wondering, Tom, why are you obsessed with incest?
He's the only one that's looking to stop it.
He brings it up every fucking time we start a new movie discussion after a few months. He goes straight to Martin McFly's trying to shag his mum.
Oh, it sounds right because I'm sat here and I'm definitely feeling like, and people have mentioned it and they're right as well, I'm definitely sat here like Hannibal from the A-Team when the plan comes together and he loves it. Like, man, I love it when a plan comes together. That's Kathleen Turner, of course, Idris.
I love it. Oh, God, what's he doing? More quizzes? Our voice of...
He's doing the same
this is not breaking news.
No, it's not breaking news. It's breaking quiz. It's broken. It's Watership Down. I can't possibly. Idris, save us the movies. My favorite movie is The Great Gatsby, and I live by the green light. No one's favorite movie is The Great Gatsby, is it? I'm missing something.
That was a terrible adaptation of a great novel.
It's funny you say that because I'm really glad you said that because I read it. I didn't get it.
It's the Great Gatsby is very much we're going to turn this into a literary analysis. The Great Gatsby is very much.
I think we're allowed to, given that we've just spent a lot of time talking about how
Well, we've gone through the incest bit, so Tom's happy. So we can.
I'm more than happy, Sam. I'm positively fucking static.
First of all, did you know that F. Scott Fitzgerald, the author of The Great Gatsby, was together with Marilyn Monroe? That guy looked like a nerd. He was an author, but he was very successful.
Nerds. She liked
and he was with Marilyn Monroe. That guy was with Marilyn Monroe.
I didn't know that, but is she all
The Great Gatsby is a critique on the American dream and modernism and the development of a capitalist, rich society.
Yeah, as a book though, I just found it really boring.
I quite liked it. I mean, it's well written and that, and it's just you got to remember the time it was written in. It was a time when wealth was it was getting extreme. There was those few people getting really wealthy, and it was fascinating to see what they were actually doing, what their lives were like, and all that. Like the Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts, all of them.
It's interesting because they are the ones who prospered most out of the Wall Street crash.
Yeah. I mean, there's loads.
If you have money in a crash, it's a great time to have money. But they also engineered the crash in the beginning by inflating the sales, But yeah, I don't know. Where did you get that Fitzgerald and Monroe thing from?
I just remember it because I remember looking into the author. I remember reading about him.
If you're prepared to accept the premise that Marty McFly was trying to nonce his mum, then I will happily let you know that Scott Fitzgerald died at the age of 44 in 90. He was dead before Marilyn Monroe was old enough.
So which one is one of those famous authors? I thought it was him.
Yeah, it was Arthur Miller.
That was it. Arthur Miller, Death of a Salesman. Yeah. That's it. Death of a Salesman. Him. Yes.
Yeah. So she was with him, and she was also with Joe DiMaggio, Jolton Joe.
Yes. I had the wrong author. My apologies. I knew it was one of those big authors, but yeah, it was the wrong one. It's Arthur Miller.
I didn't know any of that, Sam. So.
Well, you know a lot about incest, don't you?
Working after the incest thing because it's just like a supercomputer processing that.
Tom is just so happy he's throwing that grenade in there, and he's just like, yeah.
I love it. Do you know what I do love about the randomness of our communities, whether it's this or Gary's or yours or where it's the real joy of it is in the comment section, and it always will be. Right?
Well, Dave the Goat just caught up, so Dave the Goat, well done. Yes, I did have the wrong author. I did have the wrong author. I apologise. It was Arthur Miller, not Scott
came in earlier because he was typing Gooner channel into the YouTuber sphere, looking for something very different. And this isn't what he expected. But like 4 hours later, he's still here. I don't know if he's had breaks in between to recover, but like he was hoping for something a little bit more or a little less edifying. And now he's getting in here with the Scott Fitzgerald quote. So from a man looking for masturbatory content to a man describing the relationship between F. Scott Fitzgerald and Marilyn Monroe is impossible. I think we've made him cultured.
Well, this is why we call him Dave the Goat. He's obviously, he's the GOAT, and he's the greatest of all time.
Greatest of all time, mate. So, as a nod to the essence of what is otherwise a movie show, see any films you like recently?
I'm not trying to think now.
Because I knew I was doing a show with Carl, so I just watched tons of films. So I've watched loads of shit. Some good.
I'm trying to think of the last film I watched. I'm trying to think now because I'm into series at the moment. I'm watching loads of different series. Have
you seen that Mobland? Has anyone seen that?
Yeah, it's okay. I don't think it's as good as like Gentlemen and that. I think it's all the Gentlemen's better.
Yeah. But I did it in 2 days. I watched it.
I like Tom Hardy though. That's the thing. I like Tom Hardy
in literally everything. There was a film where he's just driving, and I liked it.
But yeah, what's his face? Pierce Brosnan speaking Irish is a bit.
He is Irish.
I know, but he just I don't like him.
He's better than Helen Mirren. I know what you mean.
Yeah, Helen Mirren's even worse. Helen Mirren speaking Irish is even worse. Yeah,
you shouldn't have let her.
Yeah. No, I'll try and think of a movie. You guys keep going. I'm trying to think of my last movie I saw. Bloody hell, it's been a while now.
I saw The Naked Gun. I was
no, I can't do it. No,
I'm not going to watch that.
It's good.
I'm not going to watch that.
It's
fun.
So
was it. I mean, just watch the original again. It's been 40 years. Do you know what I mean? What are you worried?
I've seen some of the trailers, and none of the trailers amuse me. So I'm thinking, if the trailers don't amuse me, I'm not going to watch the movie.
It's not a remake. It's a
follow
on.
No, I get it's not a remake, but that's not as pertinent when you're basically doing a film that's full of jokes. It's just a collection of. The plot of Naked Gun is not really important, is it?
And Pamela Anderson, I mean,
she's not that bad. For what it is, she's fine. She's fine for it. I enjoyed it. The fact of the matter is, the opening of the movie is basically the plot is, and this is not a spoiler, but a gang of crooks steal the plot device.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch it.
I just love that. Yeah, I just had this image of we're the two Hollywood producers, and he's pitching his.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
I'm trying to figure out a nice way of saying it, and you're just like, yeah, I'm not watching that.
And,
I'm not watching that.
my favourite bit of all this is that basically how I would do this is basically I'd go, I've got another idea for you. I've got a movie about
Time traveling nonsense.
It's about time traveling nonce. Bloody hell.
Basically, he's always wanted to get off with his mum, but he goes back to 1955 to do it.
That's the chance he wanted. Because his mum was a bit of a looker back in the day, so he travels back in time to get off with her.
All right, well, explain how comes the son she has looks exactly like him.
Well, that is him, isn't it?
But why has George McFly not immediately turned around in 1985 and punched Marty McFly in the face? And got, there you go, Doctor. Get some DNA.
Yeah,
no, that's the wrong way.
Yeah. I know there's a few plot holes in there, isn't there? Yeah, exactly. But the last film I actually saw, I remember now.
Of his DNA, to be fair, but still.
I remember the last movie I saw, and the reason I didn't remember because it's very forgetful, and that is Happy Gilmore 2.
Oh no, yeah, okay, yeah.
I was very disappointed. I mean, they've just done it for money, and it's just, they should just not done it. That could be the
subtitle, couldn't it? Happy Gilmore 2.
It's just the first one was so funny.
Netflix threw money at me.
It's just basically Netflix are like, come on guys, we'll throw money at it, let's do it because they know it'll be hugely popular.
Then is that why I can actually? I suppose that makes sense. Okay,
they premiered it at the cinema just to promote it, but really.
So I think I'm going to be the only one in this chat then. I've watched Happy Gilmore and it was like,
Because I watched it when I was young and it was really funny, and it was Adam Sandler was really funny at that time. Well, at least I thought he was funny at that time. And it's this whole nostalgia thing, though, isn't it? You know, they redo it, it's nostalgia and all of that. Yeah, because there's a huge thing. There's a cult around it and all of that. So they're like, yeah, let's make this into something, get some money out of it. But it was just so poorly done. It was just like they just like phoned it in. It just looked like they phoned it in.
I don't think I enjoyed the first one enough to watch a sequel.
What I would say about it is, and this won't surprise anyone who knows me and my humour remotely, is basically I thought the movie was okay to amusing until Shooter McGavin turned up, and then I was like, my hero has arrived because he is the best part of the entire thing.
But then the way his character turns out in number 2 is just not fun at all. Where he basically turns into the good guy. His whole shtick was being the bad guy, and in number 2 he turns into the good guy, and I'm like,
I like that he's a man out of time though, because he's still talking to the women like it's 1996.
Yeah, he's funny. It's just he's much better as a bad guy. Now,
what does that mean? Because I haven't seen it. So what does talking to women like it's 1996 entail? How does that manifest?
He would basically he'd say the same things to women that he said to Virginia Bennett. What's her name? Julie Bowen's character from 1996. He'd talk to women like he talked to her, and Happy Gilmore will be like, yeah, sure, we don't talk to women like that anymore. And he's like, and he looks at him as if like you've just shat in his cornflake, basically. So
I don't know. I felt like it's a confessional or like I'm stepping out of the closet. I know I smoked too much weed for most of my life, but so I have no memory of Happy Gilmore at all, apart from that he finds out he's really good at hitting a golf ball a long way. And then my mind just goes completely blank. Like, he obviously has some anger issues or something, is it?
Yeah, he's got anger issues.
Fights all the time, doesn't he?
I don't remember shooting McGavin.
Anger issues. He started off being a hockey player.
That's right. I remember he's a hockey player, yeah.
He started off as a hockey player. He was a decent hockey player, but with his anger issues, he got banned from playing hockey because he stabbed the guy with his skate or something like that. He wasn't
good at hockey. The actual underlying thing is he was terrible at hockey because he could barely skate for a start, which is
but the thing was he had anger issues and he stabbed someone with a skate, so he couldn't play anymore.
Isn't Adam Sandler also in the film Anger Management?
Yes, that's with Jack Nicholson.
So I'm getting totally confused now.
his in all his films, Sandler, basically his character gets angry at points and then starts fighting.
Well, no, because I've never watched. There's Little Nicky, which I thought was just fucking weird. Then there's this Happy Gilmore thing, but the film I saw him in like a couple of years ago, fucking brilliant. Hustle, absolutely loved him.
Yeah,
he doesn't get angry anywhere. Maybe he does, and I just missed it.
That's because he plays a more serious role in Hustle.
It's a brilliant role.
Have you seen him in Uncut Gems?
That's a stupid film.
It's not a stupid film. He plays that really well. He plays that role.
And maybe I'm missing that. Maybe isn't it the one where isn't it the heist? Oh, hang on. Yeah, he's the New York jewel dealer.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't he?
He's the guy gets in a deal, but I think he just plays that really well, and that's a serious role as well.
I think it went on a bit for me. Maybe I'm coming to terms with attention deficit to what's it.
Not enough nonsense.
Hey, at least I'm accepting. When my eyes are open to something, the scales have fallen from my eyes. A family film has revealed itself to be basically
the way I expected. That's all I'm going to say. Is basically I put a theory out here, not thinking it was remotely going to cut any form of mustard, and I got the opposite response to why.
How could it not when it's so obviously true?
This is what I think. This is the thing, and Sam, say what you will about my crazy theory, as you've put it. I've never backed down from it. If anything, I even say about it even more. To even push.
Yeah, you start every few months. You fucking start every few months.
I would never not start it because I feel so strongly that's what the plot is.
Yeah, it's like, let's talk about Marty McFly being a nonce.
I do just want to get your I listened to a really good podcast the other day, and they were talking about Pamela Anderson and Liam Neeson together, and they've given them one of those conjoined names. I can't remember what it is. Can someone please say because they're called Liam Pam or something? I don't know, but they are. Yes, they are a couple. It's
Pamela, probably.
Pamela wouldn't really work. Pamela. Pamelan?
Leah Pam.
I know we'll know. Rosie will know. Quite the pair. Richard Pryor was a goat. Absolutely he was.
Hey, Anders.
Talking about Great Gatsby, I watched the live musical in London Museum featuring Jamie Moscato and recording Blur. I don't think you could drag me to that at gunpoint. Like a musical.
Probably not the best.
Okay. Can I just ask, this is any movie show, if this is going to be a continuous format, Mind Candy is going to survive. I know it hasn't had the parenting any good treatment of any good sort of new idea should have. We've just schlepped it on after the legendary winning of the Emirates Cup. I'd almost forgotten the name of the cup now. Which was the most shameless attempt I've ever made of getting clipped for anything in my life. It's fucking ridiculous. And there's me going, oh! And Gary going. But anyway, I would like
exactly like that. Gary sat there basically like
he didn't know what was going on because he wasn't watching it. He was sitting in a watch along, not having watched anything to watch along.
That's typical Gary. It's
brilliant. Like you couldn't make this shit up. It was perfect. It was a perfect foil for my nutty attempt to be viral. I can always blame him from now on when I'm not viral. Otherwise, I'd have to accept that I'm just not viral. Anyway, so I'd like to introduce a format, which is, can you be honest now? I value both of you for your authenticity, your integrity. I'm sure that you will be. Are there any good musicals?
Musical movies.
Yeah.
I don't want to go.
Not really my genre. I don't really like it.
Not hate Wicked.
Never seen it.
I thought it was from a context of I'm not a fan.
What made you go and see that?
Because he's got a cinema pass, hasn't he?
Yeah, because it doesn't cost me in it because I've already paid for it.
No, that's not a good enough reason.
I've already paid for it. They've already got my money.
That's not a good enough reason. That's
chosen a different film. I think that's what Dan's saying.
You don't have to go and see everything just because. I mean, you don't see everything, do you? Do you?
Before I got ill, I would generally try to see most things at least once. But
I don't think I can think of you as a discerning individual.
like do 2 or 3 movies in a day. The most I've ever seen in a day is 5 movies.
Okay, this is brilliant. So I kind of admire that, and I'm also wary of it at the same time. You must have seen some you must have sat through some legendarily shit films.
I have.
Yeah.
Why?
The only movie I've ever actually walked out of in a cinema is
Can I try and guess? No, I'd never get it right. What was it? 2 Towers.
Girl on the Train, Emily Blunt movie. I left halfway through.
Gellhorn what?
The Girl on a Train.
Oh, Girl on a Train. Isn't that quite a popular movie, though? That's quite a popular movie, isn't it?
It is, but I had a big issue with it. I'm watching it, and I was sitting there, I was thinking, she's going through the stage in her life or the movie where she's dishevelled or becoming like mentally unwell, but she still looks heavily made up. So like they've made her up to look, but she still looks really glamorous. And I was like, I wasn't really buying it.
You obviously haven't seen Jaws 4.
I've not seen Jaws 4. I've not. But I have seen the movie.
If your low point is Girl on a Train, please watch Jaws 4.
Michael Caine, isn't it? Yeah, it was a payday. Getting a payday.
Yeah, as Michael Caine said, I've never seen Jaws 4, but I have seen the house that it paid for, and it was lovely.
It is. There are films that are just. I mean, the thing is, here's the thing, right? I would describe my Netflix / Sky. I've got like 3 or 4 platforms: Prime, Sky, and I go, like if I'm like, I'm going to watch a film, I'll go. Well, which one's most likely to have something? I go, well, today the flavor of the month is Netflix. I'll go on Netflix. Haven't been on there for a couple of weeks. So there'll be new stuff, and then I spend 20 minutes going through it and going, I'll try Prime, and then I spend 20 minutes going, and then I'll try Now TV, and I spend another 20 minutes going, and then I'll spend another 20 minutes back on Netflix going, well, surely there was something here. Was there anything here? And that's an hour and 20 minutes. I haven't seen anything. But like, it seems like you're just going, random, pip that, watch them all. Like you're determined to watch every film. That's the least discerning attitude. Like I just couldn't do that. I'd end up watching, let's randomly pick. I'd end up watching films I'll never watch.
I'm going to watch Wicked 2 when it comes out in November as well, because I now want to know what happens, which I suppose is the goal of Wicked in the first place.
That's art, isn't it? It's literally the whole. It's like when people describe books as page turners, and you go, that's like the minimum expectation of a book, isn't it? Like, you know what I mean? Like that. But so if I went on Netflix now, you wouldn't do that on Netflix, though. You wouldn't watch everything that's just popped up on Netflix, would you? Or do you?
Tom is the guy who watches. He goes out of his way to watch like the most obscure fucking crap on Netflix. Like he watches like Korean fucking chefs series, and he watches.
Culinary Class Wars was brilliant.
He was watching. Was it some kind of?
Right. Okay. Then have you been to see War of the Worlds with Ice Cube in it yet?
Oh, there's no way I'm touching that.
I know it exists, but I've not actually seen it.
I read a review for it, which made me go, I almost want to see it now. It was on Rotten Tomatoes,
didn't it? Something.
It was on Rotten Tomatoes, and it said it annoys me as a film critic how often people say this is the worst movie ever made, because they're genuinely taking the credit away from War of the Worlds. This is actually the worst film that's ever been made. And I'm like, how bad can it be? Like, how bad can it be?
All I'm going to say, Dan, is I sat on YouTube on Christmas Day and watched Santa with Muscles, and I loved it.
I was on the same stream with you. It was very, very entertaining. Because some movies are so bad they become entertaining. That's the thing,
Is that what did you two do? That were you just? Was this on? I mean, is this a format you two have pioneered, like where you're both watching a film together? We did
that on Christmas Day?
I can't see any reason why that wouldn't be really watchable.
We did a watch along of Santa with Muscles on Christmas Day.
So I love this idea so much that I like the idea of just everyone goes, right, on such and such a date, we're all going to watch this film together.
The key element of it, Dan, is anyone could have joined us because the movie itself is on YouTube.
That's what I'm saying. Like, or you just make it an accessible film that anyone could watch. Ideally, not a good one.
The movie itself is so bad that all the company that owns the copyright to it doesn't care that it's on YouTube.
It's like John Doe. Is that what like the director's name is John Doe, all the stars are John Doe, and the producer and the film company is John Doe.
It's Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan is a Santa with muscles.
See, that doesn't sound as bad as Two Towers.
I'd still like Lord of the Rings. Did you like all the Lord of the Rings stuff?
No, and the thing is, like, people always assume that I don't like Lord of the Rings because I wasn't into the books and stuff. I got given Lord of the Rings for Christmas from a friend of the family, and I was really excited. And I was about 20 years old. I hadn't read it by then. But I loved the idea of it being like a 1,200-page epic, a bit like I was with Tolstoy, War and Peace. I was like, oh, I love a long story. And then you're like, well, of course it's fucking long. Tolstoy is long because it's about 200 pages describing a single meal. It's like, oh, piss off. And with Lord of the Rings, it felt a little bit like they were being chased by the Dark Riders. They were a little bit further away than them. They went into a tavern. They had a few drinks. They got on their horses. They rode to another tavern. The Dark Riders are just behind them. They get to another tavern, and the Dark Riders nearly catch them. And I was like, got to pay 600 and went, I don't care anymore. Just, I fucking hope they all die. I hope they all die. And I know they don't because I'd seen the film from the late 70s, early 80s, the animation Lord of the Rings, which was an hour and 40 minutes, and it's perfect. Sums everything up. It's brilliant. You don't need 3 2-hour movies with CGI.
Yeah, they were a bit long.
Anthony Herbert's mentioning the Emmanuel films.
The Emmanuel films, oh, cool. They were great when you were a kid, weren't they? When late at night,
Friday night.
That's where Tom got his flavour for noncery.
Tom, whenever you say you don't like a movie now, it sounds like you've got an issue with it because it doesn't have a guy trying to get off with his mum.
That's 100% right, Rosie. That's 100% fair. I didn't even realise that I had that as a scowl. You've enlightened my mind to it.
World of Worlds with Anthony. It's Grumpy Yoda again, isn't it? World of Worlds. Word.
If the future of the planet was dependent on Anthony Herbert's English, we would all be fucked.
We would. There was some movie back in the 2000s, I think it was called Legion or something. It was about Roman Legion in some sort of skirmish. The movie was comically bad. Yeah. I mean, bad. Hello, we've got player performance, accountant. What did you make of the Emirates Cup? I'm so sorry. Like I should have said, this is like a.
You can change the title. I think you can change the title while you're live.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do that because it was at the beginning. I don't want someone to. Like, first of all, no one's going to go, well, when are they going to start talking about movies and look for that, right? So it's not appearing in any searches. But if I do change it, they'd have to sit through 2.5 hours of me and Gary watching it. That would be even weirder.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
It's like we spent longer than most movies talking about a fucking Emirates Cup. I love it. There'll be angry people out there that we only won 3-0. Worst films. I want to hear from these in the comments. What's the worst film of all time? Because I have to say it isn't Two Towers. That's,
Well, I can tell you one of the worst films of all time is The Happening with Mark Wahlberg and M. Night Shyamalan.
I fucking love The Happening. It's amazing.
That's a fucking terrible movie. Fucking
terrible. I love The Happening.
Terrible acting, terrible plot.
I've rejigged this now. I've got the angel and the demon on my shoulder. I've got, You'll like it, Dan. Watch it. And I've got, it's shit. Who do I listen to?
Shit. When Mark Wahlberg starts talking to a plant seriously about, he wants the plant to stop basically killing people. That's when I nearly walked out of the cinema. I very nearly walked out of the cinema, but because it was so far out in the movie, I thought, fuck it, I might as well just sit and watch the rest.
I thought you were going to say because the cinema's so far in the forest, I didn't. I was there.
It's an M. Night Shyamalan movie where the whole M. Night Shyamalan is a fascinating character because he started off with some great movies. he started off with some great movies like Sixth Sense, Unbreakable, Signs, right?
I didn't like Unbreakable.
And then
I love
then he became like such a popular director. They're like, okay, basically you can do whatever you want. He basically started getting like free reign with stuff, and he just started making shit.
I wish I did give him free reign.
And he started with that Lady in the Water, which was based on a dream he had, a reoccurring dream he had as a kid. Anyway, so he got to make The Happening, which is basically about how plants kill everyone with some kind of weird thing that they give off or something.
Toxins secreted by the plants.
Toxins from plants or something that they and they all work together. The plants globally, they all these toxins, they all work together to kill everyone. Well, they turn people suicidal. That's what happens. People become suicidal when they take in these toxins.
My favourite bit in the whole movie, apart from the part when Betty Buckley lets them live in a little townhouse or whatever, and they're like, and the kid tries to reach for a cookie, and then she swats the kid's hand away, and then she looks a bit mental. But anyway, my actual favourite bit is basically when they're running away from the wind. Because the wind is carrying the toxin, and it's basically then the wind surrounds them. And it's like, wait a minute, so they're running away from the wind. It's the happening.
And Mark Wahlberg, who's the star, obviously, and towards the end of the movie. Then towards the end of the movie, when he realizes, they realize that the plants are giving, it's the plants that are causing all of this. There's a plant. He starts talking to a plant, and I was like, "Fuck it up! I'm checking it out.
I'm sorry, man.
That doesn't feel like. I mean, you're talking to a plant. I mean, obviously,
it's absurd.
Well, I'm very much veering towards never watching this film. I can absolutely say that.
You keep those 2 hours, use them for something else.
Yeah, I might continue working on my homemade nuclear
device.
If
The Happening ends up on streaming, we are doing a live watch along of The Happening at Christmas.
But Tom,
my God!
But Tom, you fascinate me, Tom. With I wanted to talk to you about this. You fascinate me, Tom, with the way you choose movies. There's so many movies out there you could watch that are actually good.
I'm learning this for something. You just go to every movie that comes on in the cinema because it's free.
Yeah, Tom will just watch anything. I'm
going to any buffet and eating the liver because it's free. It's like, it's free.
That's what I do at the buffet because the steak is free.
But Tom, I was going to ask this about you. I mean, I'm reading some of the stuff you was writing on your Facebook about stuff you've been watching, and it's like, what? There's so many movies, good movies out there you can choose, and you're picking like the worst. Was it some kind of horror thing or whatever it was? Like nobody's ever heard of ever.
Weapons,
that you chose
really
on.
Good.
What?
It's a good movie. It's a good movie.
Which one are we talking about now?
Weapons. It's a good movie.
I'm talking about today. No, that's.
I'm not. I watched Barbarian today, but.
No. It's a while ago. There was something you told me you chose it because it was on net. You got it as suggested on Netflix. It came up as a suggested movie.
I think you're on about the one about the video games, the retro ones.
Anyway, it was like some complete obscure thing like no one's ever heard of.
Oh no, it was absolute dog shit.
And why are you watching that instead of actually picking something like at least?
Yeah, I mean, why am I going through all this trouble? I'm having nightmares choosing a film because I don't want to watch a shit film, and you're just going, "Oh, I kind of want to watch a shit film."
That's the one you're talking about. Is it Choose or Die?
Yes.
Is that on Netflix?
Yeah.
What are you watching that for?
Mate, there's fuck all on Netflix.
I saw the picture of it, and I saw it sounded like a retro horror, and I was video gaming horror, and I was like, "Okay, let's see what it's like."
That was great. That was fucking great.
All right, I'm just going to go quick. Like, you guys can help me because I might watch a film later. I might go and watch a film and misses. Right. Of these, can we get a yes or no? Like, would you recommend Dead Poets Society?
Yes. Robin Williams, very good movie.
I mean, I've seen it. I'm just wondering if this format works. Tom's kind of stoically not answering. I can't believe you haven't seen Dead Poets Society, but you've seen Barbarians. You're actively seeking out shit films. You must have seen Dead Poets Society.
I have not seen Dead Poets Society.
Make it make sense. Make it make sense. How have you not? You literally just
but
spent the last half hour
on the internet going, I love how random your shit is, but
you can't not have seen good films.
But if Robin Williams was trying to molest his mother, Tom would have fucking watched it.
I'll fucking be there 4 minutes early.
I'm not even sure he isn't. But the point is, it just might be subtext. The point is, it's the first film that popped up on Netflix, right? Like, so you've actively gone, no, I don't want to watch a film with Robin Williams in it, which is critically acclaimed and much loved by everyone who's seen it. What's this film with Mark Wahlberg where he's fucking running away from the wind? I'll give that a bash. That's mental. We're all finite. We're locked in a finite existence, and you're wasting it on deliberately. I think you're being deliberately difficult here. Like you're literally, it is like, I know I was joking about having an angel on one shoulder and a devil on the other, but you're not getting any prizes for guessing which is which, are you? You're literally like, go and watch the wind chasing Mark Wahlberg, Dan. I'm like, what about this like pioneering, like intelligently written dialogue that's outstanding with the Oscar winning performance by Robin Williams, who I love? No.
I've literally sat here and just said I want to be an agent of chaos. And
well, that's taking it to new levels. That's being an agent of chaos. Well, I admire you for it. That's all I can say. But it casts into doubt the very concept of doing a movie show with you if all you're going to watch is things that deliberately seek out things which are terrible.
Hey, I'll watch good movies. Just don't make me name any right now.
Okay, I want to see how far this extends because I think I found something. Agent of Chaos. Which is a brilliant idea, by the way. In the section award-winning films, I'm wondering if you've seen any of them.
Okay, let's try it.
Have you seen Oppenheimer?
Yes.
Yeah, because it was free at the cinema. What did you think of it? That was boring, though, wasn't it?
I'll tell you, my genuine opinion on Oppenheimer is that it's a well-made movie. It's a well-made... I know what I'm watching. It's profound and well-made. But it fucking nearly put me to sleep halfway through and can go fuck itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think it did put me to sleep.
Christopher Nolan, though. Christopher Nolan's a good director.
Yeah,
it's an event movie. People wanted to see it because it's a Christopher Nolan movie. But I sat there watching it going, I know how this ends. Bring on the bomb.
Yeah. And then what? Like, literally, then what? You know, like, we know what happens. You know, the only interesting thing Oppenheimer did, apart from being fundamental in the creation of the world's first atomic weapon, was that lovely quote from I Am Become the Destroyer of Worlds. Dark, but that's not a movie. Okay, Hacksaw Ridge.
Pretty good. So
what was on at the time was Wicked on, and you just were like, nah, fucking I'll cue with the little girls. Is that what we're talking about here? It's like
it's an amazing story based on a true story. It's an amazing story.
But then all of these war films have to be based on a true story to some degree, don't they? Otherwise,
I don't like war films generally.
You don't.
You just don't like good movies generally.
No, you don't. I mean, I don't think the problem is that you don't like war films. I think that there was a queue for Hacksaw Ridge and a queue for Wicked, and you.
If it was called fucking Mr. T Goes to Town, then he
Mr. T goes to town on his mum.
Tom would be all over that like fucking fly on a ship.
Theory of Everything. See, this is one that I can't bring myself to watch.
It's a very good movie. Eddie Redmayne plays Stephen Hawking very well.
But it's another one of those ones like, don't tell me what happens.
But you see Stephen Hawking. What's fascinating about that movie is you see Stephen Hawking as young when he's actually, you know, really, really coming up as a, you know, a young, brilliant mind and everything. And then, of course, later in the movie.
It's really funny when you speak to actual physicists. He isn't recognized as one of the great thinkers. He's good, but he's not one of the greats.
He was good at what he was doing. That's the thing, wasn't it? I mean, his
highlights.
Huh?
A lot of the stuff on his black holes is very good, though. I mean, he's been very prominent in that area.
Yeah, but it's sort of more Einstein pioneered that than I know he calculates it, but anyway, like. But I'm just saying, like, it's like.
But you know what's interesting? You know what's interesting about Stephen Hawking, though?
He cheated on his missus with his nurse.
Yeah, I think he did that, didn't he?
Yeah.
A
bit of house, your
he was. I want my mum. Where is my mum?
There is a tie in there because it's all the time travel. Let me nonce you up.
Time
you
is a continuous
programming
loop.
his speech machine, couldn't you?
Time is a continuous loop, so I can nonce my mother. But what I was going to say was, this is a fascinating little bit of interesting information here. That Stephen Hawking was Professor Emeritus at Cambridge University, and Tom is Professor Emeritus of Sub-Saharan Macroeconomics at the University of Santo Domingo.
Yeah, that is impressive.
True,
I love the way the word sounds, but I don't know what it means. So for me, it's already clever.
Professor Emeritus, that's like above Professor.
There must be. Otherwise,
It's very prestigious. Very prestigious.
I can imagine. It's probably the epitome of prestigiosity.
It is.
So, did you give Theory of Everything a thumbs up, or were you?
I like
Sharknado 9.
Sharknado 9. If there's anything with Jason Statham in it, Tom's all over it. It's fucking.
Oh fuck me! One of the worst films I've ever seen in my life was Beekeeper. Oh god!
But every Jason Statham film is the same. It's the same plot, just with different character names.
Versatile, isn't it?
He's just a beekeeper.
Oh, God.
Someone's got to take revenge on someone who's hurt one of his family members or a friend of his.
Human society is just like a hive of bees, and therefore needs a beekeeper, and that's Jason Statham. Like, really?
Yeah, I'll be there for the Beekeeper 2 when it comes out.
And you will. You love a Jason Statham film, you do.
How the fuck is that coming out? Seriously.
Because people watch it. People watch it, like Tom. People like Tom watch it.
Do you know what? There are a whole genre of films like that which are equally stupid. I watched The Equalizer and thought, oh, this is quite good.
I quite like The
Equalizer too. It's exactly like the first one. And then, I tell you what was surprisingly good, Jack Reacher with Tom Cruise.
No, it's not bad. Not bad.
I was really surprised.
Equalizer 3 is better than 2, though. I thought Equalizer 3 was
it's the one in Italy, isn't it?
Yeah, the one in Italy,
My favourite part of Equalizer 2 is when Pedro Pascal got killed to fuck.
Did I not watch? Maybe I didn't watch Equalizer 2 then. Is Pedro Pascal really in Equalizer 2?
Yeah. He's a villain.
Oh, I haven't seen it then. I'll have to go and watch that tonight then. Okay, John Q.
What I said about him being a villain, because that kind of ruins your movie.
Spoilers. Because the plot is everything in these films, isn't it?
Yeah.
What about John Q? Denzel Washington is not necessarily famous for playing lots of different types of people.
I don't think I've seen that one, to be honest.
Denzel Washington in everything he's in. He's a man with dignity and gravitas.
Yeah. I love him.
Unless it's Alonzo Harris.
What's that?
His character from Training Day.
That's the only time he's different. That was a good film. Weird, though. That I nearly watched that the other day. What about Rebel Ridge? Which looks very much like a remake of First Blood to me.
Rebel Ridge, I don't think I've seen that one, to be honest. No, I don't think I have.
Okay. So I definitely think the three of us are the right people to do a movie show. Like,
I don't watch everything.
Only watch films if they're free, and I
don't watch everything.
It's not free. It's not free. I've paid my year in advance. So
how much is it?
It's about £17 a month. But with the cost of a cinema ticket, that's basically you go.
Do you get any benefits with that? Like popcorn?
Well, yeah, you get discount on your popcorn or whatever.
How much is the discount on the popcorn?
25%.
Okay. How much is the popcorn you normally eat?
I have no idea because I don't eat popcorn.
So you're not really getting a discount on popcorn then?
I am getting 25% of the Pepsi that I drink.
But in the accounting column, I'm still putting 0, aren't I?
Yeah.
Okay.
But in all
That's
seriousness,
how much you've saved on popcorn.
well, I've saved nothing on popcorn.
So what is it? What are we purchasing with the 25% discount?
Pepsi.
A giant cup of Pepsi.
Which would normally set you back.
I'm going to guess it's knocking £1 off of it.
£4. Even Elon Musk doesn't spend that on Pepsi, mate. Fucking hell.
Elon Musk needs to give me £7 for it right now.
Has he told you this, if you met Elon Musk? Sam?
Pardon, what did you say? Pound what?
If Tom met Elon Musk.
That'd be a great meeting of great minds, wouldn't it?
I can just see it now.
Can any chance you
20 minutes after they meet, Elon Musk would go, I've never thought about that. But Back to the Future is about nonsense.
That'd be the first thing Tom would talk to him about. He'd say, do you know that in Back to the Future, Marty McFly is actually trying to get off with his mum?
I have this desire now to create lots of little comic vignettes where like the world is about to end and you get sent in to speak to the mad scientist, and it's just like the end scene is a mad scientist going, he's right. Marty McFly is trying to nonce his mum.
I've never said I'm a genius, or I've only ever said I'm a different sort of genius, which is not a genius at all.
Well, a different kind of genius is the one that's not a genius.
Yeah, if everyone's zigging and you're zagging, that's genius. MIkel Arteta on further incomings. I love that Idrissa Dome is desperately trying to keep this on football. I think we've drifted too far from that.
We're not talking about football anymore, are we?
No, fucking too right. I know MIkel Arteta wasn't trying to.
I wonder what MIkel Arteta thinks of.
Oh my God! Oh God! Now I have a life's ambition. I've always thought it'd be good to get in a press conference, but I don't have a question to ask MIkel Arteta. Dan, the channel, you've got a question? I have, yes. In the film,
Back to the Future, right, Mick? I can call you Mick, right?
Oh, that's all right. We had Tom here last week, Dan. We've already answered this. It's profoundly obvious that he was trying to nonce his mum.
Sam is just so defeated. So make him. I'm so
We've
sorry.
lost him. Tom's gone. Agent of Chaos.
Sam is so defeated by Back to the Future. I'm sorry, I'm killing myself.
Right, can I just address this while you're having a conniption? Rosie's asking Tom, are you asking Tom Salmon if you should watch Dead Poets Society and getting aggy because Tom hasn't seen it? No, I've seen it. I have seen it many times. I think it's brilliant. The only thing is I'm a total pedant for English language. And when he says that carpe diem means seize the day, it does not. It means pluck the days, as 'twere a flower. It's from a poem by Horace. And it's simply not true to suggest that the poem is about making every moment count. It's about appreciating the moment for what it is. So antithesis of the... So yes, I have seen it, Rosie. Please. I haven't, unfortunately, seen the Danny... Was it Danny... Which Wahlberg was it? Mark Wahlberg. Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch one.
In the Happening?
The Happening I have not seen, sadly.
Oh, don't see it.
Hawking radiation solved some part of the information paradox presented by black holes, so he's notable for that. There are otherwise much better scientists. Thank you, Boy Tendia. Don't you just love it? Like, this is what I'm talking about. Ostensibly, we all know each other because we argue over whether Kai Havertz is worth 65 million quid, but then you get a little glimpse and go, this guy's got a lot more going on. Not everyone does, though. Adam, are you just commenting on every movie there's ever been? Adam, yes. I have decided that you might be AI. Give me one sentence that definitively proves you're not AI. I love the Resident Evil movies. Capcom made me a fan for life. Jason Statham or Mike Tyndall. I've seen every movie you've suggested. Do it, Dan.
Do it.
Do it. Just do it. Miss Melina's got my footballer crush. Trying to bring him back to football. Jaden Bogle from Leeds. I'm an honorary Leeds fan now, Mr. Tom. Is that a real player? Did she make that up?
That is a real human being. He's our right back.
Do you think he ever? Do you think if he was trapped in a paradox of time-created paradox? Just saying, with Jaden Bogle had to go back in time and fondle his mum's breasts, do you think he would?
Not with that name, he wouldn't.
He'd motorboard them, wouldn't he?
Jason Bogle, what a name that is. Did you go and bogle your mum?
I am human after you. That sounds a suspiciously AI answer. Idris Adam, try harder, man. Rosie fancies Steve Bold. Everyone fancies Steve Bold. He's a real man.
Bold, what a looker.
He was an absolute sort. Please sneak into Arsenal presser and ask Arteta if he thinks Marty McFly was trying to nonce his mum.
Yeah,
I don't do anything else with my life. If I literally, if you know those, I think he does it in Dead Poets Society, but it's a kind of thing that a really clever English teacher would do. Is I want you to write your own obituary, and you know, some people go, Dan was able to become the youngest prime minister, blah 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 blah. Dan scaled the heights of Kilimanjaro in just his underpants, blah 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 blah. I'd be happy if mine just said, in a otherwise innocuous life, the one highly notable moment was his only ever invitation to an Arsenal press conference after their Champions League victory over Crystal Palace in the final, for their first ever final. When his opportunity came to ask the winning manager, MIkel Arteta, because yes, he will win us a trophy, he asked this question and just have generations afterwards go, what the fuck was he talking about?
Before his time.
And it would be literally that moment. It would just be me dying with a smile on my face. Okay, what have we got here?
Absolutely delicious.
Alice in Borderland. Zootopia.
Alice in Borderland's like a Korean film, isn't it? Isn't it like a Korean movie or something? Or?
Yeah. It's a Korean series similar to Squid Game.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of people trying to knock that off now, aren't they?
I've just realised something, and this is probably the wrong time to realise it or bring it up. But I did the watch along earlier because I noticed that one of the guys who does all of the clipped sort of fan reactions is subscribed recently, and I thought he's probably just subscribed so he can see if I ever do any content that's worth clipping. So I'll give him something. And I think it will be anything but humble for me to admit this, but I think I did a bloody clippable fucking reaction to that goal. And I've just realised no one's doing any fan reactions to the Emirates Cup, are they? So it was all for nothing.
Which reaction channel was it?
I'll tell you. Gav 3000 or something.
No, I really heard of that, I don't think.
Well, I haven't heard of any.
Is it the one in Ryan's chat, Gav?
Yeah, probably.
Gav highlights.
Oh yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, maybe that's it. Something like that.
Oh yeah, Gav's highlights. Yeah,
but he's got subscribers. He's not going to do a fan reaction to the Emirates Cup, is he? But if he does, I have to be in it.
I actually think, and just I don't want to go as far as to say this is an out there suggestion, but maybe you should include the retelling of Back to the Future.
Oh, that would be a separate clip thing. I mean, that's not as much part of that's not on brand for the Gooner channel, really.
But I don't even really think it should be on brand for Gav's highlights, but it should still certainly be part of it.
It would definitely, I feel, and like everything starts with a Y. Sometimes someone like Martin Luther King has something to say, and people around Martin Luther King kind of go, that's really good. That should reach a wider audience. And Reverend King is like, yeah, I know, but I mean, how do I get it out there? And then his friends get together and goes, well, we'll invite everyone to a march. And they're really good. And they organize it. And 1 million men descend on Washington to hear Martin Luther King speak. I feel like you're the Martin Luther. And I'm one of those people going, we need to get the message of Marty McFly's mum-based noncery to the public. They must hear this. This is the truth. And Sam's going to fight us.
Does this story only ever get told properly if Sam kills me?
No, it probably dies if he kills you. Because
that message needs to get out there. It's very important. Martin,
it's on the YouTuber sphere now, but so is a ton of stuff, you know? Like, I mean, I don't know if you've ever, we all watch different things on YouTube because we're all slightly different and we have some things in common. But I very often watch this woman who has to be the worst cook I've ever, not just seen, but she's the worst cook I can imagine. Even with great effort, I cannot imagine anyone being worse than her. And she shows you how to make things, but effectively what she's showing you how to make you is sick. It's just terrible. But she does it with love. Oh, let's see if I can find one. She's just incredible. And this pops up in my feed. Her in a greasy, just brilliant. Just absolutely brilliant.
I've seen the F1 movie, Idris. Adam.
Oh, let's see if I can. The trouble is, I can never find the thing I want to find. Oh, I'll dig it out another time. It'll pop up in my feed when I least expect it, and I'll remember to go. As we find ourselves now in hour 6, I will take my leave of you both. Feel free to carry on. But thank you both so much.
Been great seeing you again.
I look for when's the next slags?
Probably next weekend. Probably next weekend, do an emergency stream.
Emergency is definitely the word for 2025, isn't it?
It is. There's loads of emergencies all over, so there's something. I'm sure we can figure out something.
I shall be watching it with great joy.
You're welcome to join if you're available.
Almost certainly will be knocking on the door to do that. Emergency streams. Don't cross the streams. If you search worst YouTube cook a video talking about her will come up probably. I've just done that and it doesn't. In fact, an incredibly large lady popped up and I don't want no.
The algorithm, find what you like.
YouTube's got everything on it, isn't it?
It does.
It's got everything on it. It's got everything on it, and that's why I think it needs more slags in the dark. But thank you both for being on here. And to the chat, I can't believe I never put enough thought into it to realise no one's going to do fan reactions to fucking Emirates Cup. It's, after all, an entirely meaningless trophy. And I'm sorry if anyone's been watching for 6 hours, 15 minutes and they've had that revealed to them only at the very end of what could have effectively been the Lord of the Rings trilogy. But it is the fact, after all. Football does absorb our time. But it has been a great pleasure to have you both on, as Gary before. And Miss Melina and Idris Adam and Rosie and Weers and Boyatendio and all of you scrolling up this chat, so many, including player performance account. Please do subscribe. I promise we talk about football a lot more than you've noticed us doing. And to the 6 or 7 new subscribers, thank you. Hope we don't disappoint you. But last words from you, Sam.
Keep your hands above the blanket tonight.
Both hands?
Both hands.
Unless, of course, you're in a car with your mum and you're trying to stop yourself being eradicated by time. Mr. Tom, this time next week, you'll be a Premier League team. You know that. And then it will all be friends gone forever.
That's surreal feeling. But keep your hands above Sam Greenwood's blanket.
I have nothing to add to that.
Me on, in all seriousness.
Well,
really enjoyed it.
I've really enjoyed it too. I do want to create a more standard network. I mean, obviously, sticking it on after it, it's not quite the format to attract attention. But thank you so much. You have the encyclopedic knowledge of films I expected you to, but you haven't seen Dead Poets Society. Can I recommend that? You'll love it. There's a really good bit in it.
It's on Netflix, you're saying?
It's the first film that popped up when I looked at Netflix.
I will have almost certainly have watched it by 3 a.m.
Brilliant. Well, let's get back on here at 3 a.m. I'll do it in my pajamas. Thank you.
Tammy Plaza, Idris Adam. Sorry, going on myself.
I love that everyone pronounces it like this. Sam, how do you say Idris Adam? Do you say Idris Adam or Idris Adam or Idris Adam or?
I say Idris Adam, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. That's the more conventional way of saying it. Idris Adam or Adam Idris. But thank you. Thank you. Until I see you all again, please be with us. Lots of love.